Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL, the final week of of the regular season now here, and we are here to bring it to you, baby. My name is Eric Deserex Patran. Joining me, my co-caster, it is Joshua Joshi Howard. And Josh, it's been 3 weeks since I've been on the desk, man. I've been dealing with some medical issues here and there. I'm finally on the mend, so I am back better than ever, man. How you doing?
And you're coming back at the perfect time too, Deserex, because we have the number 1 and number 2 seeds currently in the standings going head-to-head today, Deserex. We have Dragonsteel and Fear X Starforge, and we are getting very close to closing out the regular season. We're starting to look at most valuable prospect. We're starting to look at where everybody is going to be in the playoffs, and we're starting it off with 2 of the most important matches we have left.
This is going to be wild because, for the most part, everyone is pretty secured in where they are. If you want to know where the changes can be made, that is 8th and 9th place, CCG and Winthrop. For Winthrop, they have no more games. Their life is no longer in their hands. For everyone else, this is about a fight for seeding. It's about to get the best position you can in that playoffs bracket.
And as we start looking at it, you got to feel a little bit for the Winthrop players because they know, like, they're going to be watching today. They know that CCG needs to beat FlyQuest in order to knock them out of playoffs contention because Winthrop, even though looking at the rest of it, they don't have it in their hands, but they should be feeling pretty confident that FlyQuest is going to be looking good today.
FlyQuest, that's a tough final boss to beat to end your season on. Let's pull up our matches for the day, see what's going to take place here on the Rift. As we said earlier, it's Fear Starforge taking on Dragonsteel, our 1st and 2nd place teams doing battle. Dragonsteel trying to get that perfect season going. Then afterwards, we'll have FlyQuest taking on CCG, CCG's last chance to make it into the playoffs.
And we've had a couple of major roster swaps as well. For everybody who's just joining us from the LCS, we were talking about some of the saviors in LCS, where we have recently seen Tomo and Boogie having big impacts for their teams. Now we're going to be looking at CCG, this team bringing Kryra in the jungle and Rockboom, who we've seen play before, for their substitutes. If they can come in at the very end to save them and take them to playoffs, it'll be a big deal.
Can you be the hero this time, Rockboom? You've taken out FlyQuest before. Can you do it again? Before we get to that, we got to get to our first match of the day. That's going to be Fear Starforge taking on Dragonsteel. Starting up first, it is Fear Starforge. Now, this team has been making waves. Start of the season, it was a little bit shaky, but now they found the ground around 2nd place. If they're able to put up a convincing match here, they could lock themselves towards that 2nd place seed. But again, it's still in contention right now. 3rd place is looming.
Yeah, we have been looking at it. Fear X Starforge really want to pick up some wins here to make sure that they can lock in that 2nd place slot. And for all the LCS fans, again, you should recognize a lot of these players. Pretty much everybody here has played on the LCS stage for at least a little bit before, and we have been seeing a massive resurgence from the mid lane in a Blaze Olive in particular, who, if we did the same thing that LCK did with like the most valuable player points, a Blaze Olive would be right up there with the best, considering how well he's been looking throughout this season.
And of course, paired up there with the XU, who has been complimenting him incredibly well. Those two work fantastic together. Their opponents on the Rift will be Dragonsteel. Now, they have the chance to do something that's never been done in both Academy and Challengers. In the old days of Academy, we did have game wins instead of series, but for the first time in series, Dragonsteel could be the first team to end on an undefeated score, Josh.
They're currently 8-0 in series, and in fact, they're 16-2 in game series. The last time we saw this game score, Deserex, was in 2016, set by Cloud9 Academy, or 2018 summer, set by Cloud9 Academy, when they were 16-2 to end the regular season. This is a team that has been firing on all cylinders the entire time, and Yuji and Spyrax, the jungle mid lane duo, has been leading the charge.
And that's where things get very, very interesting. That jungle mid versus jungle mid, both of them very, very capable, both of them very powerful, and I think that's going to be a big, big highlight for this series.
For me, looking at these 2 mid-jungle duos, Yuji and Spyrax, it's hard to argue that they are not the strongest mid-jungle duo that we have. They have been winning so many things. Yuji has been consistently clearing on time. A Fear X Starforge between XU and Blaze Olive, I think this is the one mid-jungle duo that we have in the league that we can say has a chance to beat Dragonsteel mid-jungle with any level of consistency. And one of the things that has gotten Fear X Starforge a lot of wins is this team is just so dang clutch later on in the game. XU still the king of these 50-50 smites, and the rest of them just looking for these opportunities to make that play to showcase that the veteran experience matters.
It's definitely gonna play a big factor here. You're going to need that experience to really clutch up against Dragonsteel, who've had a phenomenal season thus far. Even with the addition of Zamudo, which we had a lot of questions about, he fit perfectly, man, and has been popping off with this team to give them such a phenomenal season. As you can see, 8-0 currently. As the draft bans begin to round out, we're going to have a lot of top lane focus, both the Rumble and Udyr banned away, taking away that mage and bot lane. Fear will ban out that Ziggs. Corki, Cassante, one more ban for Dragonsteel to end it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, I feel as though we've talked a lot about the mid-jungle duo here, Destruct, but I also want to give a shout-out to the top laners, because Philip and Zamudo have both been players who have had their ups and downs so far in their career in the Tier 2 space, but this time, this split, both these guys have been looking fantastic. Philip was a player who had a lot of solo kills, but also was one of the most solo-killed players in the entire league, and now we're looking to see him turn it around. Lucian going to be locked in already for Fearix Starforge. Dragonsteel looking to match. And it is important to note, Aurora has been enabled. We did see a little bit of it in LCS, but been banned away this game.
Yeah, I do like that call out to Philip. He's definitely been doing very well, which does parallel well with Zamudo. Philip, who has been stonewalling a lot of these top lane matchups. Makes me wonder as to what is going to be picked in that top lane in the Philip versus Zamudo. We'll have to wait on that because we still have more marksmen available, Josh. And you know, if there's marksmen on the table, we got to start drafting them. We're going to have both the Ezreal and Lucian for Fear Starforge.
And the Ashe on the other side. And also, interestingly enough, the Lilia getting early pick here for Dragonsteel. This is a champion that has become a little bit better with some of the changes to Faded Ashes and Leandri's nerfs, meaning that a lot of the other magic damage junglers have fallen off priority a little bit, but the Renekton pick already comes through here for Philip. One of the champions that I think of throughout Philip's career as being one of the best. I remember when he was playing for... Oh, it was High's team. What was High's team? Radiance. When Philip was playing for Radiance, when I first got to know Philip as a player, he was playing this Renekton, and he was refusing to lose every single game. This is a champion where he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Another champ that pops out to me was Gragas. I remember some of his team play that we saw with that.
I want to see that band.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But with that next part coming in, I do want to talk about the Poppy right now, because this is a pretty considerable pick to have for Dragonsteel, considering we have 2 dashes already locked in for Fear Starforge. So Steadfast Presence can do a lot to block that mobility for Fear Starforge.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you pick it this early, we definitely know that I've seen Zyko play this in the past. It's definitely something that Zamudo can play, but it's part of why I was looking at the Gragas ban, because Zamudo plays a lot of Gragas. He's very good at it. He's very good at looking for angles on this Gragas, and it's a very good matchup up in the top side. So if you can try and force this Poppy to go up into the top lane and not allow it to be flexed around the rest of the map, I think that could help out Fearix Starforge quite a bit. Instead, they're going to be banning the Tristana, and now Dragonsteel very likely to be picking up a support here, but the Nautilus and Leona still both available.
So very curious, because that can give you a very, very strong engage, which Dragonsteel, they already have a good amount of lockdown and a good amount of a pick to really utilize right here. They're going to go with the Azir. Spyrax is tried and true on this champ, one of his most played throughout his entire career, and it's going to provide some defenses against the forward aggression that Fear Starforge will be looking for on champions like Renekton. Just put out the Shurima Shuffle, catch out the marksmans, or stop the Renekton from going at you. Now we got a duo locked in for Fear Starforge as they get both the Renekton and the Nidalee to pair alongside it.
Yeah, someone's got to call Rafa yet again. His boy is playing his champ, XU on the Nidalee, yet again looking for opportunities to pair up with Philip up on the top side of the map. Now, this is worth noting that as we start looking at this, the Renekton Nidalee, very powerful, but we still have opportunities to lane swap it out. And so as the Braum comes in, the Leona also locked in for Fearix Starforge, it is going to be a really good setup here for Dragonsteel. They have a lot of range coming out from most of their composition. They have a strong front line that makes it very difficult for Blaze Olive and Instinct to try and jump in and be aggressive. And with just the steadfast presence coming through from Poppy, Renekton and Nidalee are going to struggle to actually make things happen. So I look at this right now, and I gotta say, I like what Dragonsteel are putting down. They have a lot of tools. They have a lot of range to play with. The one thing that they gotta be careful with is making sure that the game plan, which is straightforward, doesn't get upset by a flank coming out from Winsome or Philip.
But if it does not, then those tools that you're talking about, especially in the team fight, those ultimates are the big ones I'm going to be looking for. Wilting Lullaby, the Shurima Shuffle, Glacial Fissure, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, those are all big team fight ultimates. Those can all start off a team fight for Dragonsteel before Fear get a chance to set up. Again, Fear do have a lot of skirmish going their way, though, and that's what I'm going to be watching for. Once we get into that mid-game and they start looking to skirmish with this Leona leading the charge, Fear, if they can get a gold lead around then, I start liking their odds a bit more.
Yeah, and we got to put a bit magnifying glass over at Blaze Olive in this game. He was willing to first pick the Lucian. It was the first thing that actually came through in this draft. Blaze Olive has been a player who, playing things like the Tristana and the Corki throughout the course of this season, has looked phenomenal. The amount of damage he's able to put out, his positioning in all of these fights, has really set him apart from a lot of his peers. However, this Lucian being first pick, it's going to kind of struggle to actually play, right? It is a fairly short-ranged marksman. It doesn't have super easy targets. He's going to have to look to try and get on Scary Jerry or build enough damage to actually punch through Yuji. And with this Lucian already coming through, like we said, it does mean that Blaze Olive has to continue showcasing that he is one of the best mids in the league.
And I do expect to see less jungle pressure coming out from XU into the mid lane, which does add to that point, Josh, because when you do take that Nidalee, you're focusing more towards the top side. That's where that punch is going to be for Fear Starforge. But again, this brings up that Poppy pick, Josh. That Poppy stops so much. Sure, you land a spear, Steadfast Presence says, well, you can't pounce right after it, you can't slice and dice right after it. So I do like this Poppy in responding to the power points of Fear Starforge.
Yeah, it is definitely a big moment that Zamudo has kind of showcased himself up to the task of being, where his opponents are going to try and bait out the Steadfast Presence. If they, try and jump in and Zamudo uses it too early, well, then it just means that you can jump on him afterwards. And so you're going to have to really watch Zamudo try and hold his nerve in this game. The other thing I want to kind of take a look at here, Deserex, is where the engage tools are, because Scary Jerry with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow has the easiest one in the game to use. You just throw it out, it's a skill shot, it's relatively easy to hit. Leona, being played by Winsome, generally is going to be forcing Ashe to take the cleanse. It's going to be forcing Ashe to play fairly far back, and that's exactly what we see. So there is a couple of natural targets for Fear Starforge to try and prey upon, but it's a bit harder because that skill shot is nowhere near as big as what Scary Jerry can throw out.
All right, we are on the Rift. Let us know what team you want to take it. Will it be Fear Starforge? Type in FXS into the chat, or DSTL for Dragonsteel. A reminder, this is for playoffs contention right now. Fear are fighting to lock in second place, not get dropped down. Dragonsteel fighting for the perfect season.
We'll see how they can do it. Like we said, we have never seen a team have an undefeated record throughout the course of the regular season. We've gotten close. Like we said, 2018 summer, 16-2, Cloud9 Academy. We're very close. Even the Team Liquid academies and challengers that we've seen over the past couple of years not getting the undefeated. I believe it was like 12-7-1 or something, so they only lost one series, but they drew a lot of them. This is the opportunity for Dragonsteel to set Challengers League Tier 2 history. They can find one more win. And looking at the rest of it again, Deserex, this is a very likely matchup. As we start looking late in playoffs, these two teams have been some of our best, and the only teams that have been able to take down Fear Starforge so far are currently tied in third.
Yeah, so this could be a preview of that playoffs right there, which should mean a lot to Dragonsteel. For those of you who've been watching for a long time, they used to go by Maryville in the last split. And in finals, it was a 3-0. They suffered against FlyQuest. For
they got
this,
one, right?
Did they get one? I thought it was a 3-0. Well, you could double check.
One of us
that
is tripping. I'm going to double check.
Yeah, one of us is tripping. Double check it for me. Nonetheless, it still adds up to the same thing, where this is a conquest to right the wrongs. That hurt to go through. It felt like choking on stage. Now you're going to get a second chance if you can make it all the way up there. I mean, so far it's looking great, having a perfect season. Continue that momentum and see if Dragonsteel can right the wrongs of their history.
And you were right, it was a 3-0 coming out from FlyQuest Challengers in spring, and now Dragonsteel, I mean, they were able to take them down right at the very beginning. There were some allegations that it wasn't the most serious of things that we were seeing, right? Because Maryville was like transitioning from collegiate. They were trying to make everything happen. They had a substitute, and then FlyQuest didn't really feel as though they had time to gel with the couple of changes that had come through over there. So we'll see what happens if they ever actually have a rematch. But looking at this one right now, Dragonsteel, this is their final boss. This team is currently in second, and like we said, one of the major things that Dragonsteel has used to set themselves apart is that a lot of teams have not been very efficient with their jungle clears, even playing things like the Zyras and the Brands. Yuji is always very efficient with his jungle clears. He is already looking to go out onto the rest of the map, but XU, one of the few junglers that consistently matches him in the timings.
Makes it for a very competitive matchup between both this Lilia and Nidalee. You do have XU finishing up towards his top side. A little use of the sweeper plat right there shows that all those camps are cleared, so he has an idea of where Yuji can be on this map. He's currently hanging around this bot scuttle.
Yeah. I mean, both of these junglers should have a very good idea of where their opposition is, and so it does look as though XU moving towards the top side is going to go for a recall, but Yuji crossing into the top side as well will be spotted and is going to go directly into his next clear.
Recall from XU. Yuji, a little bit too slow right there. Still have to go back empty-handed. You still have Winsome now stepping out to try and get some vision out onto this river. Be able to clear out another ward. That's something you have to keep a close eye on whenever Winsome does start roaming out. Leona has great engage at any level. She doesn't need to be level 6. Zenith Blade, Chill, Daybreak, that's 2 forms of crowd control that Dragonsteel will have to watch out for.
Yeah. And already looking at some of the early lane movements, where I'm saying that Instinct and Winsome falling a little bit behind where Scary Jerry and Zyko have been able to build up right off the bat, but also Blaze Olive doing a really good job trying to make sure that Spyrax stays down. You really want to be ahead in this lane as Lucian. So far, he's holding up his end of the bargain. But one of the major things that I'm kind of looking at is Dragonsteel. We already touched on one of their major advantages against most teams. That Yuji is very efficient at clearing. He's very good at having the first move in a lot of their games. Well, one of the other things is he also has fantastic lanes to play around, and already Scary Jerry and Zyko pulling Instinct and Winsome to their side, but that means that there's priority if XU wants to play.
Here we go, priority both in the mid lane and in the bottom lane, so Fear can free up their lanes to help out with this invade. XU pouncing right onto Yuji. Will be able to steal away a camp and back off. You can see this pressure that XU starting to apply onto the Dragonsteel jungle.
And a classic champion for him to do it on as well. One of the classic Nidalee players that we have been seeing for so long. Knows how to clear very efficiently and moving towards the top half of the map, making sure that... Because we saw that Yuji, he actually went to go do the Raptors first to make sure that he had a faster clear on, or a faster like respawn of his second clear. So he was able to stifle that a little bit as this Nidalee. And now Yuji does get spotted once again in the bottom half of the map, and his bottom lane is already pushed out. So Yuji not really going to have anything to do unless he wants to hit the dragon.
I really like this from Fear Starforge, though, because they're tracking Yuji. They're making sure he's not going to be surprising you anytime soon. They're also playing towards their power side of the map, where you do have this Nidalee and Renekton combo, which means that Fear Starforge should have guarantee these Void Grubs. This will allow Dragonsteel some time to move out. I know the jungler's over on that north side, so they'll grab Dragon for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this, even though Dragonsteel is happy to manage the dragon for the 3 grubs, it definitely looks like here at Starforge is the team that is setting the pace. You're seeing that XU, even though it looks like he failed to kill the crab, is going to be going right on in and taking the Raptors away. He has more time to be doing Yuji's camps, and this is not something that we oftentimes see for Dragonsteel. They are almost always the ones who are able to do this to other teams, and
XU.
That's actually 2 camps. That's really funny. We've been doing so much praise of XU's ability to clear camps efficiently. Didn't clear the crab properly. Didn't clear the Raptors properly. Luckily, he is still ahead of Yuji, and Yuji's going to have to go back to his camp and see that it wasn't completely done.
It is what it is. Dominus is popped. Health boost going over to Philip, and now Zamudo has the long wait if he wants to find an escape. Able to get a flash over, slice and dice goes through. Onto Zamudo, first blood found. Now going for more is Fear Starforge. They can try and take down Yuji. It's low health, low mana. XU sees the angle, decides to pounce forward. Fear Starforge gonna get first blood.
Yeah, really good stuff from Philip, making sure he just flashes in. Steadfast Presence was down, but look at this. Zyko is hanging around as XU starts up the opposing red buff, and he expects Yuji is back, but he doesn't know it. So XU is going to have to go ahead and give that one right on up, as Spyrex also moving towards the top half of the map. But still, First Blood going over towards the side of Fearx Starforge, goes over to XU, and already he's got the completed boots, so he will be clearing even faster.
There's a lot of strength over towards that top side of Fear Starforge. Again, you drafted for that power, so it's good that you're already getting it, but this also means that you can play for things like Grubageddon, continue pushing in that lane. Don't allow the Poppy to be a big presence in the teamfight phase, just out skirmish and outside lane, and you can get a lot of gold before you really have to take them on in the 5v5.
Yeah. Not Enchanted Crystal, but the Hawk Shot goes out. It does spot that XU is going to be on the bottom side by process of elimination, but still, just small advantages being accrued already by Fearx Starforge on this map. And the one major spot that we are seeing Dragonsteel still have a lot of power is down here in this bottom lane, partly because Winsome is spending so much time moving around the map, but also just because Scary Jerry and Zyko, one of our best 2v2 bottom lanes, and was it spring or was it last year where this duo just was 2v2 killing almost everybody? They've had such a strong record. Now Scary Jerry looking to once again take control.
Philip versus Zamudo. Nothing much to be seen over here. Zamudo wants to take it for a longer ride with the Croc. Philip still shoving in that wave pretty hard. And again, XU playing towards that side of the map. As you were talking about with Scary Jerry and Zyko, I do want to bring up a little bit of that history because, yeah, you're right. Last split, they were dominating everyone. 2v2 kills across the board, man. But if you look at it, one more split before that, we considered them one of bot lanes. They grew and improved so much over the course of a split. It's actually incredible to see what Scary Jerry and Zyko have been able to do.
Yeah, that's why Scary Jerry was our most improved in spring in the AD carry position, actually just across the entire league. As we go back into the game, we do see both junglers hanging up towards the top side of the map. Neither top laner has flash, but that doesn't make the combination from Philip and XU any less deadly, as XU being backed up, still pushing and prodding at exactly where Yuji is.
XU is a menace as he continues with these deep invades, but it's a lot of information for Fear Starforge to really maneuver around this early game. I have to worry about where this jungler is going to be. They always have eyes on him. Now focus onto the mid lane as Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to go wide. Here comes Stream of Shuffle looking for XU. XU's able to stay up. Wilting Lullaby. Yuji looking for the follow-up. It's a 1-for-1 trade. A Blaze Olive going on the chase. Solar Flare is able to land. Finds the stun. Zenith Blade will follow through. A double kill for a Blaze Olive.
And he gets the double buffs as well. The 1-for-1 on the junglers ends up going away in favor of Fearx Starforge, as the double kill going onto a Blaze Olive, who's looking for an opportunity to take over this game. He had a small lead already. He is perfectly set up to be a complete menace, and we have an opportunity for Grubageddon coming up as soon as these players go back for the respawns.
Let's take another look at how this went. Spyrax trying his best to catch out Fear Starforge with that shuffle.
And you can already see the bottom lane coming up from Fear. They are on their way towards the mid lane, and a Blaze Olive able to take down Spyrex with a flash from Yuji. Means that Winsome knows that he just needs to point and click that ultimate, lands it down there. There's nowhere left for the Lilia to go. Instinct, I don't even know if he gets an assist, but he is still in the perfect area. Did something happen top lane?
Did we have a fight right after that? Picture-in-picture, Grubageddon currently happening. But we're seeing if Philip and Zamudo decided to throw hands. No fisticuffs, Josh. No fisticuffs.
No fisticuffs.
There it is,
Grubageddon. Congratulations, Twitch chat. You guys are all Fear fans this time, helping them take down all these turrets. And now Fearx Starforge, I mean, they have the 2,000 gold, and they have an opportunity to prevent this dragon from going over to Dragonsteel.
Stop that dragon stacking. Here's Starforge. Starting to join in on the fight over here as Winsome goes forward, looking to find Zyko. Zyko's getting chewed up. And here comes XU off the side. Will find the kill. And priority goes over to Fear Starforge on the dragon.
Really good stuff. Yet again, XU in total control of this game, syncing up with his mid laner, bringing his bot lane to help. Gets themselves the dragon. They stop any dragon stacking from their opponents. They get all 6 grubs. They have a 3,000 gold lead. This is textbook play coming out from Lawrence XU Shu, and he is in total control of where this game is going to go next.
Yeah, textbook play indeed from XU, man. He's been on top of Yuji. So many of his invades, it hasn't allowed Dragonsteel to set up their own game plan. It's been Fear Starforge all the way through.
Now they have to close it out. This has been one of the things that we have been seeing, is that a lot of teams in the Challengers League have talked about how, you know, after 15-20 minutes, sometimes things get a little bit Mickey Mouse, right? You have a lot of opportunity for weird things to start happening, and so
Talking about Team Liquid?
looking at this one, yeah, you know, didn't want to say it out loud, but yeah, they've had a lot of trouble actually closing out some of these games. But Fearx Starforge, they've had a lot of games where they have had to come back from deficits, where they've had a couple of throws, but then it was like, hey, yeah, we are really good players, and then they just have these really awesome team fights later on in the game. This time, they're playing with an advantage.
Set up in the mid lane coming out from Dragonsteel, two members hiding in the brush. Scary Jerry does have that instant engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as long as it lands. But no one from Fear Starforge is stepping forward to trigger that engage. So right now it's just to protect Scary. The wave shoved back in. As Dragonsteel still looking for their way back into this. They're going to put some focus over towards the Rift Herald. Keep in mind, Fear Starforge do have Grubageddon, so if they get that Rift Herald, it's a lot of damage onto these towers, especially if they can get a second charge, so Dragonsteel feel that pressure.
And they're also still feeling the pressure in the bottom side as well. Blaze Olive, I mean, he's been very accelerated in his game, already has the Blade at the Ruined King completed, knows that there's nobody on the side of Dragonsteel that could potentially help out Zamudo. So just consistently putting pressure down in the bottom side of the map. While we wait, it doesn't look like we have a chance to wait, as XU could be putting pressure on a Spyrax.
Spyrax over there will get some chip damage right back as he tries to get control for Dragonsteel to get this Rift Herald. 4 members are there. Fear Starforge, they're looking for the response though, and Winsome is leading the charge.
Both teleports available. Blaze Olive commits it, and here's the engage.
Solar Flare doesn't find the stun, gets the slow. Engage coming through. Winsome whiffing just on the edge. You want it to land right in the dead center of that Solar Flare to get the stun. But this still allows Fear Starforge to set up on this Rift Herald. Dragonsteel are going to back out, and this belongs to Fear Starforge.
Ooh, are they though? Is Spyrax coming right back around?
Spyrax doesn't realize Philip is right there. Shurima Shuffle able to find one. Will it get the disengage for Spyrax? Yes. He's able to back off. Will not cost him his life, and Rift Herald, hey man, I mean, it's purple. Looks good on the purple team.
We also see a little bit of damage going down at the bottom side turret, but this is what I wanted to show off a little bit earlier. Even with all of this, there's not a lot of plates, and the teleport comes out trying to prevent Zamudo from getting anything further done. But even with the lead that Scary Jerry had built up in the lane, not really able to get a whole lot of that extra gold. And so as we take a look at the individual, or not that one, it's this one. You can see that Scary Jerry, he's doing all right for himself, but he doesn't have the same kind of, you know, blowing the game out gold. He's up 500 on Instinct.
All that being said, though, as we get deeper into this game, there's still that potential of Dragonsteel to just blow out a 5v5. They have a lot of great team fighting ultimates. If they can get in that 5v5 scenario and not get pressured by Fear Starforge, then there's still a very, very strong chance for them to just absolutely demolish this game. The thing is, Fear Starforge,
They have to come later.
they've been really on top of scouting out Dragonsteel on any setup they've been doing thanks to XU.
Yeah. But I think the big team fight coming up from Dragonsteel very likely to come later when you have a couple more high-quality items, because your opponent's like, one of your opponents has a Trinity Force. One of these opponents is Ezreal. One of these opponents almost has a Muramana, and they're the ones fishing as both of them go wide.
Solar Flare and Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to land. So with that, in a neutral state, battle line's going to be drawn as Dragonsteel head back over to the mid lane. Nothing much going to happen, Josh.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, Fearx Starforge, they have a little bit more time. If the arrow was available, you would have expected to see it thrown out there, but they had just used it. But both of these teams are looking for opportunities to push and prod, and it looks like XU is pushing and prodding the top lane as well.
Surrounding Spyrax on the Zir. Spyrax had to burn his flash to get out. Now Rift Herald's out. The charge will take down the tower. Yuji flashes in.
Whoa!
But look at that. A Blaze Olive just hops right into the Rift Herald. This sleep doesn't mean anything. He's driving. He's zooming. Vroom, vroom. Right down the river. He's A-OK. A Blaze Olive will get out.
He has to hop out. It takes too long, but honestly, great stuff coming through from a Blaze Olive to get out of that one with his flash intact. Who needs cleanse? Who needs anything else? And now, Instinct Are we just going for a full circuit going down? Nah, he's going to crash into a wall back here, keep himself safe, but oh my gosh, great stuff from Furic Starforge. They suddenly balloon the gold lead with the top lane turret, with the mid lane turret, and a great escape from a Blaze Olive.
And every attempt that Dragons still make, it keeps getting thwarted, man. Even that last one, it was so silly, but that was a way to take it. UG flashes in, now it's for absolutely nothing because a Blaze Olive is okay. 4.2k in the lead is going to be Fierce Starforger starting up a Dragon and now looking towards bot lane where Zamudo lie.
Yeah, they saw a ward come through, so they know someone is exactly where Winsome is standing, but the Dragon is currently being hit, and Furic Starforge making sure there is nobody in the bottom side of the map that could possibly contest, and giving freedom to Blaze Olive to move back towards the top side and try and defend the top lane turret. But Philip finds the third outer turret, basically all at once coming from Furic Starforge, and they're pressuring the mid lane, but preventing anything from happening top lane, and this is just, like we said before, complete textbook play.
Zamudo looking to fight this out with Philip, doesn't realize that XU is waiting in the wings. Minions in the way, Chanticleer arrow goes out in case of the dive of Fierce Starforge. But now that they've seen that arrow go by, they're considering going for a dive. Fresh now, but Zamudo not be caught out just yet. Spyrax still on that top side looking to get some gold for himself.
He'll get a little bit back, but this could be a major play coming up from the rest of Furic Starforge as they're hitting both Zamudo and the turret.
See that grub again going to work. A lot of damage onto that tower from just a few autos as Dragonsteel continue trying to chase away Fierce Starforge. Give Spyrax more time in this bottom lane. It's a few more autos onto that tower and we'll be backing out.
But even with all that said, Blaze Olive is farming two lanes, right? He goes top lane, farms that out, tries to push Spyrax back a little bit, goes mid lane, farms that one as well. So he's doing a really good job, well over 10 CS per minute, and preventing a lot of pressure from the other side of the map. He is, you know, not that far ahead of Spyrax in terms of experience, but significantly ahead, over 1,000 gold ahead of his opponent in terms of gold at this point in the game. 2 dragons also for Furic Starforge, and as soon as Instinct finishes up the Muramana, you know that Furic Starforge is going to feel like they have everything that they need in order to get this game kicked into the next gear.
It's second gear, Josh. We'll make it there.
Second gear.
All right.
We'll make it.
All right. We'll get our...
I've never driven a manual car, so I don't know how it works.
Do the clutch. I've driven one
Furic
once.
Starforge, they're pretty clutch.
I've driven one once. It's a little weird. You got kind of like brake and clutch and switch it up a little. I'm not going to embarrass myself anymore. Automatic's fine for me. Philip's going to fight it out with Zamudo over here in the bottom lane. You can see that Fierce Starforge are starting to set up around the Baron pit all the meanwhile. It's a lot of pressure that Dragons still have to deal with as this vision gets deeper and deeper into their jungle. Oh, but here comes Solar Flare, able to find a double stun from Winsome. Going forward, XU looking for some. Comes Cactusaur Arrow, will find the stun, but it's onto the support. Not much got to be worried about as Winsome starts looking for his way out, but now Dragonstar feeling the momentum shift towards their side. Winsome's going to be the first one to fall. Teleport coming in. Zamudo's locked and loaded to bring that fight over to a Blaze Olive. Able to knock him up with the ultimate. A Blaze has to pop the flash, but he's getting hunted down by Dragonsteel. Zamudo doesn't even fall, and you're starting to see a shift in the momentum.
Yeah, the momentum coming through from Dragonsteel. They're fighting some of these counter engagers, but even with all that said, it's still Furic Starforge holding the gold lead basically where it was. But we gotta point it out at this point, Eric. Winsome has been going for a lot of these solar flares, but they're just not quite landing. And the difference, like you said, between hitting the middle and the outer edge of the solar flare is huge. Not landing a lot of these stuns on important targets does put Furic Starforge in a very awkward position. He lands it on multiple members, but I mean, XU just can't land the spear onto UG because Zyko's Fat Butt is in the way.
And there's not much follow-up. You can see how long it takes both ABO and Instinct to follow up that solar flare. By then, Dragonsteel have already collapsed onto Fear.
Exactly. Spyrax completely preventing a Blaze Olive from getting into the fight. You saw the wiggle back and forth. The Blaze Olive chooses to commit the flash a little bit too late. Almost gets Zamudo, but doesn't quite find it. Furic Starforge, I mean, this is a composition that has really relied on being ahead. They have not found it this time around. That is going to give a little bit of gold back to their opponents.
Still in the driver's seat nonetheless, but you're starting to see what we meant by that 5v5 when we were talking earlier. if Dragonsteel are able to get those ultimates kind of chained in, especially if Fierce Starforge are going for engages like that where they're a little bit overextended, then they're going to start losing more and more, and they might lose Winsome right now as Winsome looks to turn it around. We'll find the engage on the Scary Jerry, but it's his life that's forfeit. Winsome falls. Fight breaking out over on the top side. All the meanwhile, it's Philip, it's Zamudo, and they're duking it out, looking for the Keeper's verdict. Philip puts a stop to that with the Ruthless Predator. Now, Spyrax wants the shuffle, can't find it. Blaze Olive will dash back. And just like that, we finally go back to neutral. It's a 1-for-1 trade, Josh.
Yeah, Insync going to be stopping a couple of backs here, and Zyko's got to be very careful. I was very surprised, right? You could tell that Furic Starforge were surprised by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They tried to split the difference. Some of them went forward, some of them went backwards. Ended up not getting anything that they were looking for, but it is still going to end up being a 1-for-1 across the map, and the gold lead remains right under 4,000. But 15 seconds left here, Desrex, until the next dragon spawns. There's a lot more control around this side of the map. Philip is going to be backing away, spending some gold. And is Spire going to let this turret die? No, he's going to make sure he gets the farm. That's an opportunity later for Furic Starforge to actually try and take this turret down and get the 2 kills that the turret represents.
Looking where we're at right now, because we do have a dragon that's available. Dragonsteel are currently fighting for that mid lane priority. You can see some of the poke they have to deal with, though. XU just constantly chucking those spears in. Mystic shots follow as well. Teleport from Spyrax. It's going to take a bit of damage from ABO as he reconvenes with his team. Dragonsteel taking that inside track, but it's not without a fight from Fierce Starforge.
Yeah, you're very reliant on Scary Jerry trying to find one of these enchanted crystal arrows, but in the meantime, you're just taking Ezreal poke, you're taking poke from XU, the spears on such a low cooldown, and he's a jungler, he's got the jungle privilege. As long as he is here, he has functionally infinite mana, and they're just going to be continuing to push and prod, and Dragonsteel are going to have to give up another dragon.
Yeah, and that was great targeting from Fierce Starforge because they got damage onto both Spyrax and Scary Jerry. Knocked him to half health. What are you going to do? Your carries can't fight anymore. You have to concede it over. And what started as dragon stacking for Dragonsteel, second dragon, it's already went over to Fierce Starforge, and now they're the ones at soul point.
And even though the Chemtech Soul is not the most important one in the world, if you actually get all of it, the tenacity and the reduced damage and more damage that you do, the lower HP becomes it becomes very good when you're going to be looking for some of these drawn-out fights going up against an Ashen and a Azir who love taking these long, extended engagements. But Dragonsteel, I mean, they're just down across the board. The only place where they have CS advantages are the jungle, where it's like, cool, it's almost nothing, and the bottom lane, where Scary Jerry has been doing a good job, but his item's still not as high quality as those of Instinct, so it doesn't even feel like he has advantaged himself.
It's going to be rough for Scary Jerry, and it does put it back onto Dragonsteel to have that perfect 5v5 scenario. It's still a strong situation. And now looking over at the Baron, all the meanwhile, you can see that Dragonsteel are looking for a way to set up on the map to try and make Fierce Starforge dance to their tune. We've seen a lot of teams do this where it's more about a bot lane setup, see where the team scatters, and then just force it out of nowhere. It seems like Dragonsteel, instead of forcing for the Baron, they're looking to force for the fight. Winsome gets caught out, but he returns the crowd control onto Zamudo. Down a member is going to be Dragonsteel, and here comes the teleport. Philip on the sidelines. The Gators looking angry. Well, he'll take out that hate, all that rage, onto a jungle camp. Dragonsteel down a man.
We gotta ask what the thought process was there from Zamudo. He just charges in. Sure, he gets a stun onto Leona, but cool. Leona immediately turns around. Multiple stuns land on Zamudo. And the turret takes half of his HP anyway. And now Dragonsteel trying to contest this Baron down a man.
At the very least, stopping the Baron is a win for Dragonsteel. And that's what they'll do right there. Presence felt. Fierce Starforge are going to give some respect to it, and Dragonsteel head right back into the mid lane.
Furic Starforge here to match them at the same time. Now, the one big thing about Winsome throwing out the Solar Flare to kill Zamudo is that the Solar Flare was not available for turn immediately afterwards, and Furic Starforge does have some engage problems if that is not available. So, they have to turn around. The gold lead has remained fairly steady, just under 4,000 for, what is that, about 6-7 minutes at this point. So they're really going to have to try and find one of these fights to blow open the game. And I wonder if it's going to be around the next dragon, because 2.5 minutes until the Chemtech Soul does spawn for Fearx Starforge. They've done a really good job at pushing around Dragonsteel and getting what they want without having to shed blood for it.
You see, Josh, that's the great thing about Leona, because by the time you finish your statement, ultimate's back up.
Yep.
It's a very low cooldown ultimate. So for Winsome, trying to burn some of these on the fly could be the answer, as Clan's going to get burnt out from Instinct to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's another cooldown that we're going to be watching, because now that Cleanse is down, that is a target on the back of Instinct that Dragonsteel could go for.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful. Instinct does have several tools, right? Still has the flash, still has the, the E to dodge out on any crowd control, or at least for a little bit of what Scary Jerry does try and throw. So it's a small win coming through, but it is a win nonetheless, and Dragonsteel are in big need of those, because this game has still been going in their favor for a while. Now, I don't love the lane allocations that we've been seeing from Fearx Starforge. It is difficult for Renekton to do anything into Azir, and it's also difficult for Blaze Olive to do anything to Zamudo, who's already got the Frozen Heart and the Fimbulwinter completed, and has just got a lot of armor. So I would love to see these swapped a little bit so that Blaze Olive can try and find some opportunity to win.
You know, to double down on that, I mean, look at the gold lead. How long has it been at this state? That kind of tells you that Fearx Starforge haven't found many more opportunities to push this game forward. That really does play over to Dragonsteel, but Fearx Starforge are going to have another one quite soon. You have 45 seconds until the Dragon Soul is going to be available. Something for Fearx Starforge to go for. Continue that dragon stacking, and also continue making Dragonsteel dance to your tune, because that's been a lot of the case right here, as you can see here with this deep vision and with this poke constantly chipping away at the health bars of Dragonsteel.
I believe Zyko is also out of ward, so it makes it very difficult to try and face check any of these moments. Oh, Zamudo, that was his control ward! He bought one!
I forgot that was a stat! Oh my, okay. Hey, that was from the wildcard days though, okay, alright.
Yeah.
So,
it sees above 0. Oh!
Alright, here we go. Solar Flare is gonna land. Only gets Zamudo though. He's a tanky man. We'll take it on the chin and be ready for the next barrage to come out of Fearx Starforge, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not find the money, Josh, and that might be disaster for Fearx Starforge.
Yeah, Winsome is going to heal up all of this, whereas Dragonsteel will not, and now XU, the king of 50-50 smites, on his best champion, trying to look for an opportunity to steal.
He's looking for the angle right now, able to land the spear. He goes in and he gets it like it's nothing. Dragon Soul goes over to Fearx Starforge. Out comes the shuffle, able to pick one onto the engage. Winsome is dead. Over the wall, XU flashes, gets himself to safety. 5 members strong is Dragonsteel, but Fear don't want them to leave with that amount, as Philip has arrived. Slice and dice forward, chooses not to pursue just yet, waits for the opportunity, able to get the stun. It's a lot of damage back from Dragonsteel though, who are running critically low. Another one gets picked up. Zyko finds the sidestep, and with all the poke in the world, they can't finish off Dragonsteel, who are bringing it right back.
The burn coming out from Yuji, able to take down Blaze Olive, get that shutdown, and so Dragonsteel, they cut the gold lead down a little bit, but crucially, XU once again living up to his name as the best 50-50 smiter in the Challengers League. As we take another look at this, we get to see how difficult it is for Fearx Starforge to get on top of the characters that they want. Spyrex and Scary Jerry just staying right on top of each other, and as Zyko comes in, the ultimate for Spyrex is there as well. They push Winsome back. I don't even know what happened to Philip, because he has to teleport to the other side of the fight. They try and find something, but now we got another Baron started.
Ooh, Dragonsteel going for the Baron right now. Out comes the Solar Flare. It lands onto the tanks once again, so that big engage tool is not available. Baron, this belongs to Dragonsteel. They should be able to grab it, yeah. Able to use the Shurima Shuffle to just punt away Fear from even being able to step near it. Not going to allow XU the chance to do that still, so Dragonsteel, a great call right there. They go for the counter Baron.
Yeah, because Blaze Olive died so late in that last play, he was just not around for this one here around the Baron, and the Rally Cry Baron buff going over towards their opponents. And now Yuji, he's so fast. This character gets so much damage and so functionally tanky the later the game actually goes. And this mid lane turret, they've been doing work on it from the beginning of the game, and now looking to find it yet again. But everyone on Fearx Starforge is here. But how does Philip get in? How does Winsome actually get in from this position? It feels as though the tides have turned.
This is the gold lead slowly slipping away from Fierce Starforge. The 5v5 now online for Dragonsteel. They just need that poke to land where they need it to land, man. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow cannot go wide anymore. You're not going to get many opportunities because these death timers are getting longer and longer. Still with the Baron buff up for Dragonsteel. They're not fighting much on the map right now, Josh. They're still trying to get that mid lane turret.
They'll get it at some point, right? It's just a matter of time. But Phoenix Starforge, they're kind of running out of big options because Poppy has become incredibly dangerous in this position. Philip is going to struggle to punch his way through that. Blaze Olive is outranged by Spyrax pretty heavily, and so Dragonsteel, they just need to show up and ask how Phoenix Starforge are going to be going for these engages.
So right now, turret under attack. They should be able to net this one down. Solar Flare comes out, looking for a pick. Zamudo will put the Keeper's Verdict onto one, but he's running low. A Steadfast Presence is going to tie him out. So is his life. Scary Jerry on the chase on a Blaze Olive. 200 health remains for ABO as he heads for the hills. Dragonsteel fighting tooth and nail. They'll take one down.
I mean, they get one, but as we take a look at how the gold grab looks here, Desrex, we are seeing that it is slowly turning around. That's looking more like a curve, that the opposite direction of what we were hoping to see for Phoenix Starforge fans. And it's so hard for them to get anything done. Every time that they've actually gotten something, it's mostly been Zamudo going a little bit too far, and they've been punishing that. Whereas Phoenix Starforge haven't really found something on their terms, something that they are just going for it by themselves. And I think we're rapidly on pace for a 50-50 Elder Dragon smite off. Desrex, I know who I'm favoring in those.
Oh, it's definitely Lawrence. It's definitely XU. This guy, you cannot discredit him when he's in the clutch. When he needs to find those smites, he finds them. Yuji will have a lot of pressure on his hands. And Dragon still has a
I'm just saying, I have to imagine that XU knows how to drive a manual transmission because he's so clutch.
It's pretty good. Can drive it better than me, at least. I remember my first lesson. It went disastrous. I got into third gear before I stalled out, and I don't think XU is stalling out anytime soon. Now here comes the Mudo, stepping forward onto win some. A little bit of trade between the tanky members of both squads. Meanwhile, Spyrax is just focusing in the mid lane. He will have priority over there thanks to the Azir Tower, so there's going to be a lot of push naturally coming out for Dragonsteel, but what are they going to do with it? That's the big question.
It's really tough, right? You still have a minute before the Dragon. That is plenty of time for Fear to push them right on back out. They still have a small gold lead kind of across the board. And as we take a look at item counts, they've actually gotten very similar between both sides of the rift. You're seeing that it's like there's 3, 3, 3, 3 for almost every single player. There's just a couple of extra components here and there coming out for the side of Fear. But it doesn't make a big difference this late in the game. And now, as people are starting to set up once again, we're going to have one, maybe two more waves to push out before people starting the Elder Dragon. But also Dragonsteel, they do that objective so fast.
Look at all this fog of war that Fear Starforge have to deal with now. They want to get some deep vision in because this is going to enable a lot of your poke to be able to land on Dragonsteel.
Oh, Yuji!
Instead, they just might go for the engage onto Yuji. Solar Flare is not going to land. Zamudo gonna absorb the calling. Here comes the engage. He gets stopped. Yuji goes down. Now the focus onto XU's left by himself. Zamudo's running low and sent to the skies, crashing down. XU will fall as Dragonsteel fighting a scrappy fight. ABO over the wall, looks for an angle to find the flank. Phillips too low, so is Winsome, but that won't stop Fear Starforge from continuing this engage as they'll do another 1-for-1 trade. Philip, 200 health remains on the Gator, still stepping forward as ABO. You can see these marksmen doing work. All those Mystic shots, they're adding up. True Shot Barrage goes out, does not land onto Spyrax, but Instinct still looking for that long chase. Will not find much else. Teleport's coming in. It's a battle over the Elder Drake.
Yeah, Blaze Olive is going to be pushing out the mid lane. Instinct, got to be careful. He doesn't know where Zyko is.
But does have that Arcane Shift, gets over the wall. Dragonsteel gonna start up the Elder Drake. They're pulling teleports to get there. They don't have Yuji though, and they're instantly gonna pull off.
Yeah, both junglers still going to be dead. Ultimately, I mean, I've heard people talk about both XU and Yuji as some of our forerunners for the most valuable prospect, but in this clutch situation, both of them ending up getting caught in different ways. And now, as we take another look at the next fight, There are no flashes available for Fear at all. But there's a bunch still available for Dragonsteel. Spyrex has it, Yuji has it, Zamudo has a flash up as well, and that could be a crucial difference. All the ultimates are back up, but the lack of mobility from the side of Fearix Starforge could really hurt them in this clutch situation.
Yeah, you're only going to be relying on both your dash from the Lucian, the Arcane Shift from the Ezreal. They're still good tools, but it definitely hurts not having that flash available as Dragonsteel. They're stepping forward right now. Elder Drake has been pulled. Zamudo's the first one. He will lead the charge. Steadfast Presence goes down. It stops the engage from Winsome, but Zamudo loses a lot of health in the process. Now Philip goes forward, gets yeeted right out by the Keeper's Verdict. 6k health remains. Winsome's on retreat. He can stand no longer. The engage is down. A Blaze Solid gets collapsed on, and Dragonsteel will breathe fire down on Fear Starforge, taking down Instinct with one more auto. Now he'll shift away, but there's the slow, and the winner's bite will bite the head right off of Instinct. Dragonsteel for Elder.
Oh my gosh, Yuji popping off yet again, finding 4 members with that sleep, and as we see the Elder Dragon come through, Dragonsteel will roar back to life in this game. They finally have a gold lead. It comes in all at once. They have not had even a tiny gold lead since 5 minutes into this game, and now Dragonsteel showcasing why they are so close to being undefeated in this season.
Tells Zamudo to go in, and before you can even finish that sentence, he's already slammed someone against the wall. That deadly engage for Dragonsteel paying off big, and now the closing moments of this game. You still have 5 seconds before ABO is up. 13 for Instinct. It's not enough time, though. Philip will be able to take down one. Guardian Angel is going to be popped, but the Nexus completely exposed, and the perfect season still alive for Dragonsteel.
Wow, that was a game that Fearix Starforge had in the palm of their hand, but they just weren't able to land the crucial solar flares. They just were not able to find the crucial fight. And we'll take another replay of the last moments in that game. Well, not the last moments it looks like, but this was such a big fight, and we had to call out so many prospects going towards XU and Yuji, but both of them take turns getting caught. We already looked at how Yuji got caught in the last one. Philip flashing forward with the stun, but XU, thinking he sees an opportunity in the fight, will end up jumping into both Scary Jerry and Spyrex. And then, I mean, yeah, you can buy some time here with the stopwatch, but it's not enough. There's just too much damage from the backline. And an absolutely crazy turn event immediately comes after, where everybody has to run for the hills.
I want to say this Poppy was so impactful, Josh. Zamudo looked fantastic on it, especially in these final fights where the Steadfast Presence was just outright stopping the Zenith Blade from getting anywhere near the carries.
And also consistently knocking Philip away from the fights. I was wondering, like, why is Philip doing over there? Oh, right, there's a Poppy in the game. He must have gotten knocked away. Really good stuff coming out from the side of Dragonsteel, and they go up 1-0 in this last one. Really excited for them, and hopefully we're going to see another banger of a game coming up next.
One more win for Dragonsteel to have the perfect 9-0 season. Can Fear Starforge bring it right back to try and secure their own second place? We're going to find out after this break. We'll be right back with more NACL. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and our matchup between Dragonsteel and Fear Starforge. Dragonsteel trying to make that perfect season happen, Josh, and they're only one more win away.
Yeah, and it looked really good in that last one. We got to give a shout out to our player of the game, Spirax on the Azir.
Woo!
Didn't necessarily make the same kind of really big plays like we saw from Yuji at the very end of the game, but the big thing about this one is Spirax was consistently there, consistently staying alive in every single fight, and actually doing a lot of damage before the fight started as well. The Azir, a very strong character here for Spirax, and really looked good, especially after the laning phase.
Yeah, Spirax on Azir is absolutely terrifying, man. I talked about it before. It's his most played in his career history. He's very, very proficient at this champion. So that consistency to weather the early storm that Fear Starforge had, and of course, just find those great counter engages with the Shurima Shuffle, definitely really paid off for Dragonsteel to make that in the long con and get that win for that game number 1, which was very, very big for Dragonsteel, man. I mean, they had to fight back from, what was a 3-4K comeback? Not the biggest thing, but with the momentum that we had from Fear Starforge, made it pretty tough. But man, they actually got through it.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through as we take a look at how the game progressed. We did get to see that, yeah, Instinct did a lot of damage, but so did Spirax, and just interestingly, so did Zamudo. I think I got to say that might be the most useful 1-in-5 Pompey I've ever seen, but regardless, it is still the kind of game where Dragonsteel, they had to come back, they held their nerve, and we often talk about how in Fearless, there's certain champions where you should be expecting to win on. You should be looking to try and put these ones away. That was Lauren or XU's Nidalee. That was also the Ezreal coming out for Instinct. These are two of their best champions. Also, the Leona coming out for Winsome. And they did a really good job early on, but they faltered later on. And Dragonsteel definitely looks at their champion pool, and they have so much comfort left.
Yeah, they have a lot left on the table for them to really take this. So it does put the ball into their court to really just dominate this game and make it really rough for Fear Starforge, because like I'd imagine the feeling after losing this one, especially after having a strong lead, it definitely does suck on your signature champions that you were hoping to just run by this as fast as you can. A lot of that did come down to execution, because for the most part, Fear Starforge, they were trying engages. That's the most I could really ask for them, but now they have to start landing those engages. You talked about it during the cast that Winsome was missing a lot of solar flares. For Fear Starforge, if they get in another situation like that, the execution is going to be of the utmost priority.
Looking forward to seeing what they can do, but just like you said, we're going to talk about all the champions that we are not going to see, because we are still in the Fearless draft here for Challengers League, and everything that we saw in Game 1 is not available for the rest of the series. Renekton, I mean, that was Philip's classic champion, maybe his best champion he has ever played. The Nidalee also gone, the Leona gone. I have not heard yet which side of the map Fear is going to be playing on yet again, but I expect it's going to be blue side, because that has generally been the best one, and yeah, they're going to be going back to the blue side. But I'm trying to think of like what it is that they would want to first pick with. It feels as though everything that they would generally try in first pick has mostly been taken off.
Yeah, that does pose an interesting question for Fear Starforge to actually find their identity very early on into this draft. We'll see as it does go through, because there's still powerful picks that are left on the table. I look at the jungle position, I think of Zyra. That's another one that can come through. Corki, I believe, was banned away last game, could get through into this draft. So we'll see as this does shape up and we get deeper into it. But for now, so far it's standard ban. Rumble, gotta pay your tax, it will be taken away.
Yeah, you gotta look at the fact that Zamudo can create so much pressure up in the top side, especially with things like the Rumble and Udyr, that it is a very strong ban coming out from Fear X Starforge. And I think one of the other things is these champions are very not interactive. It's really difficult for Philip to try and find opportunities to build advantages up in the top side, but as long as you prevent your opponent from doing that, Philip has a chance to find some of the solo kills like he did in this last game. However, Corki also taken away from Blaze Olive. That has been his most played so far this split. And interestingly, the Aurora ban also moving up in the party list coming out from Dragonsteel was their third ban in Game 1, but the second ban in Game 2.
A lot of focus over towards that top side. Most played for Zamudo on the regular season so far has been Udyr, so it shows that Fear are taking away a lot of those comfort picks. But interesting enough, taking away that AD profile as well, as Yone gets banned away in the mid.
Yeah, I also really like this Nautilus ban coming out from Dragonsteel because the Leona is kind of the premier engaged support, but the Braum is a counter to both Nautilus and the Leona, and when you just already have the Braum, you've already used it, you can't bring it back out again, the Nautilus goes way up in priority. So making sure that Fear cannot pick that one up does push them down to Tristana, which has been played only once by Blaze Olive so far this split.
Does lead up that Zyra that we were talking about earlier. Can get locked in for UG. And that puts a lot of pressure onto the map, especially if you do pair it up with this Misfortune, because when I think of these two, I think of how much zone you have to avoid to not take damage. The plants go down, make it rain. It's quite a bit of dodgeball that you have to play.
Yeah, it's just a huge area of the map, a huge area of the fight that you're not really permitted to go into, as Dragonsteel's already setting that one up. However, there are still lots of tools from Fearix Starforge to try and make some of these plays work out. One of the things that I have looked at historically whenever there's a Misfortune is, hey, Nautilus is a great way to stop the bullet time, make sure that it does not come out. However, the Rel tries to do that, but has to go a lot farther, and the Varus doesn't really prevent it either. So instead, this is going to Fearix Starforge saying, we don't care, we want to prevent the Misfortune from doing anything earlier on in the game.
I want to see how the jungle picks are going to shape up as we get more into this. If Fear Starforge want to go for the longer range engage to try and pair with this Rel, maybe something like a Maokai to get that Misfortune locked down before you actually fully commit to that engage, some of the answers you can go for here. As I'm looking at Dragonsteel, they do lock in that Alistair, so they are getting some powerful crowd control for themselves.
And it's also a really good counter pick to the Rel, right? Whenever you jump in with a Magnet Storm, you're just like, what if that Magnet Storm was over there instead of right here on top of my carries? And so Dragonsteel does have some really good tools available. They're once again setting themselves up for a later game scaling composition where you have great tools to go for some of these team fights, whereas Fearix Starforge still playing the double marksman already that they have locked in. And as the Jace ban comes through, it's very interesting to see that this is still the priority coming out from Fearix Starforge with the Tristana pick. They're trying to make sure that Dragonsteel cannot go for some of these more classic matchups.
Very interested in what XU will play this time. I'm looking at the profile of Fear Starforge so far. We have two marksmen. You already have an AP jungler picked up by Dragonsteel, so the profile so far is very AD heavy for Fear Starforge. And if they're going to find some AP, typically you would like a Rumble in the top lane. That was already banned away, so other ways for it is through the jungle. Brand is one that comes to mind. Again, banned away.
The Gangplank ban also coming through to take it away from Zamudo. Is Zeri going to be the hover here from Dragonsteel? I wonder what it is. I'm trying to figure out what it is that Gangplank and Jace are both really good into, because as the Cassante comes out, maybe this is a angle for a Gragas pick to be coming out for Philip, just because it does bind into the Cassante. It also has the explosive cask to try and prevent any bullet times from coming through. It's also more engage, so basically everyone on Fearix Starforge has the ability to get a fight started.
And it gives you some of that magic damage profile if you go that route.
Oh!
Philip?
Yeah, this is a champion I kind of forgot existed.
I've only seen him play this once in the regular season, but it feels so not Philip to me, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about the Urgot is it's very difficult to have good target selection. You don't have a ton of ability to pick and choose where your damage is going to be going. You got to be landing those skill shots. You got to be landing that flip that you can get things started on. And I look at this Fear Starforge roster, and there's a lot of tools to get things started, but not a lot of finesse coming out from this roster. It's very much like, hey, we're just going to be doing damage to everybody and hope that that is enough. Whereas Dragonsteel, they have a lot of tools to make sure that Fear is doing damage to nobody at any time. Pretty much everybody has some crowd control. There's knockouts by Zyra, Orianna, Cassante, and Alistair. Misfortune, the only one who doesn't. Misfortune's going to be playing so far back that how do you even get there as Fear?
So I do want to bring up back to this Urgot pick that was locked in. The last time we saw Philip play it, it was against Blue Otter. He picked it in the same matchup, the Cassante, and he dominated this lane. It was a pretty strong win coming out for Fear Starforge. So something cooking coming out for Fear Starforge, and a pretty crucial game number 2 that they have here.
Yeah. My big thing that I'm looking at right now is that Fear does have the Tristana, and we have seen what happens when Tristana is left alone in side lanes, but Fear did not showcase a very strong side laning game in game 1, so they're going to have to rectify that a little bit the second time around. And Philip on this Urgot, whenever you see an unusual champion, it's just the best ball of stats, like the biggest ball of stats that you could possibly ask for at any given time. So it's all about directing it. And if Fear can actually put Philip into favorable positions, if he can find some of these big flanks, he can be instrumental in a potential victory here.
Game number 2, one more win for Dragonsteel to close out the perfect regular season. Fear Starforge still fighting for that second place seeding that they're in contention with FlyQuest for. We're now looking to close this one out, and we already have an invade coming out from Winsome over the wall, wants to find UGXU. Continuing with the chase. XU doesn't have many ways to continue chase coming through, so instead getting the flash very early out from UG. Kind of shades of game number 1, Josh, with XU applying pressure once again.
The bigger thing than the flash, I think, is actually the fact that UG is going to now have a much slower clear. He's not going to have time to just sit in one of the camps and spawn all of these seeds, and that's going to slow him down quite a bit. And so we'll see what it is that XU can actually do with that, because his clear is going to be completely unimpeded, whereas UG is just barely going to get there in time for the camp to actually spawn. When he's there, he's not going to have those seats. And as we take a look, also a little bit of extra money going over to XU. He gets the ward clear, he gets the first strike, and it just feels as though Fear Starforge once again starting off with everything they could ask for.
No kidding. And with a little aggression coming out from Akarthus, I always think about how the late game gets impacted by Akarthus getting locked in. If XU is allowed to just really farm up, power farm, get level 6, continue stacking as much AP as he can, that's when those Requiems really start to add up, because it's not something that's just a finisher. It can be something that starts off a fight. It's a lot to have to deal with having that burst of damage.
One of the things I'll be looking for is what Zyko goes with his itemization. One of the most effective things that you can do as a tank support in particular when playing up against Akarthus is you just build Locket. You just say,
give everyone a shield.
You know, yeah, the Requiem, what if it just didn't happen and now you just don't have an ultimate?
Then no one hears you sing. Falls on deaf ears.
Unlucky. But still, we'll take a look. Spyrex, or Yuji, still doing a fantastic job in keeping his clear up, keeping abreast of where XU is on the map so far, and that does mean that Yuji, I mean, we said it is so hard for a lot of teams to try and keep up with Yuji in terms of his ability to clear out all of these jungle camps. XU is one of the few players who does it consistently, but even when Yuji is put behind, XU is still barely ahead of him.
Now, looking at the state of the game in the early stages of this, already a recall coming out from Dragonsteel's bot lane. They just want to get that hard shove coming back in. I'm going to be looking where some of this priority really does go to for the jungle matchup. You can see Philip really hard shoving, same thing with ABO. That allows XU much more wiggle room, and it's an interesting conversation when it comes to the topic of AP junglers in particular, and how teams really react to where they are on the map. Well, now XU hopping over to where Zyko is. Everyone else from Dragonsteel looking for a collapse right here, but don't exactly have a window to find this collapse, so your Starforge will find the retreat.
Yeah, XU trying to go a little bit more aggressive, ends up being punished for it, and UG will be getting the bottom side crab, so gold lead still remains very even between the two, but UG, that lack of flash, there's not a lot of time left to really punish it. He's going to be going back to base and clearing out the rest of his side of the map very shortly, so Dragonsteel largely appearing unscathed based on this early game pathing.
That would be pretty cool.
What?
If we can get a sponsor for some like music provider, so every time Requiem is pressed, it's a different song.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd like that.
Yeah, if anybody's watching and you want to get your beats played on NACL, you know who to contact. I don't know who to contact, but you do.
Winsome's in trouble. He's going to get caught out by the stun. 200 health remains as exhaust goes down. Looking to return fire. First blood from Instinct. Both supports go down.
Wow, lots of damage coming out from Instinct right there at the end, and that's going to be both supports, like you said, going down. Both supports getting picked up by the AD carries, but Scary Jerry actually loses a decent amount of experience because he had to leave several minions to die underneath his own turret. And as the wave does end up sitting there, We'll have to see whether or not it's going to be bouncing right on back, as Instinct very happy with the situation. Varus does so much damage with those abilities early on in the game.
And a very nice turn coming out from Winsome to recognize that he was dead to rights. Hey, let's try and take someone down before I do fall. And that's still the first blood bonus going over to Instinct right there. Now Winsome roaming back over to the bottom lane. All the meanwhile, we have this constant aggression that's just been coming out from ABO. Been hard shoving these waves. Spyrex has been able to match the CS thus far. It's just the pressure, the priority that's coming out from ABO.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you play the Justana matchup, especially into Orianna. You just have to be incredibly aggressive, and then the key is trying to dodge the command attacks and the command dissonance. Yeah, you just have to dodge the damage coming right on back at you. So far, Spike's been doing a really good job actually nailing the targets that he needs to, so he does have a little bit of an advantage here in the mid lane. Also, we've been seeing a bit more attention being paid by Yuji toward the mid lane than we've been seeing from Axie. If I look at this, Yuji has the flashback available. Nothing has come out of the early advantage that Fear was actually going for. Instead, it's just this small CS lead that is starting to come through. A little bit more money in the bottom side of the map for Instinct and Winsome, but they're going to be under a bit of trouble here in a moment.
Now, Yuji's in the area. The thing is, Instinct and Winsome are not willing to go for any type of engage right now. So Yuji can't waste much more time over there. He's got to find something to do, and that's going to be the dragon. All the meanwhile, XU starting up the grubs.
Yeah, going to be the exact same trade that we saw the first time. I believe it's a little bit later than we saw in Game 1 coming out from these two players, but still it is going to be the same exact trade. XU will get 3 grubs, whereas Yuji will be picking up, this time, a Hextech Dragon, much more valuable. And XU, once again, wandering into Yuji's side of the map, seeing if there's any goodies left behind that his opponent did not pick up, but there's nothing to actually grab here, but at least XU knows where he is now.
So Yuji picking up that Drake, first Drake of the game, will be the Hex, followed up by a Mountain Drake. Now Yuji taking the time. You saw that the grubs went down, so this means that no one is in this quadrant of the jungle. He'll go for an invade. Requiem going to be sung. Scary Jerry taking a lot of damage. Instinct don't want to bite off more than he can chew as Winsome comes in with the flank engage onto Zyko. Zyko runs low and Instinct gets another one in the bank.
And they were so close to picking up Scary Jerry there as well. The Q from Instinct not quite landing, and now Yuji looking to avenge his fallen teammates.
He does have ultimate available. Instinct does too. Puts down the Chain of Corruption. Ooh, the Zyro gets the knock up. The plants are doing damage. They're doing work, and Instinct will burn down. Yuji just barely grabs the kill.
Oh, the Fade to Ashes just barely enough to pick up the Varus on the backside. Yuji almost goes down, but that's going to be another trade. This time, though, Instinct is getting a kill that is not matched by Scary Jerry. He is still ahead in gold on that part of the map, and the gold lead across the game still very even. We're loving what we're seeing right now. Instinct and Winsome doing a good job at reversing some of the fortunes that we saw from them in Game 1. Scary Jerry and Zyko have been a duo that is so good in the 2v2, and seeing this Varus and this Rel coming right on back and finding some of these 2v2 victories is a massive boon that Fear is going to need come playoffs.
And great play out of Yuji to focus down in this bottom lane and find his opportunity, all thanks to that ultimate being available. It was getting a little bit tight right there, but that shows you the damage that the Zyra can bring, especially if you get those plants down before you put the ultimate. Buffs up those plants, and Instinct felt every peck from them.
Yeah, really tough ultimately. The Fate of the Ashes is still so much, and Yuji is very rapidly approaching the part of the game where Zyra can put down a couple of plants, throw out a spell rotation, and then walk to the next camp as the plants will do the rest of the job for her. However, one of the big things I'm looking at this game is that Fear Starforge is still kind of relying on being ahead in this game, and they are currently not.
Out comes the Shockwave, but a nice buffer of the rocket jump will get ABO out without much problem. Still laying prey into this mid lane. XU's over there, but there's a control ward, so it does spot him out. Yuji hovering towards this quadrant as well.
Yeah. The one big thing that I can say about this series, though, Desrex, is that it feels very honest, right? We've been seeing a lot of series where Dragonsteel will just run over their opponents because Yuji and Spyrex are working together and taking down everybody, but that's not been the case this time around. That's not been the case in this series whatsoever. Fear X Starforge are really going blow for blow around a lot of these fights. They're moving around the map. They're actually contesting Dragonsteel, but Dragonsteel just a little bit more clutch overall from what we've been seeing. They are moving together. They've been playing together as a squad with everybody but Zamudo for a lot longer. And now Spyrax takes a lot of damage, but it doesn't mean anything.
It's not translating to much else. ABO is just looking for the pressure that could potentially translate later into maybe a Requiem, maybe some type of gank. Spyrax plays with a lot of composure, though. He's very calm and calculated. He's not going to allow ABO to really bully him around. And now, both of our mid laners teleporting back into the mess.
Yeah, with a minute and a half left on the Dragon. We did see that Dragon Steel got the first one in Game 1 and in Game 2, but then it was a trade immediately back. A Blaze Olive.
Blaze Olive once again. Ops in, couple shots, ops out.
Yeah, he's got the Vamp Scepter now, so he can just do this over and over again and abuse the health advantage that he will have based on having that little bit of lifesteal, but it doesn't necessarily make a big difference just quite yet. Instead, it's going to be the Grubs that plays Olive trying to create some space for the rest of his team around by pushing Spyrax into his own turret.
Focus coming off from Fierce Starforge is towards the Void Grubs. Dragon still look like they want some contention, but they're coming in way too late. Grubageddon only a couple autos away. Dragon still now starting to pounce in. Here comes the Requiem being sung off of the engage of Winsome. Fear Beyond Death lands on the Yuji, but he's not low enough. Zamudo has still hopped in, looking for more as the bullet time gets channeled. Not going to find too much. Winsome does fall, but that's still Grubageddon to Fear Starforge.
It's still going to be trading back and forth. I mean, you saw that Winsome just going in by themselves. This seems to be one of the big differences for Fear and Dragonsteel is that, Dragonsteel just seem to be more on the same page than their opponents have been throughout the course of this series thus far. They go for things at the same time, and Zamudo, he now has friends here, and Philip has not yet seen Zyko move out of that brush. He doesn't know that the back has gone through.
All that vision really set up by Dragonsteel on that top side to try and look for an angle to find that. It will still double up okay to watch where XU's coming, as he has been more aggressive on these invades. Unfortunately for Yuji, hey, XU's now focusing over on this bottom quadrant, and you're going to be potentially meeting up with them again.
And there's another dragon spawning up. It looks as though we are looking at a very similar game. It just looks as though the scriptwriters are saying, what if we just change the the names of the characters? It's not going to change anything. It's another dragon. The first one goes over to Dragonsteel, then Grubageddon goes to Fear Starforge, and now Fear Starforge getting the second dragon of the game. This time it's going to be an Ocean Soul coming through, which would be very nice in a lot of these fights, but it's going to be so much burst this time around, whereas last game was much slower.
See, Spyrax heads over to the bottom lane, and ABO is there as well. But now Spyrax feels a little bit more confident when you're able to win out in some of these trades, especially as we get later and later. For an Orianna, leveling up that command attack means the cooldown is much lower. You can keep throwing it into the face of ABO. Dive coming out in the top side, however. Fear Beyond Death is going to channel onto Zamudo. It's not enough to get him towards that threshold just yet to take him out, so Zamudo will survive. And the same be said about ABO, though. As the bullet time is channeled, ABO survives with 300 health.
Yeah, you have to remember that the second part of the Urgot Ultimate is crowd control, so if you are unstoppable, it does not matter. You can just throw out the unstoppable, and Zamudo will not get picked up by that one. So, really good stuff from Zamudo, making sure that he lives that dive attempt. However, he has to be very careful about the top side of the map still, because the Black Cleaver has been completed, and nobody on the side of Dragonsteel was around. That is going to be a little bit of pressure coming out across the board, but the gold lead, Desirux, still remains dead even between these two teams.
Still dead even, still anyone's game to really swing the way of. Dragon still fighting for positioning over here onto this top side. We have a while before the Rift Herald comes up, so Fear Starforge are just getting the early vision there. Now let's put that Black Cleaver to work. You can see it shredding the armor of Cassante, but Cassante does not care. Zamudo will take it to the face. He's built enough armor, man, and he will get the solo bolo.
I mean, that's just the damage coming through from Cassante. Philip had the flash, but committed it too late. There is really an opportunity for Zamudo to try and follow, but the empowered auto attack just enough to come through for Zamudo to pick that one up. And crucially, it's happening right as the Rift Herald is actually spawning without a top laner. Dragonsteel, interesting. They're actually moving towards the bottom half of the map. They're more interested in protecting Spyrax than picking up the Rift Herald.
Just want to double back to Zamudo. That was very, very nice coming out of him. especially when we had that black cleaver completed. It was Zamudo who was stacking a lot of that armor to be able to deal with the Zerg God. Now here comes the fight over in the bottom lane. ABO jumping right on Spyrex, where game's going to be sung. There's the double jump coming through, but Yuji has arrived. It's still at the cost of your mid laner. Going to go trading even 1 for 1.
Zyko has to commit his flash to get over the Dragon Pit wall, so the gold still remains very close between these two teams. Another assist getting picked up by XE, but look at this. Fear still a little bit faster to some of these plays, and it means that they can start taking away some of these camps. They can get a little bit of damage here on the mid lane turret, and the Grubageddon means that this turret is going to be falling so quickly.
Yeah, they're just a couple more autos going through. Chain of Corruptions does land on the backside. Bullet time does get channeled. XU loses about a third of his health, but the objective was the turret. Fear Starforge have claimed it.
The gold lead, crossing 1,000 gold here for Fear yet again. They don't have the same kind of early lead that we saw from game 1, but they do have a little bit more control. However, I still feel as though we're setting up for another very similar game, because Dragonsteel, they have the tools to play later on in the game. They have the tools for stronger team fights, and Fear, they don't need to be ahead in the same way because they have so much scaling coming out from the Karthus Tristana, but they really want to be ahead because they don't have the same kind of control over how team fights are going to operate.
For Fear, their last draft worked really well when they were able to get tempo on their side and just run with it, man. And this is not as active on the map as that last draft was, so they have to still play around a lot of this positioning, look to grab these objectives. Turret gonna go down in the mid lane. Be another one for Dragonsteel as they continue marching forward. Ooh, Shockwave goes off. XU is able to flash in time.
Yeah, they also killed the Rift Herald, and look who's left alone on the bottom side of the map. It's Ablaze. All of the teleport is committed. That's going to be an engage, potentially.
Oh, we got fights going across the Rift right now as Winsome looks for the engage with the Magnet Storm. Zyko, headbutt pulverized onto Instinct. Instinct's taking a lot of damage, does step away from the Strangle Thorns, but Yuji will find Winsome nonetheless. Wall of Pain gets the slow onto Yuji as ABO with the rocket jump once more. Unable to get close enough. It's going to be Winsome going down in the mid lane.
And we can see just how much space Yuji is buying on this Zyra. As soon as Winsome jumps in, he's like, well, what if you just had to deal with a billion plants? Instinct not able to get the kill onto Yuji or on Scary Jerry either. It's going to be 2 kills overall for Scary Jerry, 3 picked up for Yuji at this point, and with a dragon spawning in just a couple of seconds, trying to get in up against a Zyra is so difficult. Yeah. And now Fearx Starforge don't have a flash or an ultimate on Winsome.
This is one of the big things about Zyra. The passive keeps putting seeds down, depending on where you are.
Phillip.
So this means you can get a lot of plants before this even begins to get positioning to start turreting down the health bars of Fear Starforge. Phillip on the sidelines looks to find Zamudo, but it's Zyko who's caught out by himself. Fear Starforge able to pick up one. Now ABO on the sidelines looks for Scary Cherry. We'll get another rocket jump, and we'll get another kill. Fear Starforge, they feel momentum shifting towards their side, and it's another shockwave that goes awry. And Phillip's here to play. Phillip looking for Spyrax. Fear Beyond Death doesn't need to land. Piercing Arrow doesn't need to land. All that needs to land is pure pain. And Fear Starforge bring it.
And they also get the dragon as well. They get so many kills, and ABO jumps in.
Gonna be right back out.
Oh.
And he's gonna be out. And he's gonna be out. What's going on?
Oh my gosh, Fearx Starforge a little bit too hype on that last play. The turret was theirs for the taking, but nope. They want to jump on in and go for that dive, but Phillip absolutely huge with this teleport. He's creating so much confusion in the ranks of Dragonsteel, and as he jumps in, he divides the fight into 2 pieces. And yes, a full bullet time lands onto Winsome, but it's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage, which gives ABO so much time to get in and get out and then flash away from the shockwave. And it looks perfect for Fearx Starforge. They already got the dragon. They've already got so many of these kills. Now they're just trying to hunt down the last couple of stragglers, and they will end up getting Spyrex. But Phillip and ABO, they look at this and are like,
what happened here? Let's see.
What if we take down Yuji? Blaze Olive goes through, tries to find something, but he's taking so much time. He's on the wrong side of the fight, and Zyko will get right on back as Phillip just dies to the turret.
You don't need to be within threat range to do damage as a Zyra. Just put down a plant, let it do the work for you. Go tell Zyko, hey, see that right there? Crush it. That's what ends up happening. I mean, Dragonsteel they're finding these small opportunities, and it feels a little bit overzealous, overambitious from Fear Starforge. They can't let plays like that happen because Dragons still have shown they can exploit kinks in the armor. They've done it before in game number 1.
And now, Fear Starforge, again, a very similar situation. They're up a little bit of gold, but they're getting engaged upon.
Here we go. Bullet time gets channeled out. It's a lot of damage on the XU, who has to retreat. He does get to safety. Chain of Corruptions will not land. Zamudo over the wall, looks for XU once again. XU's by his lonesome, and with one more pop of that Q3, it's a shutdown for Zamudo.
And the Baron has just spawned. Dragonsteel is in the perfect position to try and do something about it with Ablazeolve on the far side of the map. They're not going to try to commit. They do not have the damage necessary. Yuji already committed the ultimate for the fight. Does not have it to do it for the Baron buff. Winsome trying to stop any stragglers, make sure that they cannot get out, and not going to be finding anything at all. So it's just going to be a simple pick onto XU. But look at this. XU also getting very close to the Rabadon's Desterux. That means that very soon the ultimates are going to start hurting.
Yep, just put a hat on, and for some reason you sing that much better. It's the confidence thing. But yeah.
Exactly.
Let's take another look at what was going on over here, Josh. What was happening? Tell me.
Was a teleport. Philip has to flash away from this one, and this is just kind of the prelude and why Zamudo is up here in the first place.
Okay.
But yeah, as the flash comes through, they just find the damage down onto X, who has no flash on the Karthus. Easy pickings there. But a minute and a half, a little bit longer than that, for Fear to actually start playing for the next Ocean Dragon. They need to be very careful, and ooh, a couple interesting itemization choices coming through. Firstly, Zyko has gone for the Locket, love that. But look at Instinct's build. He's got a Gnasher's Tooth in the second one, and Zamudo should be able to walk out. The Gnasher's Tooth does mean that you're going to be doing a lot more damage to Zamudo, who has itemized so heavily into physical damage reduction with the Warden's Mill, the Ramble Vest, the Iceborne Gauntlet. So it does mean that you're going to be forcing your opponent to actually itemize a little bit more magic resist when previously he didn't want to.
Yeah, a lot of that was just to deal with Philip, which he handled it quite well. Some of the solo bolos we got from Zamudo felt great to see that come through, but yeah, now you got the challenge coming in. One bit of magic resist already itemized for Zamudo, but will need a bit more if he's going to continue contention over here. Especially with XU, who has now completed, as you were talking about earlier, Josh, that Rabadon's death cap.
You have to be very judicious on when you're actually going to be using that ultimate, right? Because if you wait until everybody on Dragonsteel is grouped up, well, the Locket is just going to block out all of that damage. However, if you do it too early, then they just have time to reset and get themselves healthy anyway. So watch for when it is that XU actually chooses to use these ultimates. If you use it at the beginning of the fight, use it later in the fight. If he jumps in and then uses it after everything is done. But Philip is already here, and here comes the engage.
Here we go. Requiem's going to be sung. Winsome goes for the engage. Change Corruption's able to land onto the back line. Fear Beyond Death goes in. Already Yuji's dead. They picked that plant right out of the flower pot and looking for more onto Zamudo. He will get chopped up. Psycho's looking for an escape, but the bullet time will find at least one back for Dragonsteel, but they lose the fight. They'll lose Dragon.
This is the second time that Fear Starforge have actually gone through, and Yuji on the Zyra has not had the setup necessary to make their opponents actually run through everything. Dragonsteel have done such a good job at so many of these fights, but now when you have the perfect opportunity for going for setups, Fear X Starforge are proving themselves better at managing that. That's going to be another dragon going through, another Ocean Dragon, and the Ocean Soul is going to help them out so much in these fights that are going to take so long for Dragonsteel to actually burst their way through. And so Fear X Starforge have to be feeling even more confident in this game state than they did in the first one.
It's the snappy engages, and it's a lot of the flank angles on top of it, right? We had the dragon fight from earlier where ABO was coming out from the flank of the Tribush. This one, just a very snappy engage on the Dragonsteel, but it's what Fear Starforge are very, very good at. They're not allowing Dragonsteel to play to their tune where they want this deep setup with all these plants. No, they're either going to engage before you get that setup or engage from an angle that's away from that setup.
And a setup, we'll see how effectively Yuji can actually set it up. He was the most valuable prospect last split. There's a lot of people who are looking at him as a front runner to be the first ever back-to-back most valuable prospect. And now, Fear X Starforge, they don't really have control around the Baron right now. It is going to be entirely going over to Dragonsteel, and you're seeing that Yuji's like, what if I just put a bunch of seeds here in this Baron pit, and that would be a very easy opportunity for them to once again get a very fast objective.
And the passive seeds also doing their work. I mean, it's a form of vision. That's what makes Zyra really nice. You step on the seed, you get revealed. You can use them for plants. You pretty much just make the enemy jungle your garden. If anyone wants to step in there, there are some mutated Venus flytraps that are willing to bite your head off.
Oh, ABO?
ABO versus Zamudo. ABO will be okay. He does have the backup of Winsome on the long side of the jungle at the moment, who takes the Hex Flash over the wall. Here's Starforge getting control of this barren side jungle of Dragonsteel.
We got to go back once again to what this series actually means for both of these teams, right? We talk a lot about how that's cute. ABO has been a massive player for this team, but Dragonsteel is still the team to beat. They are still the #1 team going in towards the rest of the event, looking towards playoffs.
Nice.
And Pyrrhic Starforge, they're trying to secure second place. If they can win, they are guaranteed to be in second, whereas if they go down 0-2, there's opportunities for for Supernova and FlyQuest to overtake them in the standings. Pyrrhic Starforge, that's just going to be an ultimate committed from XU. I think it should be up by the time the next Dragon spawns, but it will not be up in time for Dragonsteel if they want to start up this Baron early.
Utilize some of that first strike. What was also nice was Zyko, you saw 4 members were next to each other, and you see what happens when they use that Requiem next to the Locket. Not much damage was really done to Dragonsteel right there. So Dragonsteel, there's no recalls, there's no resetting. There's only a setup on the big purple worm that Fear have a lot of Fog of War to go through.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at how much damage they're doing to this so quickly. The ultimate comes through, and Zyra just shredding this.
Look for Winsome to get an angle right here. Keep in mind, Requiem is not available. XU can't get close enough. 4K health remains. Winsome is deep in there, and he's going to get dropped. That's a kill going over to Scary Jerry. XU still not close enough. They're going to look for the finish right now. Hit above Pulverize coming out of Zyko. Stops the jungler from getting the steal. Now ABO on the retreat on another side. Phillips looking to re-engage onto Zamudo. Zamudo will sacrifice himself to make sure the rest of Dragonsteel get away with purple.
But that has happened again. Dragonsteel just going towards the Baron and doing it with Pyrrhic Starforge not prepared whatsoever. Philip trying to find something, and a Blaze Olive teleporting down towards the bottom side of the map. But they're not going to be getting anything. They're just going to get a couple of kills. And watch how effectively Pyrrhic Starforge or Dragonsteel is going to be forcing XU out of the pit. They know that this guy is so good at these smites. They do not want to take another 50-50 opportunity. And as everything happens, as the DPS starts going onto champions instead of going onto the enemy, onto the Baron buff or the enemy players, it is going to be entirely on Zyko. He just knocks XU away, keeps him out, and that's just like, this is our moment. Just burn, 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 do all the damage necessary. They're finally able to pick up the Baron.
See Zamudo right there on the back end. That was just giving his life to make sure that the rest of Dragonsteel can still have that Baron buff, because those are some very impactful members that are currently holding it at the moment. Would have been nice for the side lanes with Zamudo, but it is what it is now, and what it is Dragonsteel setting up with 15 seconds left on Dragon.
With Dragonsteel, we've seen a couple of opportunities for them to try and be effective with their setups with Yuji around this Dragon. It hasn't been effective so far. Pyrrhic Starforge have taken them down, but look at this. They don't have any teleport opportunities for Philip. They don't have any ways for Philip to get into this fight other than just moving well around the side. Pyrrhic Starforge, they're going to be just giving up this Dragon this time around. They're trying to come in, but they're so late.
Will XU go for the flash? No, does not take it. Fight's still going to come out. Requiem's being sung right now. Zamudo holding the front line, takes a lot of damage. Bullet time goes out, gets Philip. Gator's going to go down now, looking for more. Winsome will find Scary Jerry. Instinct goes on a rampage, able to get the knock-up onto Winsome as Zyko is left to 4 members of Fear Starforge, and they'll tear that carcass apart. Dragonsteel now on retreat. Shockwave goes out, finds it onto Winsome. That's 1 pick going back for Dragonsteel. Do Fear Starforge feel confident enough to continue this pinch? It's 2 squishy members. XU on the sideline. Zamudo can hop right over that wall and challenge the Karthus, and here he comes. We'll bring the clap right at him and take down that jungler. Still, ABO waits. He comes in, finds the hop, all out. It's a kill for Zamudo. ABO empty-handed, and Dragonsteel will take the team fight.
That's Casante, baby, coming right on out, but that's going to be another fight going over towards Dragonsteel, and it looks so similar yet again, this time around the Dragon Soul. Dragonsteel are going to pick up the dragon, but then as the members of Fear X Starforge just move too aggressively over and over in this game, it's yet again an opportunity for Dragonsteel to turn around all of these plays. Instinct doing what he can. He's 6-1-5, has a Rabadon's completed at this point, but the rest of his team just slowly getting picked off after the fight is over.
You can't count Dragonsteel out. You have to get some massive goal, like 15K, before you can really count this team out, because man, when their backs against the wall, they know how to swing for that jaw. And right now, Dragonsteel now getting priority, getting positioning onto the blue side jungle of Fear Starforge. So we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds before we have Baron up, but there's still some standing gold that's to be acquired, and Dragonsteel want those towers.
They should be able to pick this one up relatively easy with the Rallycry Baron buff already gone. Dragonsteel will start hitting this one, but it's really hard. I mean, Philip doesn't have the information necessary to actually start hitting away at the inhibitor turrets on the other side. They don't have any vision. They know that most of vision control belongs to their opponents. And Fear, I mean, one of the things that has gotten them some of their wins and some of the best moments in this series so far is their decisiveness with their engages. But they're not grouped up, they don't have control of the map, and now they gotta wait for the objectives to actually spawn.
Looking at those spawn timers, it's about 2 minutes for both of them. So we're not going to have no Baron, we're not going to have no Dragon on the map. It's all about setting up the map right now, and I think Fear have been a little bit better at that. Oftentimes when you see Dragonsteel add an objective, one of their lanes are pushed in. A lot of that has come from ABO, but how do they utilize that? That's going to be the big question, because you can't afford to give many more fights to Dragonsteel.
Yeah. We set game one up to talk about Blaze Olive and actually say, like, yeah, he first picked the Lucian, we're going to put a spotlight on him, and he didn't necessarily live up all that well as Winsome. Getting caught a little bit, he'll be okay, but we've seen so many moments where Blaze Olive has just taken over these game states, where he's just taken over on one of these late game scaling champions like the Corki and the Tristana before that. However, feels as though Dragonsteel is never giving him opportunities to just go nuts in any of these plays, and in fact now Yuji is getting so much pressure down, he's really pushing the members of Fear X Starforge out of his own side of the jungle and declaring the line in the sand. You guys are not going to cross here, this is my territory.
I like where Fear Starforge are headed currently, mostly because of XU. His scaling is starting to show now. It's not just Rabadon's Death Cap, we have a Void Staff that's now completed, so even that magic resist that's been itemized is now getting broken through. XU's Requiems, as well as his little Skittles, man, that's a lot of damage. That's zone control on their own end when you're able to put that Defile and die in the dead heart of that team fight. Fear Starforge.
There's so much range. There's so much range coming out from Dragonsteel to SRX. It's really hard for Karthus to
you just take the ARAM Snowball, man. That's what you're at. You know?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot that XU just gets access to an extra summoner spell, but less than a minute left until the next dragon actually spawns. Teams are going to be jockeying around for this mid lane priority. Where are the top laners? Both Zamudo and Philip in the bottom half of the map. Both of them just jockeying for position a little bit. And it looks, I would have to guess that both these waves are going to be pushing towards Fear X Starforge here in the near future.
All right, here we go. Winsome's going for the engage again. Requiem doing damage. Gets caught by the locket. Now Winsome's the one who's critically low. Scary Jerry has to be careful because there's an angle for him to get flanked. Puts the bullet time out, able to catch the support. Down a member will be Fear. Dragonsteel. They'll be at the advantage right now. 15 seconds before Dragon's up. Baron on the table.
It's not as flashy as some of the fights that we saw from Dragonsteel in game one, but the effect is the same as Scary Jerry flashes on Instinct, forces that flash away. They have control around the dragon yet again. They have more members, and Blaze Olive, he's hitting the Baron. They do this fast, but you can't do it if Dragonsteel's hitting you.
No. And Dragonsteel are already here. You can tell Philip trying to peel them away. All the meanwhile, Scary Jerry has been sent to the dragon to make sure that Fear Starforge will not get Dragon Soul. No one going to be in that angle, so Scary Jerry should have that to himself. Dragonsteel stop the Baron.
And Dragonsteel, they're also going to be picking up this dragon. Yes, a Blaze Olive will get this turret. That's a decent amount of gold they picked up, but we've already seen, SRX, that the gold has not been the issue for Fear this series. Now it's going to be the Baron once again. Winsome coming back from a flangle, but Instinct and the Blaze Olive, they're just doing a ton of damage.
Oh, they're going to take it down right now. Yuji doesn't have flash, so that Baron belongs to Fear Starforge. They want to find one back. Winsome's going to go down once again. Sacrificial Lamb and Baron to Fear.
You gotta give an 07 in chat to Winsome right there. It's like, yep, I'm gonna come in, I'm going to respawn, I'm going to run to the Baron, and then I'm going to die again. It does get his team the Rally Cry Baron buff. They're gonna lose the mid lane turret, however, and now Fearix Starforge has to be very careful. There's still a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, Instinct lands it beautifully. The fear comes through from Philip. Zamudo trying to chase off Instinct, and suddenly Dragonsteel are feeling the pressure. Out comes the Shockwave, able to land onto Philip. Philip's taking a lot of hurt. Still got 1,000 health to work with, and Dragonsteel don't feel like they can punch through that wall. A great catch from Instinct with the Chain of Corruptions. Now teleport from ABO as pressure from Fear is felt in the top side.
Yeah, everybody else is going to be continuing to push here in the mid lane. XU does have the double Ocean Dragon. He'll be healthy relatively soon. That's going to be the top lane turret actually falling to catch onto Yuji. It's going to be giving so much pressure to Fearix Starforge. This is where the game can change, but another cancel coming through from Philip as a full court press all of a sudden coming through from Fear. This is the base opening from Dragonsteel.
4 versus 5, 2 towers going down, 2 inhibitors now exposed. You still got 5 seconds before Yuji's back onto the map. Super minions, top, mid, Chain of Corruptions as a goodbye present as well. The damage getting chunked out there from across the base. Philip will devour Zamudo.
Oh man, and now we still have XU. He has the Requiem ready to go. They have Super Minions and the Baron Waves to play with. This could potentially be the end of the game as Fearix Starforge looking to push us to game 3.
And right now, XU is happy to die in the middle of those 2 towers with his Defile up. He can chase away Dragonsteel, but it's still Winsome who goes for the engage. Scary Jerry brings some damage back, has yet to be contested, but doesn't matter if you take down Scary Jerry. The Nexus is what you want to focus on, and Fear Starforge will take us to a game 3.
Oh my gosh, just out of nowhere, the game just suddenly ends. It feels as though Instinct just finds all of the members that he needs to and just takes control of it. He's like, oh, Yuji, sniped, got that guy. Then he snipes out Zamudo at the same time. Philip snipes him again, right? Just making sure that they're all dead. Really crazy stuff coming through from Fearix Starforge to take a game that looked like it was going to be a repeat of what we saw in game 1 and make sure it doesn't happen again.
I don't think there's much of an argument on who the player of the game is, Josh. It is going to be Instinct. His Varus, man, that was absolutely tremendous. A lot of those long-range picks coming out, you said he went for the more AP-focused build, and he really did make it work, Josh.
Yeah, again, just like what we saw with Spyrex, it took Instinct a little while to build into the game, but once you have that third item completed, once you have the Rabadons, we saw what he was doing to Zamudo, even with the damage reduction up, and Instinct doing so much damage. Once again, almost 1,000 damage per minute coming out of our player of the game, so congratulations to Instinct there, but job's not done, Deserex. We're only 2 games into the series, and it's a best of 3. We've got a split series.
Got a split series. Dragonsteel are so close, but Fear Starforge, they can play spoiler right here, right now. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into that game number 3.
You know Viper and you know Sniper, but did you know they had a third brother? That's right, the third brother, Crimson, has been playing in the Challengers League this split, and his brothers are convinced he only needs 1 split of Challengers League before he is ready for the LCS, and he's already well on track as a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Split. And yes, of course, he does play Riven. We have even more awards, and one of these players has just replaced his coach in the top lane. You all remember Niles from his time on Golden Guardians? Well, he's been replaced by Zamudo, and he's been looking fantastic with some of the best roams and flanks in the entire league, consistently winning lanes and finding wins for his team. We've consistently seen that Zamudo has leveled up his game over the season now that he's on a top team. The growth of Zamudo has made him an easy frontrunner for the most improved. After that, we're seeing potentially the first time where someone will win the most valuable prospect 2 splits in a row. Having already won the most valuable prospect award with Maryville last split, Yuji has not dropped a beat. Showcasing proficiency on both bruisers and on AP junglers, Yuji is once again leading Dragonsteel to an as-of-yet undefeated split. However, the award is tightly contested as 2 former LCS pros are once again looking like they might deserve another shot. Tomo has taken his LCS level laning that we already knew he had and converted it into way more wins than Disguise would have otherwise taken. Now he continues to show dominance as the best AD carry in the league, and it's not close. Last split, we got to see Shaden play around his laners with increasing ability. However, we did not get to see him play much of a supportive role in his games. This split, now that we are strictly in a carry meta, we are continuing to see him level up that play, showcasing abilities on both AP carries and physical damage ones. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific, and remember, the future of the LCS starts after the LCS.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We have a series. It's not gonna be that easy, Fear Star Forge. Wait, not Fear Star Forge. It's gonna be Dragon Steel. It's not gonna be that easy, Dragon Steel. I gotta win one more if you want that perfect season. And Fear Star Forge now one away from playing spoiler that perfect season, Josh.
Honestly, it has looked as though Fearx Starforge have had what they've needed to do both games to potentially take this one down. But game one, we saw that Dragon Steel were able to clutch it out. Game two, Fear were the ones who were clutching that one out, and big shout out to Instinct on that Vars, doing so much max HP damage every single time. He would throw out one of those ultimates and just take down all of these different members.
Josh, we were talking about it during the break. Can you bring up the numbers of just how much damage?
Yeah. So realistically, he was doing like 1,000 plus 27% max HP plus 21% missing HP. Like if he got the full combination off, that's not including his E. So if he's able to get the full rotation off, like it just does absolutely ludicrous damage. So really cool stuff coming out from the Forest to showcase that there is more opportunities, and you have to respect both the physical and the magic damage coming out from Fear X Starforge. But SRX, we are in the part of the Fearless Draft where it gets wacky. We are already 2 games in. That means that there are 20 champions already taken off the table, and as Dragonsteel move themselves over towards the blue side, we get to see what happens when the drafting parties switch entirely.
And that's what we got to bring up, what you were just talking about. We got to bring up the Fearless Draft. We got to see what bans are going to be coming in to just see how wacky this is going to get. As a lot of the marksmen have now been taken away, as they've been selected and scooped up from the early stages of the draft, as well as a lot of the AP junglers that we've been seeing come through so far, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you just play 3 marksmen per game and, you know, double AP jungle every single time. It really pushes down a lot of the priority picks. However, a couple of things are still available. The biggest one is Brand. Brand is a champion that both these sides of the map would love to be able to play. However, the other major thing that we look at is Rumble, who is, you know, even though he has taken a couple of nerfs since his total heyday, it is something where when you're on the blue side, you can just threaten to first pick it. Your opponent does not have the same kind of opportunity to do anything about it.
Yeah, it has been a pretty considerable pick, and that's why we've seen it banned in every draft thus far. Does put that pressure, as you were saying, to force that ban, force that draft through. As we head into game number 3, we're going to start looking for some of those shakeups, Josh, and to see what do we got left in these late stages.
Yeah, the Zeri ban is going to be coming through. I'm expecting a very similar game plan coming out from Kiao and Fear, is with the Rumble, the Udyr. The only real question is what the last ban is going to be, and interesting to see that Dragonsteel is going to be the ones banning away the Nautilus rather than picking it for themselves. I know that Zyko likes playing the Rel, I know that Zyko likes playing the Rakan at the same time, so I'm expecting one of these to come through and making sure that the Nautilus is not going to be played virtually uncontested coming out from Winsome.
Even though we've lost a lot of those AP jungle picks, if we still want a good source of magic damage, I'm going to be looking at Ziggs. Ziggs is a champion that can be available if you want to press your bot lane pretty hard there. That could be one thing you go for the draft. Not as a B1, mind you, and still see what gets locked in right here.
Yeah. I'm expecting the Brand to get picked up here. It is something that Yuji has had a lot of success with before. He's very good at maximizing his clear speed on this champion, and it is going to be the lock right now. However, with most of the magic damage junglers already removed from the pool, because so many of them have been picked, that does put a lot of pressure on the rest of Fear X Starforge to play around Brand, because Brand has some very clear strengths and weaknesses. One, his ganking is okay, but the biggest thing about the Brand is that he is relatively short-ranged for a mage, and that means that things like the Jace and the Maokai, which are coming through, can really punish him by hitting him with saplings and hitting him with shock blasts at ranges that the Brand will not be able to interact with.
Yeah, which makes this just a fantastic reaction coming out from Fear. Long range is the name of those 2 picks, as you had mentioned, and it will make things quite hard for Dragonsteel, especially if you can be more spread out in these fights for Fear Starforge, because that's where the Brand gets a lot of its damage. It's the splash damage, it's all that AoE going across. And speaking of AoE, we're going for the team fight from Dragonsteel as they lock into Yone.
Yeah, Spyrex is definitely a fantastic Yone. This is also worth noting, one of Blaze Olive's most played champions so far this split. It has been a traditional counterpick for him into the Tristana. It has been something he has been very comfortable playing, and now going into the Yone, it is a bit of a tough game later on. It starts off pretty decent as the Jace just has ranged auto attack and goes boop, 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 and Yone goes, please stop. But at the same time, it looks as though Fear very confident in their side of the map. They have the Jace, the Jax, and the Maokai. This is a very strong skill coming through from them, and also very able to get a lot of pressure down and try and push Yuji out of the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, that's what I like from Fear so far. It's a lot of different tools this time. It's not all indexing into one account. You do have the long-range engage and poke, as we mentioned earlier, but now you have side laning as an option available for Fierce Starforge. So we're going to see some bans going over towards that side lane to make sure that this Jax is going to be in the best place possible. Starts off with the Gangplank ban.
Yeah, I'm expecting another top lane ban towards Zamudo. The Gragas still kind of comes to mind as something that does decently well into the Jax, can nullify the leap strike, and something that Zamudo has played quite a bit historically. But we also got to look at the bottom side of the map, right? With so many powerful picks already taken off the table, what comes to mind? The Xayah might be the next thing coming up for Instinct.
I was going to say Zeri, that's banned.
Yeah, it's banned.
Kaisa is
Kaisa's good.
Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense, especially if you're pairing it with the Jace and the Maokai. It's just so much overwhelming poke going into Dragonsteel that Fear are going to have the tools to get set up. And just like we were looking at how Yuji had the Zyra in the last game, where he just needs to post up in the river near the Pixel Brush and just spam plants, Maokai does kind of the same thing, except he's going to be doing it with his children. So, as we see the pivot to Kalista, this is a very different look coming through from Fear, where they're just going to have to be very aggressive on the bottom side of the map and kind of let Philip do his thing.
Calm down sometimes, Josh. I wasn't ready for that. That was a 2-punch. The switch to Kalista caught me off guard, and then I heard fighting with his children. And
yeah, what do you think he's doing? He's throwing seeds.
Yes,
Whoa,
it's true, but I don't want to think of it that way. And whoa, that was a big one right there. It's going to be Cho'Gath locked in for Dragonsteel.
Yeah.
So we're going deep into the pocket picks right now. It does give you a very strong tank that has a lot of crowd control, the silence as well as the knockup, true damage on the ultimate, and finishing it off with what they're looking for seems to be some form of engage as they pivot over to the Warwick. We'll talk about it in a second. Rakan makes the most sense, and that does get locked in.
Does get locked in, and so we got to look at Fearx Starforge. Leona, the natural predator to a lot of Rakan players. However, as we're looking at this, I'm trying to think of what it is that Winsome wants to play. Like, Thresh might be on the table. Renata is still a very good pick based on what we've seen, but none of these are things that work particularly well into the Dragonsteel kind of composition. The Renata is totally okay, and it is going to be the answer. But I kind of want to go back to this Cho'Gath pick, because we have seen Zamudo play this before. The last time I saw him play it, I was very, very critical of the pick coming through. And the big reason why is an over-index of not just Zamudo, but a lot of players will over-index on making sure you get the execute during team fights with the ultimate. And it's a very good tool. Like, you can do a lot of damage, but in the situations where you are actually trying to just win these team fights, you just can just look at your opponent and be like, 800 true damage, thank you very much. Now we win the front to back because I am a bigger tank, because I've just taken, 20% of your HP away. That's not going to be quite as relevant here, and I definitely like this Cho'Gath quite a bit because it stops a lot of pressure. Jax and Jace can't jump into a Cho'Gath because he points at them, he yells at them to be quiet, and suddenly their buttons don't work.
The thing is, those are also skill shots, so there is the outplay potential that's still possible there to try and shut down Zamudo being on this Cho'Gath. You said you've seen Zamudo play it before. I actually wanted to look up the last game we saw him play it. What team was he on? Start with that.
It's probably Wildcard.
It was Wildcard. He played it back when he was on Wildcard versus Team Fish Taco, and he did pretty well. It was against Lunacio when Lunacio was playing Ornn. So a little bit of a throwback in the history there. Zamudo comfortable on this champion. It's one of his pocket picks as we head into what is a very crucial Game 3.
Yeah, and again, this is really big for Dragonsteel. They are one game away from an undefeated season this time around with the series. They are so close to doing what no team has done in the Tier 2 before, having an undefeated season. Again, the last time we saw something even approaching this game score was 2018 Cloud9 Academy, which went 16-2 in games during the regular season. Dragonsteel started the day with that game score. They're now 17-3 and looking to go 18-3 across the entire split, only dropping games to 3 teams. Whereas Fearx Starforge, they want to win this. They secure second place if they do so, but they are already in the top half of the playoffs. They are already going to be in the upper bracket, but if they get the extra win here, they could potentially have a much easier road to playoffs.
Yeah, Fear Starforge have been fighting tooth and nail throughout the regular season, developing more and more of those power points. We had high expectations. They kind of floundered at the start, but now firing off on all cylinders, and at the time that they need to the most, because again, this is against Dragonsteel. Even if you are secured in that second place already, it still means a lot to morale to be able to take down a Titan such as Dragonsteel, to get that win before we even get into the playoffs bracket. Well, this is the time to really do it right now, as both our team comps are set, are drafted. We do have a little bit of time before we do get into game, though, because there is some player issues going on with the technical issues going on with the routers of one of the players. So we'll get into the game soon enough.
Yeah, we gotta love just playing remote all the time, because I think my favorite, I'm trying to think what my favorite like delay or reason for a pause was. I can't remember what player it was, but their roommate set off a fire alarm because they were burning food in the kitchen. Do you have a favorite reason for a pause?
Favorite reason for a pause?
I mean, there's a lot of fire alarms. Like, we've had school
I do
fire
remember
alarms
the fire
go
alarm
off.
one. Fire alarm is kind of like, I don't know, it feels as tradition of esports. I don't know if you remember all the way back in the day, like season 2-ish it was, Dyrus accidentally over microwave something and caused a TSM house fire. That wasn't a big fire, they just were able to stop it soon enough. But
I'm getting some.
What are these players, man?
I'm getting some favorites from production as well. There's a player who was washing his mouse with water, which that's not how that works. And apparently we've had pets. Okay, I've had this one happen to me as well, where like a pet has just like come up and like accidentally like pushed a button or like pulled a cord out. I've definitely seen that one happen. Okay, they didn't say who it was, but you know. There's still all kinds of crazy things that will happen all over the place. And who's the guy who keeps track of the gamer moments on Twitter?
I have no idea.
Oh man, Chakras, I want to say, where it's just like, oh yeah, you didn't know they had to take your aluminum foil off of your like things that you're microwaving. Yeah, that's a gamer moment. We're gonna document that one. So hopefully none of this has happened to you guys.
It brings me back to something that's a little bit of a side tangent. It's the caster house and all the play-by-plays living under one house, and when the internet goes out or the electricity goes out, suddenly we have no play-by-plays and just scramble through all the technical issues. No one is safe when it comes to remote broadcast tournament League of Legends, man.
Yeah, I remember. So longer term fans of the Tier 2 scene will remember a couple of years ago at this point. Actually, no, it had to have been last year, where we ended up having some people, because we had two color casters. Cubby and I were living together last year, and we would go over to your guys' place every now and then you guys would send someone over. And I remember for finals when we didn't have LAN, Hangus came over to our place, and he had a bunch of like these Easter like confetti eggs, and he threw them all around our apartment. And we were still finding them. I imagine.
I remember this.
I could go back over to that apartment and still find some of the confetti from when Kangas and Dragku were just throwing them around.
Kangas makes a mess wherever he goes, man.
Yeah.
Some of you follow us on Twitter, you'd see the cake tradition that we have, the birthday cake.
Okay, that was an intentional mess, at least. I guess the confetti was also an intentional mess.
Still makes a mess regardless of what.
Yeah, Shakarez, I see that you are in Twitch chat now. Could you tell us some of your favorite gamer moments that you've been seeing? You know, just like different things that players have done, like pets turning things off, people like microwaving aluminum foil, not knowing how to. Oh, I know players who didn't know how to order pizzas.
Interesting.
Yeah, it happens. It happens all the time, man. You know,
I do want to say something that Caddy had said in our production chat. NACL needs to sponsor sippy cups for everyone.
Yeah, we do love
very much
sippy
agree
cups.
with that one. Help us
all
so
right.
much.
We are well into the game at this point.
Are we?
We are.
Then give me more energy, Josh.
Yeah, I really want to give a big shout out here to the approach velocity being brought by Zamudo, the extra movement speed whenever you are moving towards a crowd control target. You have a lot of crowd control in your kit, so as long as your opponent is slow and you are fast, it gets very easy to run down a lot of different players.
All right, Josh, I want you to hype me up, man. Who's got this one? I want you to do the who's got this time. Bring the energy in. Come on.
Oh,
hit
man.
me with it.
I'm looking at this one. I really like what Fearix Starforge have brought to the table. They have a lot of tools. This is a very classically strong composition, and Instinct and Winsome are looking real good. So if you guys are in agreement, make sure you type FXS in Twitch chat. And if you guys think I'm dumb, go ahead and write DSTL, and that is exactly what that means. It has nothing to do with the game state. It all has to do with my individual feelings.
Chakras did reply. Our production chat's telling me latest one I can remember is when Leffen went to Dayton, Ohio instead of Daytona. Oh
man, that reminds me of one of my other favorite.
We've had something like that before. I've seen that happen before in collegiate. I don't know who it was though.
I have very distinct memories of this guy being like, he's supposed to go to Indiana, and then he just books himself a flight to India and just takes like a 20-hour flight, and he's like, guys, I'm in the wrong place. Like, yeah, no duh. Like, where the heck are you?
All right, let's get back down to Earth, or at least down to the Rift.
Down to Daytona.
Down to Daytona. As we do see XU going for some cheeky vertical jungling coming out. There is a ward placed by Yuji that should notice that XU's not at his red buff, so he has the chance to potentially respond to some of this vertical jungling, or the pressure coming out from Scary Jerry and Zyko might be their answer.
Yeah. Ooh, gotta be careful here, XU. That is gonna be a reload.
XU's gonna have to burn his flash to get away from this. Ooh, doesn't get the 4th shot. Nice flash coming out of XU. Gary Jerry should have been a little bit more patient right there. Waited for the 4th shot to come up before going for that flash. But nonetheless, XU gets away.
Yeah, it's still, but this is such a big amount of pressure coming through from Instinct and Winsome.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Scary Jerry and Zyko cannot even approach the wave at this point. They were so focused on trying to take down this Maokai. That's going to be a lot of minions lost going on to the other side. But at the same time, Yuji so far ahead now in terms of where he can move on the map, just because XU has lost so much time. He's lost his flash.
Yeah.
And now Zamudo and Philip have to be very careful.
And what's this, Zamudo? No, you're kidding me! First blood! He just walked up and down smashed the man, Josh.
That's what we were saying, right? As soon as you start letting some of this crowd control, what is your opponent supposed to do? They just are slow, you are fast, and Zamudo auto-attacks Philip down, and he's got to be very careful here as Philip jumps onto Yuji, gets the flash. But ultimately, I mean, I guess these Krugs are just cursed on both sides of the map, but Zamudo already showcasing this pocket pick on the Cho'Gath, getting a lot of mileage.
This is also one of those frustrating things, is you don't see a Cho'Gath often, so how are you supposed to know how to play against a Cho'Gath, bro? That right there is Philip getting caught out. He jumped in, he burnt all his cooldowns to get the stun during a rupture, and then Zamudo's like, well, my cooldowns come up faster, bro. Yeah. Chases him down, and that's pretty much it right there. Zamudo showing he knows the inner workings of this Cho'Gath.
Ooh, XU and Yuji just getting some damage down.
Oh man, XU's not having a good day. He's getting chased out no matter where he goes. He doesn't have his flash this time, but he does have the backup of his teammates. Winsome showing up with ABO and Instinct, now putting in those spears. Spyrax starting to get low. Already one picked off. Winsome's the first one to fall flash over the wall from Spyrax, and Dragon Steel will start off with 2 early kills.
And this game is just starting to collapse already for Fearix Starforge. A solo kill for Zamudo up on the top side. A kill going over to Zyko this time, but still preventing XU from farming, preventing XU from doing anything, and preventing XU from backing just means that there's so much extra movement coming through from Yuji, taking away his opponent's Gromp at the same time and stopping Instinct from even walking to the wave.
Ooh, now Yuji might have been off more than he can chew, gets pulled right back with a handshake, and he's going to be dead to rights. Instinct will get a kill back.
Ooh. Gotta be careful. Philip!
Oh, Philip, not again, Philip.
Look at this wave, though. Like, Zamudo has a complete freeze here on Philip. He's going to have to be so careful, and Zamudo getting close to level 6 at the same time. Like, everything is coming through all the same time. So, Dragonsteel, I thought it was going to be a later game state where Fearix Starforge were going to have a lot more control, but we might not even get there. It might not matter.
No kidding. Zamudo's playing out of his mind over on this top side and just constantly punishing Philip, who doesn't seem to know how this matchup really works. I mean, how can you? As I had mentioned earlier, Zamudo, CS lead, complete control of this top side.
Yeah. And Zamudo, I mean, he just has the passive where he heals up a little bit of HP and mana every single time he kills something, including these minions. And so, like, he has that level 6. We'll see what he chooses to use the first feast on, because he needs to... I mean, XU's coming up trying to make sure that this does not crash, but Zamudo can freeze this still relatively easily. It's going to take more than that from XU to get Philip out of this hole.
And again, there's that passive. Kill a minion, get some health right back, get some mana right back. makes it hard for Philip to actually bully out this Cho'Gath. And now Yuji coming up wants to interfere with XU, who's going after these Void Grubs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zamudo still bullying with those Ruptures already. One Grub going over to Yuji. Does have the fruits to sap in some of that mana right back, but recall from XU, doesn't want to fight it out anymore. Happy to steal one in the name.
Yeah, I mean,
Starforge.
Just 1 for 1 ultimately. The first time we haven't seen Fear get the full Grubageddon, but just fighting back and forth across the map. And we've seen the Grub for Dragon Trade so often. We just kind of assumed it would be the default, but now Dragonsteel, they're up 1,000 gold. They have an extra Grub, and they didn't even have to lose the Dragon for it. So we're looking at Instinct. He had a really big impact in Game 2 to find a win for Fear, but this time, you're going to have to do it again on the Callisto with the kill.
Ooh, he does have his ultimate available. Looking to back off right now. Philip might be able to return it right back. Knockup does not land. Philip can't finish him off just yet. Zamudo starting to back up. Keep in mind, Zamudo's moves, he did not learn his silence. He's indexing everything into both the Rupture and the E.
Wait, really? That's wild. I was not expecting that at all, but still, XU going to be starting up the Dragon, Yuji right in the area, and Yuji, level 6, gets spotted out.
Starforge, 4 members strong around this Dragon. Spyrax is in the vicinity, does have his ultimate available. Can he seal the fate? Fear Starforge, Zyko, Yuji over on the other side. If you group up too much, that's where this brand starts to rain down terror on you. Now still Fear Starforge. You have Instinct on one end.
Yeah,
you have the rest of the members on another end. It's not going to end up in a steal. Little small attempt for it, but Dragon still secure it.
Yeah, it's so scary with Spyrax on that side, right? Just knowing that if you try and go for any kind of engage, he's just going to jump right on top, and you're going to get so much damage layered on top of that ultimate. So, gotta run away from that one. Fear Starforge, they do a little bit harassment, trying to see if they can get that Dragon. Not going to be enough. And so far, 1,500 gold already coming out to Dragonsteel, and Zamudo runs toward the top side. I mean, he's going for the Warmogs first. He's going to be fast. It's going to be impossible to push out of the top side of the map.
That is going to be frustrating. Not only does he heal from attacking minions, soon enough, he's just going to heal from existing, standing still, chilling around. And what does Philip do?
The second item's going to be?
What?
The second item is going to be Frozen Heart. Right? Like, this is the kind of build where you're like, well, you have a lot of auto attackers. What if I had infinity HP and all of your auto attacks did no damage? Like, Zamudo is going to be absolutely nuts. Also, what if I had infinite mana?
Oh. And also, what if he had a knockup? Infinite of those going on in the mid lane. ABO looks for the escape, but Dragonsteel. Spyrax with a swipe of his blade takes him down.
This has not been the way that these games have been going at all. So far, Dragonsteel have had to fight tooth and nail every step of the way, but this time around, they're just in total control of the game. And Philip trying to find anything, but when the game gets to this point and XU cannot come top to help you, everything just starts falling apart very rapidly. So there's so much pressure at this game on Instinct as the one member of Fear Starforge that is doing well. But XU, once again, having to come towards the top side to try and bail out his top laner.
Focus on a Scary Jerry right now coming out from Instinct. There's some good shots coming through. Onto the top side, Yuji has now arrived, looking to defend Zamudo. Rupture finds its mark onto XU, which forces the flash right out. Ultimate being channeled right back. Yuji might do a lot of damage, but he does not take a lot of damage. Now looking for that Rupture, still looking to turn it around. It's a 1-for-1 trade as ABO shows up. Yuji gets paid.
At least the lane state is way better. Philip getting that kill, and also the wave no longer frozen by Zamudo yet again will finally give them some opportunity to farm some minions. But Yuji goes up towards the top side. He's going to try and make sure that the wave actually bounces, and Philip is not going to be able to get a counter freeze. It's going to be crashing underneath his turret. So really good stuff from Dragonsteel. Even though that kill ends up going over, it's not much easier for Philip.
Now, with the wave being pushed all the way to the tower in the top side, this means Zamudo can walk to lane where Philip needs to use the teleport. So that's something we're going to watch out for. How will that teleport advantage play over to Dragonsteel?
Yeah, there's another set of grubs going through. Not quite the full grub again as the ultimate comes out.
Here we go. Curtain Call gets met with the hostile takeover. That will cancel it out. Zyko puts enough distance to not get hit by that fourth shot, but grub's going to get picked up by Dragonsteel. You're going to have 5 in their name.
Yeah. 5 means still a lot of pressure, and Spyrax just complete control of the mid lane at this point on this Yone. Already has the Vampiric Scepter completed, has Berserker's Greaves, and is now hunting for XU, knowing he's like, there was someone down here, but Instinct and Winsome still exerting their will bottom lane.
Yeah, a lot of destruction going on here. Able to step away and not get caught out by the knockup. Winsome on retreat. UG looking to arrive, pops the ultimate. Pyroclasm's not enough to get a burn onto Winsome, so let's just chase him down. Instinct with the blast plant is burning. He's burning, but he will live. Extended chase. Spyrax pops the ultimate. 2 members right on top of him. ABO, XU, they head for the hills as Dragonsteel continue with the chase. Ultimate used to stop Dragonsteel in their tracks. Fierce Starforge back out, but it's still a strong lead going over to Dragonsteel.
And they're not done. Spyrax still trying to go right on in. He knows he has Yuji in his back pocket, and they're spreading so much pressure here in the mid lane over and over again. ABO almost entirely out of mana, is going to have to clean up this wave, and after all is said and done, there is still a gold lead going out towards the other side. You can pick up a crab top side, so the only place where there is any lead coming out for the side of Fear is, again, this bottom lane, where Instinct does have about 1,000 gold ahead of Scary Jerry, but Zamudo just has total control of the top side of the map, and we're seeing how much damage the Demolish does.
And you're seeing how much farm that Philip is losing. This teleport is Spyrax under attack by ABO. Survives, no problem. It's another walk to the tower. If you didn't see earlier, they fought it out once again. Philip went low, so he had to take a recall. He has to walk back. His minions are at the tower, which means he's losing farm. It's going to give less side lane pressure for Fierce Starforge in the future.
Yeah. Ooh. The Fleet Footwork gets Ablaze Olive out of danger on that one, but still the teleport comes through from Spyrax, has the completed Blade of the Ruin King. They have more control of the bottom side of the map, and Zamudo also still has the teleport available. This could be where we were looking at the last time that we were looking at, right? Like the teleport still being available for Zamudo could play a big role in this upcoming fight.
Philip finally gets some alone time with the tower. Still 40 seconds before plates go out. Philip will be able to take one of those plates. Fortunately, on the other side, Zamudo's been taking a lot more of them. Dragon's still starting up on the Dragon. Take it down, second Drake of the game. Fierce Starforge can't get the setup that they want, so they'll play it passive. Second Drake to Dragonsteel.
What we got? Oh, it's Chemtech again. You know, it happens, but still, Zamudo, like, watch the damage that'll come out from this Demolish proc. Almost entire plate right there.
Plate's gonna be grabbed. A nice sidestep from Philip. He gets away from the Rupture, so this gives him a window of opportunity to fight back. He's going to go for the long chase.
Zyko?
And now Zyko looking for an engage, locking down Instinct. Instinct's taking a lot of damage. Spyrax follows through. Team fight looking to come out from Dragonsteel as Curtain Call opened up. Second shot, third shot, fourth shot, finds the money and Winsome falls.
The point blank curtain call coming through, but now XU trying to say that it's not all over. They get spotted out with the traps, looking to try and get anything. They're just going to be stopping Scary Jerry's back, but able to walk away from the top side. Oh, I mean, Yuji just hitting it right now, and Philip has to get out of dodge, convince the control ward to leave, but you see Zamudo still full HP in the top side because of Warmogs.
Oh, Spyrax has a chase right here. There's an angle for him to just take down XU, but fortunately doesn't have enough damage, so we'll have to back off. Does have Instinct pressuring the tower all at the same time. Ultimate gonna be used. This is a tough one. Zyko's over here, so he can defend his mid laner. Zyko will put some defenses on him, get that shield going. Still, the poke is there for Fierce Starforge. Blocked by Zyko.
Ooh,
a nice flash from Spyrax. Locked under the tower is going to be ABO. He's taking those tower shots. Will get out in time, but Fierce Starforge, they can't get the dive going their way. Can Dragonsteel do? Let's see. They look for it on Philip, but Philip will flash out, and the pressure is working for Dragonsteel.
Trade of summoner spells across the map, and Fearx Starforge trying to do something, anything to get themselves back into this game because they can feel it slipping away. They are losing control of the top lane entirely. A 30-40 CS lead already coming through for Zamudo. The mid lane turret going down. There's going to be 2 turrets picked up here by Dragonsteel, and they're in control of the bottom one as well. As we take a look at where all the plate money has gone. There you go. Look at that. Double the plate money already coming through from Dragonsteel from what we've been seeing from Fearx Starforge, and so much of it going through Cho'Gath's hands.
This is brutal. Everywhere you look, things are kind of falling apart now. For Instinct being on this Callista, yeah, it was good early, but the thing is, you need to outright stomp that lane once you take a Callista Renata. You're looking for absolute domination, and the fact that Scary Jerry is keeping up, he's still getting kills, that is really bad for Fear Starforge. It means they're losing out on a lot of these win conditions that they drafted for.
Yeah. Luckily, Fear do have some late game scaling tools, right? The Jace is very strong later on. The Maokai creates a lot of space, and the Jax is a fantastic split pusher, but it's going to take them a long time to get there. It's not as though Dragonsteel is lacking from scaling in their own. So I'm going to be watching a lot of how Zamudo is going to be playing these fights on this Cho'Gath. He has a lot of money, the richest member, and it's not close. I'll actually show you guys. Like,
show me.
It's not close. Over 1,000 gold already by himself. He is 2,000 gold already over Philip. He's got a Trinity Force.
Oh, God. And he's got a little bit of everything right there, and he's got a kill! He's got dinner! He's got good eats, man! Zamudo, another solo!
Pyrex?
Dive onto ABO, has the backup of Zyko and Yuji, and he makes it look easy. Doesn't need to land the ultimate, Josh.
Not at all. Just needs the extra range. And Scary Jerry now looking for XU as well. Land the W.
Everyone on Dragonsteel right now is taking Fear to dinner. The Go Curtain Call opens up. They're looking for Instinct. Instinct is a hard target to lock down. He's still hopping forward. Finally landed that 4th shot on him, but he does have the bailout. Zyko needs to survive to not bail out Instinct. Instinct falls. The Renata was not enough. Deadly Flourish finds the stun, and Yuji will burn down the Renata.
And it never ends. This is not how this is supposed to go. This is not how the number 1 and number 2 seeds are supposed to be playing against each other. But Dragonsteel has made this last game look easy. Fear x Starforge made Game 1 and Game 2 look so competitive, but this time around, Dragonsteel is on all cylinders. The top lane in total control, the mid lane in control, the bottom lane, the one place where it wasn't quite a domination, but now we're seeing Scary Jerry and Zyko come alive as the game goes on.
And they're getting close to that perfect season. They have a lead, almost 7K. Just closing out this game, and 9-0 will be the end of their Summer 24 season. What a far way to climb from a team that barely got out of relegation back in Summer 23. Now look at this, the setup coming out for Philip. Wants to find an angle onto Spyrax, so do the rest of Fear Starforge, but they're not in position. Dragonsteel, however, they'll take a fight any day. They're channeling out those teleports. Knockup is going to be found right onto Instinct. Instinct looking to bail out, but here comes Big Cho'Gath, and
so
he's
fast.
hungry. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and he's wailing away with the spikes with the rupture. Spyrax will get a knockup, a double kill goes to Zamudo, and Dragonsteel 3-0 in the team fight.
Dude, this Cho'Gath is so fast. You see, he just lands 1 Q, and then suddenly he's Usain Bolt just running them down. You know, he auto-attacks him, he gets more movement speed. He now has a Dead Man's Plate for more movement speed. I thought it was going to be a Frozen Heart, like a very defensive, very tanky build where you would slowly, you know, grind them down, but this one is like, no, Trinity Force, I'm going to burst you down. I'm going to hit you once and feel this auto attack with some of the highest base AD in the entire game. This is a great showing already coming through from Zamudo, who I know a lot of people have been looking at. We've been talking about whether or not he might be on the cards for the most improved player of the split. This is a great showing right at the end of it, so we got that full recency bias.
Yo, can we get a Medjai's, Zamudo? You're going to play this aggressive and still be alive. You only died once. Let's get a Medjai's going. Let's really power up the scaling of that Devour, man, because it's already doing so much damage. Instinct felt it. A lot of members of Fear Starforge have already felt it, especially Philip, who's been struggling on that top lane. There we go. 7.5k lead. Rift Herald put down the charge into the bottom lane. There's a lot of members of Fear Starforge in the area.
Oh gosh, and the Demolish just does so much damage. Zamudo just walking forward.
He's so scary, man. He's so terrifying. There's a big void beast who's looking to eat your team. Hostile takeover goes out. Zamudo just walks away for a second. Hey, it was a nice little break. Now let's get back to work. Going after the towers is Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I gotta say, so... Oh, and Zamudo is going to be wailing away on this as they just continue walking in. I don't really see an opportunity for anyone on Fear x Starforge to have an opportunity. We said that there were some scaling tools, but it's going to take way too long. And 11,000 damage already from Zamudo onto turrets.
It's a big Cho'Gath.
Big Cho'Gath. Look how fast he is! Like, that's so scary!
That's running at you full speed. With an R button available. Let's see, how many stacks? 5 stacks
Only
so far.
5.
So not that much on the health scaling. That's okay. He's just saving it for the executes.
Yeah, and you know that you can get up to 6 stacks just from eating, like, monsters and minions.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Is it? Oh, no, 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 no! One-hit combo! It's absolute terror, man. Zamudo, he's just gonna watch him and say, hey, that could have been you! Step up!
Damn, that is horrifying. You're trying to think of like what you do, but when Cho'Gath, who's not even building like an AP build, just like walks up and does that kind of thing, you're just like, well, where can I go? That beast is on such a low cooldown.
He's everywhere, and now
Look
he gets
he's so
another
fast!
rupture. What does XU do? At least he's not going to get devoured this time, but the rest of Dragon still are happy to take that kill. Now Winsome looking for the defense, but the knockup finds XU. Bailout. You're not bailing out anyone. That's too much health on Zamudo right now. And the long chase from Dragonsteel will eviscerate Fierce Starforge as they look for the close.
And this has been wild. We expressed concerns at the beginning of the split how Dragonsteel were going to be looking without their captain, without their shot caller Niles, and Zamudo has stepped perfectly into those shoes this time around, and an absolutely stellar performance on his pocket pick is going to take them to the fastest win of this series.
1 year ago today, they barely avoided relegation. Today, they are our first team to have a perfect season, and they come from the Ville. Dragonsteel secure first place.
Well, I thought this was going to be a fairly entertaining, a fairly close series. Game 1 and Game 2 really lived up to that. But this time around, Zamudo's like, I'm tired of this. We have played enough League of Legends for the day. I want to close this one out, and absolutely has earned himself the player of the game on the Cho'Gath. 834 damage per minute as a tank is ridiculous. But 6, 1, and 4 just running around, really showcasing what can happen. We have mastery of champions. Your opponents do not know how to play around.
That was rough to watch for anyone who was getting caught by those ruptures, especially ABO in that very last one. Like, what do? The rupture came from the Fog of War. If you didn't dodge it by then, you're pretty much dead. That damage was so big from Zamudo, who got a very, very early lead thanks to those solo kills, really understanding how to utilize this Cho'Gath, how to utilize the ruptures and punish cooldowns being down. I think Zamudo definitely deserves this player of the game. This was a standout performance for the entire season.
Yeah, really good stuff. And you can see that this was Dragonsteel just taking control, never letting it go. Most damage in the game by Cho'Gath. He was 2 levels ahead of anyone in the game. He was 4,000 gold ahead of Instinct, the richest member on the other side of the map. Like, just total domination. I hope we get to see more success coming through from Dragonsteel. They looked fantastic across the board, and really glad that the newest member of the roster still stepping into these big shoes.
And a big congratulations for Dragonsteel. I do want to reiterate this. I can't say it enough because I think it's an incredible feat. 1 year ago, they barely avoided relegation, summer 23. Next year, they were really competitive. They make it to the finals, they get 3-0'd. Now they get a perfect season, a perfect 9-0 regular season. FlyQuest aren't looking that strong anymore. Suddenly, the big team on campus is Maryville, is Dragonsteel. As I said, perfect season speaks loudly right now as they head into playoffs. It's got to feel great. We're going to take a moment to throw it over to a short break. When we return, Josh will catch you on the side with an interview from one of the members of Dragonsteel.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry postgame interview. I'm Joshi. I'm joined by the winning support here of Dragonsteel, the undefeated season coming through from Zyko. And Zyko, we gotta say, is there something going on with the hair? Are you like Samson? Is this where all the power is located? Like, it's getting long, man.
Well, like, I was gonna get it cut, like, last month, but then, like, I just never really had the time to get it cut.
There,
So.
I gotta say, like, it looks good. I want to challenge you. You're not allowed to get it cut until you guys actually lose, okay?
I hope
you
we
show up
lose
in
sometime
finals
soon,
is
man.
all the way down here. Sorry to start throwing. No, it looks good, man. You guys, congratulations. You guys have had the first ever undefeated season in Tier 2 Challengers League Academy. You guys have been looking good. How does it feel to be the undisputed best team right now?
Well, it definitely feels great to be undefeated, for sure. Like, all of us, we feel like our hard work, like, really paid off, I'd say, during our season, so, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you guys are going into playoffs as the first seed at this point. I mean, Fear X Starforge were the closest to you guys, only 2 series behind. Now you put them 3 series behind. Who do you feel is actually going to be the teams that can step up to you coming towards the rest of the season?
I would say, like, definitely Fly C and Fear are both, like, really great teams. Even though, like, also Supernova, I feel like those 3 are, like, in contention with us. Even though, like, Fly C, like, looked kind of rocky in the past few weeks, I still think they'll push through during playoffs, so we'll have to wait and see.
Totally fair. Now, I got to ask a bit of a tougher question here, Zyko, because I know that the last time you guys were actually in finals, there was a lot of criticism towards your play in particular in the finals. And I'm kind of curious, first off, what you feel about that, and if you feel that they are true or untrue, what you're going to be doing this time around that's going to be different.
Well, I haven't really, like, heard of them at all, but I was definitely feel like really pressured on stage in finals. So next time, try to, like, calm down a little bit, like, especially, like, during the game as well. So just try to focus on calming down a bit more.
Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, you know, now that you've had a little bit more time to play on stage, you've played through CLOL, you've played through Challengers League, it looks as though, you know, you have a little bit more experience in these kind of environments. So hopefully it's going to be looking very different this time around. I'm cheering for you guys. Before I let you go here, Zyko, is there anything, or is there anyone else you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just shout out to my team for going 9-0.
Love you, Ryan.
And, you know, the program. And my friends and family. Thank you for watching and supporting.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Zyko. Congratulations on the undefeated season. We'll see you guys all.
Zyko over Winsome! Come on, bro!
Well, thank you so much. Zyko over Winsome coming through. We'll see you guys in playoffs as well. Congrats again on the undefeated season. For the rest of us, we're going to take a short break, and on the other side of this, we'll be back with another series as CCG tries to secure their spot in playoffs.
All right, thank you.
All hail the kings in the north, yeah. Dragon Steel 9-0, perfect season. And it's wild to think that we haven't had this happen in the past.
Yeah.
Of course, we've had different iterations of Academy/Challengers where it's been game scores, there's no series. We've had series.
Formats,
in the terms of having series within the NACL, it's the first time we've seen someone go 9-0 in the regular season.
I think it's really cool too because it's
man.
Dragon Steel here in Tier 2, but didn't Team Liquid just get their undefeated season up in Tier 1 at the same time? So like an undefeated Team Liquid, an undefeated Dragon Steel, everything comes together. But now, Deserex, it's time for one of the most important series, right? That last one was exciting. We got to learn a lot about the teams.
Josh.
What?
Let me have my joke real quick. Can't spell Dragon Steel's abbreviation without TL in it, so there's my joke. Thank you. Please laugh.
Okay.
All right, now you can go on. Let's go on to the next match.
All right. Now, I got a better joke for you here, Deserex, so we start looking
please.
towards our next match as we have FlyQuest Challengers taking on CCG. So,
What? That's the joke?
No.
Josh, what?
No. Hold on.
Toxic.
CCG needs to win this series in order to make it into playoffs. Otherwise, they're playing through relegations. They need to win. It doesn't matter if they go 2-1 or 2-0. They need to win. However, the big thing here is that CCG have had a roster change, Deserex. So there's a certain player on CCG that played one series at the beginning of the split. And that player, his name is Rockboom. And Rockboom played at the beginning, substituting in for Scary Jerry, playing up against FlyQuest. And they won that. I think it was a 2-0. Now, in their time of need, Rockboom returns once again for CCG to play up against FlyQuest. And so if he's able to take the first series of the entire season, win against FlyQuest, not play for 7 weeks, come into week 9 and play against FlyQuest again and win, that will be the greatest storyline that Tier 2 has ever seen.
Rockboom is a mercenary, but only specifically to try and take out FlyQuest, apparently. But hey, it's very true. When he was on Dragon Steel, he did have a phenomenal performance for that regard. Again, CCG's in a very tough spot. Who they're in contention with is Winthrop. Winthrop have no more games, so this is CCG fighting for their own life. And who are they fighting against, Josh?
Well, hold on. We also have Kryra. I also want to give a shout out to Kryra coming in at the last minute as well. A jungler coming through. I saw him a lot during the combines, but I haven't seen him play in a couple of months. So here's hoping that he can showcase a lot of cool things, a lot of the control junglers that he's had success on in the past.
Who are they playing up against, Josh? I still want to keep the segue, so please, come on.
FlyQuest NZXT Challengers coming up as their opponents here. Now, FlyQuest, they, I believe, cannot get better than third. They're currently playing for third or fourth, depending on how the couple of other series go. But this is a team that I think a lot of people had at the beginning of the split as the one S-tier team, the one team that everybody looked at saying that this was the team to beat. They're still good. They're still favorites in this series, but they need to prove that to us now because CCG has been a team that has not had a lot of success.
Yeah, this team, again, is the returning champions, and they haven't really seemed like they're back in form. Form of these players did play last split on this FlyQuest squad. Bradley being the new one in here in the mid lane, now returning back to that role. But it does leave a lot of questions as to where FlyQuest are, how good they actually are, and if we're going to see that return to form come into playoffs.
Yeah. One of the big things here is that because they are playing for third or fourth, the way that they end up, moving around in playoffs does not really change for them based on how this series actually goes. I believe if they win, that would mean that they're playing the 6th seed, but I know someone who actually knows the bracket better than I do at this point will correct me on that. So looking at this one, really going to be paying attention to the bottom side of the map because Sajed and Chime are a couple of players who have had a fantastic split thus far. Sajed has gotten a lot better at his laning phase, and looking at CCG, Rockboom, love the guy, great team fighter. What we were seeing before, especially last split, is that his laning phase needed work, and this is an opportunity for FlyQuest Challengers to make sure that there's not a repeat of the Rocco arc.
And it's against Sajed and Chime, which I do want to point out have been a very consistent bot lane. Sajed looking fantastic, especially last split coming in his rookie year. There's something about FlyQuest working with these rookie marksmen that they bring in every single time. So definitely a pretty big barrier to get through for both Rock Boom and Trevor. So start getting into the draft right now. Let's look at some of the bans coming through. Very, very AD focus coming out for FlyQuest. This is still leaving out some of those big picks that we've talked about in the previous games. Rumble is one of the ones that definitely pops out to me right now. Something that CCG might be forced to ban.
Yeah, one of the things that I always look at, is the Evelyn ban comes through against Kryra, is that so much of how effectively like new rookies or substitutes are going to be depends a lot on how comfortable they are in their games, right? You look at someone like APA who played a lot of Ziggs in the first parts of his time on Team Liquid, and he looked good, he looked relatively good because of it. Now Kryra and Rockboom coming into a team that has, somewhat of an established hierarchy in how they actually play around, and they're already getting pushed off some of the champions they love to play. The Lilia ban, the last thing coming through, and that means that the Rumble is still available, but I don't necessarily think of Rumble when I think of Surdy.
I kind of do. I do remember coming into 2024, it was the off-season champion. He was really, really working to get good on, and he looks pretty solid, at least in the last games that I've seen, but I do echo your sentiment quite at least a little bit there, and apparently FlyQuest do as well as they lock in Renekton.
Yeah, this is his most played champion. I was just looking, he has not played a single game of Rumble in this regular season, but as we start looking towards the rest of everything, the Misfortune has been something that Rockboom has had a lot of success on in the tier 3 space, and the Leona also coming through. Trevor not only removing a major counter pick to Misfortune, but also giving you great tools to set up to make sure that the bullet time will do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, it's a nice little 1-2 punch that you have. And it's a surprising amount of damage that you might not be expecting to come through, especially if the bullet time is what leads it, because then that means that you have the Solar Flare, passive, Zenith Blade, passive, Shield of Daybreak, passive. It really does add up when you have a Leona by your side. Now, the next pick coming in for FlyQuest, they are going for the Varus, which allows for a variety of ways to play, really. We've already seen the AP get played a little bit earlier. But the Chain of Corruptions is the one consistent thing there that can lock down a lot of CCG's game plan. Get some protection. Braum locked in for FlyQuest.
Yeah. I mean, so far, this is a very strong bottom lane coming through for Sajed and Chime. We're really going to try and shut down Rockboom. And also, Surdy just blind picking the Renekton, one of the strongest champions, something he's shown a lot of promise on. However, we got to see what it is in particular that Kryra is going to be pushed onto, because now that they have not picked his champion early on, the other champions that I know Kryra plays a lot of is Zac. I know he's played a lot of Zac. I know he's played a decent amount of Brand, but that was also, it's been a while since I've seen him play on a team, so I'm curious what champions have moved in and out of his champion pool over the last couple of months.
I'm very interested in these two picks that came through. It's a Zeri as well as an MF, so we're sending one of these to the mid, Josh.
Oh yeah, Shochi loves playing Zeri mid, man.
Shochi loves playing champions, period.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, it was like 21, 20, it was actually in the upper 24, and it was in unique champions that he played. I think it was last year in summer 23.
Oh yeah, he played a lot. Yeah.
He has a very wealthy champion pool, so no surprise to see Shochi go out of pocket. He basically lives there.
Yeah, we'll see what else it is that he tries to do with this. With the Zeri already showcasing where it's going to be going, it can technically be played top lane, though I don't really think of Crimson as someone who's going to be reaching that deep into the pockets. There are still plenty of options. However, I'm expecting a Zac ban to be coming out here, going up against Kryra. Just move him onto something he's a little bit less comfortable on, and also remove champions that, just like we kind of saw with the Cho'Gath, like when someone plays something that you're not used to seeing all that often, it gets a lot of bonus value just because you aren't as familiar with playing around it, especially in a team's environment. But it is going to be the Rumble ban taking that one up against Crimson, and now we get to see probably Kryra's champion pick.
See what they want to go for. Still 7 seconds left on the clock. We have our marksman, we have our damage, we have some engage. We're going to keep adding to that front line as Cassante is the lock-in for Crimson over in that top lane. We'll leave the last pick over to the jungle, which is interesting to see that as a R5. Now FlyQuest looking for their counter.
Yeah. I mean, the brand makes a lot of sense here. It is going to be locked in, and now Bradley going to showcase what he wants to play into Shochi. We have seen Insanity play the Draven in the mid lane. We have seen Bradley play the Ezreal as well. So it looks like it's going to be an Ezreal versus Zeri here in the middle. And so the only champion that we have yet to see is what it is that Kryra is going to be playing. Like I said before, the Zac is a very natural one, gives you the ability to just jump in, jump in, jump in. It gives you so much control over how these engages will be going, whereas FlyQuest Challengers, I mean, they have a lot of damage coming through on the other side of the map, but it's not necessarily going to be the same kind of control over when fights will actually start. And CCG going to be locking in the Zyra this time around, so they have a really strong amount of range. They have a lot of control over preventing FlyQuest from coming in. And looking at FlyQuest, they have the range, but they don't really have great ways to threaten Shochi and Rockboom.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky thing to get through. You were mentioning that zone control. Man, it is feisty. It's whenever I see a Zyra and MF pair together, that's when I start to worry, because that's a lot you have to get through. Now you have this lockdown paired with it, with the Misfortune. So now it's not only hard to get around, it's hard to get away from some of this engage that CCG are looking to do. But again, as you mentioned it, there is long range there to start up some of these engages before we even start fighting away. I look at the piercing arrow, I look at the mystic shots and true shot barrage. There are some answers for FlyQuest to find their ways around these team fights.
In particular, I'm looking at this Varus as the tool that FlyQuest is going to have to play around very heavily, because he's their only real form of engage. And it makes me wonder if he's going to be going towards a more magic damage focused build like we saw earlier in the day, where you can just blow up someone right off the bat. But they have a big alpha strike possible, right? So Jed throws out the ultimate, then Bradley throws in some damage, and then Shaden throws in a stun onto the same target. So you can create 5v4s relatively easily in these games. And interestingly, Shaden opting to go with Conqueror.
Oh, a flash coming out from Chime. They're looking to just take down Kryra right away. Not finding the autos though, so it was a flash burnt for relatively nothing. Bold attempt.
Yeah.
Kind of shows you where they feel with CCG right now, which kind of don't blame them given CCG's roster changes. You know, being in the position that they are, it is really rough for them because they have to adjust to these new members being in there at a very rapid pace against a very tough opponent.
Yeah. I looked it up. Brand is running a lot of Conqueror, but I'm way more used to seeing like Comet, especially in this level of play where people just throw out that kind of damage. But regardless, across the rest of the board, it is just going to be a lot of damage being put out by FlyQuest Challenge. And one of the things that I think they're going to need to rely on is Bradley and Surdy's ability to side lane in this game, because Surdy on this Renekton loves playing off on the sides, but he doesn't necessarily push out and hit structures as much as he pushes out and tries to move towards the rest of the team. Whereas Bradley, I've heard like when he's been streaming, people will be like, oh boy, this guy's here to just farm and just make sure that he is going to AFK and get as much CS as he possibly can, and then he will decide, okay, I've gotten all my gold, it's now time to do damage.
I wouldn't expect anything less from a Gangplank player, Josh. It was one of his big champs when he was a top lane. Remember, we had that whole streak where he was like undefeated on it for a very,
like 10
very
games
long
or something,
time.
Yeah.
But that was the same kind of style, though. He would farm up and then just body in the later stages of the fight. That's CP Freeze for you.
CP Freeze. Yeah, he was very attached to that. I don't know if you guys ever heard, but people were like, nobody knows you as Freeze. And he was like, yeah, they know me as CP Freeze. And it's like, okay, all right. I remember actually hearing a lot of stories about how he did not want to name change, but he ended up doing it. We know him as Bradley nowadays. One of the other major things that I'm kind of curious about is in this top side, we do have Surdy, who I think a lot of people were expecting to have a really good regular season. Has not necessarily lived up to our expectations this time around, but he's also going up against Crimson, and both of his brothers, Sniper and Viper, have been very excited. Now, I personally am a little bit disappointed that, you know, it's kind of like with all the Darkin, you have two A's, he's not an Iper.
Yeah, where's Kryper? Should be his name.
You know,
You're joining the crew,
Viper.
you know? I think Kryper's kind of cool.
It's not a word, though, you know?
You can make up words. Deserix was made up.
Desero, yeah. Either way, though, it has been a situation where Surdy has still showcased that he is very good when left in an isolated 1v1. However, he has also proven to be very easily attackable by a lot of jungles. That's how a lot of teams have found advantages going into FlyQuest Challengers, is they know that Surdy's going to play very far forward.
Yeah.
You just send your jungler up there to try and deal with him. It can make the game a whole lot easier, but this time around, Kryra, who maybe, you know, has not had as much time to scrim with the rest of the team, not able to create that kind of pressure towards the top side, and Crimson going to be left to his own devices.
It's an interesting topic to really bring up, that being Surdy's performance. We'll hold that right now because Surdy and Shaden are looking for an angle onto Crimson at the moment. Locking him down, getting a lot of that burn through. This is going to be a guaranteed kill. First blood goes over to Shaden. This duo will find their way in the top side.
Yeah, really good Q coming through from Shaden there. There's a lot of minions throwing it at a bit of an off angle in order to make sure it lands onto Crimson and doesn't hit all the minions in the way. But either way, he does end up finding the kill. He does come out with the Faded Ashes back onto the board with the extra amplifying tome. And Kryra is still just going for these full clears, not able to find any opportunities to get anything done in the bottom side of the map.
I've had discussions with other players as to why they think Surdy isn't performing as high of a level as we were expecting him coming into this. Some of them do believe it is tied to just overcommitment towards solo queue. Kind of changes your mindset towards the game and the way you play. It could be a case because, I mean, the dude keeps hitting rank 1 willy-nilly all the time. Pretty much whenever he looks at the ladder, just suddenly jumps up all the way to that rank right away. That being said, though, still an incredible player. We've seen him perform last time and have nearly zero competition in previous seasons, but now with things getting a little bit more rough in the wheelhouse and FlyQuest not sitting as pretty as they want to, still got to see that bump in performance from Surdy.
And again, this is mostly a series for CCG. FlyQuest are already in playoffs. They're either seed 3 or seed 4, so they're going to be playing seed 5 or seed 6, depending on how the rest of the bracket ends up shaping out. However, CCG really need this one, right? One of the most important series that any organization can play is a series in relegation, because, you know, being in Tier 2 does a lot for your ability to sell sponsorships and things. And so these players also feel that. They want to prove that they belong here. The orgs want to showcase that they have put together a winning roster, and even just having that question asked for CCG would it's never good for the mentality of any of the players going through. And so hopefully CCG, with this new blood, with Kryra and Rockboom coming in at the 11th hour, will be enough to get them over the line.
They're looking for an angle onto Surdy on this top side. Crimson looking to bait it out, but Surdy hasn't committed too much. Now with the slice and dice being used, Kryra has an angle to go in. Will not find the root. All out comes in. Surdy able to pop the Dominus, gets a good chunk of health back, and Shaden in the back pocket, stepping away from the Q3. Surdy will get the sidestep. Now Shaden looking for the stun, but a nice dash from Crimson gets him away from the fire of Shaden.
They do end up getting the flash, and now Chime is here, but nothing further will come of it. Kryra does hit level 6, but Shaden not quite there yet. That will be the cue for them to get out of dodge. Surdy actually sticking around. I wonder if Kryra is going to try and push him down into the topside turret, but instead, CCG sending so many members topside to try and contest these grubs.
Trevor, Shochi, arriving over on one side. You have a potential pinch coming here onto Crimson and Kryra. They got to be careful on their escape. Caught by the winner's bite, but CCG regroup 4 units strong as they try and defend against FlyQuest's onslaught. Still, though, pushed back into the brush. Still got one more grub to grab, and FlyQuest are going to grab it.
Yeah, FlyQuest will grab that. They will get all 3, and no trade for the Dragon this time around. It definitely felt as though all the pressure coming out from Surdy was really fake, because he can't jump in. So CCG end up giving that one up. They back away, and now they're moving towards the mid lane to try and jump into Bradley. But this is the mid lane Ezreal. He's got a very short range to his turret. He's got the Arcane Shift. He's got the Flash. It's very tough for anything to happen there. And now he's going to be trying to push Kryra out a little bit as this wave comes in.
Yeah, it's not going to work. He's got more than that. He's got Mystic shots. He's got health insurance, dental insurance. He's got everything. Right now, Bradley's sitting pretty. They're taking a little chunk of health as over the wall. Finally, CCG are going to find and engage. Fortunately, same can't be afforded to Chime, who is going to go down. And that's going to be a kill picked up for CCG.
Yeah, I love that kind of ratchet play coming out from CCG. They just sit there in the brush, wait for somebody to go on by, and be like, oh, we never left. As the Jed is going to walk out of the ultimate from Rockboom. Still, overall, the game very much in the balance, but we are seeing so far that the gold is mostly determined by who has picked up these kills. Shaden doing a good job, and also Trevor now picking up a kill, also getting the first dragon on the bottom side of the map. Will keep them relatively close in this game. However, the biggest thing is still this top side, where Surdy is just out CSing Crimson, really showcasing some of the experience that he has had at taking control. And when there's no junglers up on the top side of the map, Surdy just does this to basically everyone.
Surdy just owns that. That is his land now. Do not come into these waters, as they are croc infested. Now Surdy still holding control over there, looking elsewhere onto the map for what CCG are trying to set up on their own. It's Kyra who's ending his next clear over towards his top side. Unfortunately, there's not really much to contest over. I mean, it's going to be a while before we get the Rift Herald. It's still 4 minutes before a dragon comes up. So for FlyQuest, they can continue with this pressure and keeping CCG locked down.
I'm looking at how like this game will go. The biggest thing is that there's a really big mid-game spike coming out for Bradley and Shaden, where you get 1-2 items completed and they are just absolute monsters. But later on, Shochi is going to have a much better time because the more items the Zeri has, the more damage they really do. Whereas on the other hand, it's going to be Sajet who's going to be the major player on FlyQuest that needs to pick up the slack later on as, you know, Brand doesn't stop scaling, but he mostly just relies on those burns and getting these bursts of damage, and it's easier to burst him out because his mobility never scales.
CCG are starting to eyeball this bottom lane, but unfortunately for them, there is a ward right there. Sajet and Chime instantly back off. Ishochi just has to return to lane. And you can tell CCG are looking for angles. It's not from a lack of trying. Still early on in the game, they have ways they can start to match FlyQuest, but a lot of this early momentum's just been going their ways thus far.
Yeah. I also want to give a shout out to Cryo for out farming Shaden. One, because Shaden is like, he's one of the other players that we kind of look at with UG as really good at making sure that all of your players are good.
Jochi trying to put on the fancy feet, but missing the last 3. Shaden flashes forward, doesn't catch him on skill shots, so Shochi is able to survive. A bit of a duel coming out right there from Shochi and Bradley.
Still, very good stuff from Kryra, who has had a little bit more time, right? He's been playing for a couple of weeks with this squad in place of Chad. But before that, as we also were talking about, we hadn't really seen him, right? He was playing in the summer qualifiers last year quite a bit on the Cheese Chasers, as they were known. But this is definitely a spot where I think a lot of people were looking at him based on his performance in the combat and saying, we would like to see him have a chance. And unfortunately, you know, being put onto a team that's already kind of struggling has not really necessarily helped, but now Crimson has to try and get out of this one himself.
Underneath the tower, all out's going to be used. Ominous to match it. Looking for the stun, looking for the burn. It is found on a Crimson, and the passive will pop. Shaden gets the kill.
Really good stuff from Shaden, really good stuff from Surdy. This is actually some of the most we've seen these two players work together. I know Shaden has oftentimes worked for the rest of the map a lot more than he has for Surdy, but this time he's just like, yeah, I mean, the rest of the map's going fine, don't need to do anything. The grubs are up here, those are tasty, nom nom. We got ourselves a couple more grubs. It's going to be another grub again, very likely to come out, but Kryra trying to stop it.
We're going to match it right now. Kryra will be able to steal this one away. Yep, does come out on the reset, so not going to be Grubageddon, but the dive going down in the bottom lane. Rock Boom is sent to his doom. It's Sajet who grabs the kill. Kryra will steal away the Void Grub in the meanwhile.
And a masterful dive actually coming out from Sajet and Chime, both of them getting away with the exact amount of health they needed before they would go down to these turrets. And now Chime walking away, getting run at by Trevor, but I mean, Chime should be all right from this position. There's no ultimate coming out from the Leona, and the dive works on the top side of the map, it works on the bottom side of the map, and FlyQuest Challengers just showcasing that they are on another level right now.
Now, Rockboom was left by himself, so what do? We're diving the MF. She doesn't have that much mobility. Sajed and Chime as a duo, they just make it look easy, and it's another point of pressure that CCG have to deal.
Yeah. What is this? Kryra trying to make something happen, but Shaden's in the wings.
Oh, Snare's not going to land. Kryra shooting that way too early. Now allows Surdy a little bit of room to wiggle around. Doesn't get caught by the Q3. Engage, goes by the lopside.
It's just a lack of synergy coming through from Kryra and Crimson. That should have been an absolutely easy combination of crowd control, but not calling out where their abilities were going, not necessarily setting themselves up, and Surdy going to be walking away from that, not even needing to use the flash. And so the lead up in the top side of the map is going to continue to grow. And FlyQuest, a couple of seconds left until the Dragon. They aren't in position to fight for it just quite yet, but Shaden very rapidly moving towards the bottom side of the map.
Kryra as well. Heading down here over by the blue buff, looking for the first setup. You do have, don't have to walk around the Baron pit, given that you are on the red side right now, so it does give CCG a little bit more ease to set up their vision control and try and be here before FlyQuest are. Rockboom walking up, Bradley looking for the pinch, the rest of FlyQuest starting to pinch in. Shochi's there, it's going to be a 4-on-4 fight. Nice. Zenith Blade follows Bradley all the way through, and the bullet time will claim the kill. Credit goes to Trevor. 1,000 health remains, and it does get secured. Shaden will be able to grab that dragon. CCG want to grab the fight, however. Shochi flashes over the wall. Shaden will chase him down. A step away from the Q with the brand, and now Trevor gets the lockdown onto Chime. Another kill going to be secured. Sajed gets Rock Broom. Kyra in a bad way. Chased down by the Gator. Surdy, ruthless predator, will hunt down all the members of CCG. And Crimson on the back end can only watch in horror as he goes to retreat.
Yeah, Sajed just standing and delivering in that last fight. We got to see that Shochi really trying to push the limits of what his champion could do, trying to wall ride his way through. But as we take another look at this, I mean, it starts off with a great pick onto Bradley, but as we end up seeing, it doesn't get them a whole lot after that because the smite ends up going over to Shaden. Shochi tries to be very aggressive, but the rest of his team can't follow up because they would have to walk through the glacial fissure. And then Shaden just turns right on back by Sajed. So he's like, I can just auto-attack these, and now that I've dodged out on that last root coming through from Kryra, all I need to do is auto-attack, find myself a couple of kills, and then be very sad when Crimson shows up.
It's still Cassante nonetheless, but it's a job well done for Sajed. And a job well done for FlyQuest to turn that fight around after losing Bradley at the engage of Trevor. And that hurts a lot for CCG. Trevor is one of the main shot callers that we've seen for CCG, and pretty much any team that Trevor has been on, he's been a loud voice on the macro, on the calls that CCG look for. And this one, I mean, it looked good at the start, but when you're falling behind this quickly, you're not going to have many more opportunities to call for shots like that.
Yeah. I definitely look at Trevor as kind of like a Diamond Light in a lot of ways, where Diamond will be like, I'm going to play as aggressively as I can, and I'm going to take everything my opponent gives me. Trevor does a very similar thing, but Diamond has had just more success historically doing a lot of the same things. But Bradley teleporting down towards the bottom lane to save the bottom lane turret. The Rift Herald goes over in favor of FlyQuest, presumably in Shaden's pocket. Yep, in his hands. You can see the purple there. And now Surdy.
Solar Flare doesn't land a little bit too quick on the trigger as Trevor, so that will not provide the crowd control needed to take down the Gator. The rest of FlyQuest are starting to show up. Surdy with a quick Q onto the minions, does give him a good chunk of health back. Pew is Shochi, that's the Pew. The little zap laser.
There's going to be a cleanse coming up from Rock Boom as well. We do see that Sajed, we saw that, I think it was Instinct, right? Playing the Varus. He had the Kraken Slayer into the AP kind of build, but it looks like Sajed going for the Blade of the Rune King. You can go... Winsu's is just from an amp tome these days, right? I always get confused because there's like so many different like builds that item has had over the years. I think it's just amp tome now. Yeah, this one is Nashor's Tooth coming through, so it looks like a very similar style of build, but a slight difference in how you actually get your first item, right? Blade of the Rune King versus Kraken Slayer.
Chase on to Trevor, who takes a lot of damage from burns of Shaden. That brand, it really does add up, and when you are a tank from the support role, it means you're not getting as much econ, which means you're a little bit more of a paper tank, especially for Leona when that W does expire. You lose a lot of those resistances.
Yeah, you're very tanky for a couple of seconds, and you have to decide those seconds in advance. So afterwards, you're just like, ow, ow, please stop. But still, FlyQuest challengers, they just have so much control over the map, and now a top lane advantage has continued to balloon. Let's actually take a look at how much gold everybody has and see that Surdy is a very rich crocodile so far. He just got that top lane turret, so it continues to exacerbate. He's 2,500 gold over Shochi, the wealthiest member here for CCG. And I'm still looking for these opportunities, right? We still need to look at CCG and Trevor and see how they're going to try and get these fights started, because they're going to be running out of time. They need to be getting to these objectives first. They need to be looking very aggressively like they did towards Bradley. If they can do that a couple more times, they can get their way back in. But it feels as though every play being made in this game is mostly being based off of what FlyQuest challengers are doing.
No lack of trying, though. I do feel like CCG are looking for setups. You've seen Trevor try engages coming out from flanks. It's just too much in FlyQuest's court right now as they find a charge right onto the mid lane tower. I will open up the rift for more vision over to FlyQuest and an easy inside track right over towards that dragon spawning in 13 seconds.
Yeah, Surdy's already there. Crimson on the far side of the map. I would not be surprised if Surdy ends up teleporting towards the top side once they realize that, hey, there is no contest coming through from the members of CCG whatsoever. It's just going to be Shade and hitting this at the same time. So, just FlyQuest just in total control. And Shochi, I think, is classic for this player, just demanding the top lane turret.
Here we go, Trevor looking for an engage, but doesn't get there quite quick enough. So not finding it underneath the tower. All the meanwhile, Shochi does have some time left by himself. As you had said earlier, Josh, he will be able to claim that tower, cash in some gold. FlyQuest in the meanwhile want a Drake, and they will claim a Drake.
Yeah, Rattling Chime have to be a little bit careful because Shaden has moved away. There's still an opportunity for a fight, but Shochi on the top side of the map has got a teleport, but doesn't want to participate.
And Surdy teleporting out will not get stopped. There was a chance for a cancel. Crimson doesn't get there in time, so Surdy's over back towards that top side, and Shochi will back off, seeing the Gator.
You know, CCG, they recoup a little bit of the gold, right? They get the top lane turret, and Shochi has been like, have you considered that I am Zeri and you are Cassante, and like, gold is way more valuable on me? And he's like, oh, that's a good point. They give over some of that money. But with the 20 minutes on the clock already, I'm looking at how FlyQuest are going to try and play around this upcoming Baron buff. They have the double marksman, they have the Ezreal who's going to be completing the Muramana, they are going to have the Nashor's Tooth done on Sajed relatively shortly, and then they have the Brand who just has that max HP damage that's just going to burn for the entire time, so they can do this relatively quickly. They just need to have a good idea of what it is that CCG are doing, and one of the things that you have to be careful about is that FlyQuest challengers, like we said, they only have one engage tool, and it's on Sajed. So if they are not playing for these turns, it is very difficult for them to just let CCG dictate how they're going to be counter-engaging on any of these Barons.
They also have good poke tools. Nashor's Tooth is completed, which is going to add towards that ridiculous percentage health damage that we had seen. What was it? Instinct played it earlier? Just chunked out Cassante like it was nothing. We got the same situation right here, Josh.
It does take the ultimate, though, right? Like, the AP styles of builds do a lot of damage in the auto attacks and do a lot of damage with the flight stacks, but the Q doesn't scale off of AP. The ultimate does, but, I mean, that's when you're starting to just try and blow up a single target, and it will kill anyone in the game once you have sufficient AP. But Shochi doing a really good job saying, hey, I want to be paired into Surdy. We saw internationally that this was first played by Zeus up in the top side, and he's just like, well, I'm playing Zeri and Renekton cannot kill me, so what if I just played this up in the top lane? Now Shochi, it's been 20 minutes, but now that he's putting himself into the Renekton can't really do anything about him.
I was actually very curious about the stat real quick. Shochi has played 13 unique champions.
Yeah.
Wait. This is spring. Never mind. This is spring. I got it wrong.
Can't believe you just lied to me like that.
I would just straight up lie. Well, now we can actually compare the stats. Now I got his spring champions, and now I can look right now.
Wow.
Shochi, where are you?
That's probably pretty similar.
Oh, wait. Shochi, are you down here? Where are you? Oh, here you are. 13 unique champions. All right.
Wow. All right, so you didn't lie to me. It was just the same number. It just happened to be,
It's just kind of a shame that it's not like
I
old
respect
Shochi
your
before we
commitment
had
to
Fearless.
honesty. Yeah. Either way, I mean, Shochi is a player that I would not have expected to change much just because he plays so many different things in the first place. But there's the ultimate.
Yeah, Chain of Corruptions does find its way onto Trevor. The rest of CCG looking to collapse in and take this fight. Out comes the bullet time, but it's not that much damage really delivered from CCG. Surdy's the only one chunked out right now. Kyra coming from the flank doesn't really have an angle to continue the onslaught, so FlyQuest will be able to bully their way back in.
Bully their way back in, and the big thing is none of this really matters. It's all about how you guys play around the Baron and the upcoming Dragon, because FlyQuest Challenge will do a lot of damage, and they're mostly just waiting at this point for Sajed to get his ultimate back up. You can see it, like, most of the time it feels like they're not really moving, but you can see Sajed, he's 2/3 of the way back to having that ultimate ready.
Now there's a very, very low cooldown on that sucker. Only 1/4 really remains on that. It's still CCG who have priority over this Baron area. It's a questionable area to hold control of because it's not like they're going to be trying to sneak a Baron. It'd be a rough one to sneak against FlyQuest in this situation. Do have some pretty decent damage right there. He's holding that vision control, transferring it to maybe take away one of these Drakes, stop the dragon stacking. Could be a play for CCG.
Yeah, my initial thought was like, oh, CCG's Baron threat is fake, and then I looked at their composition again, I was like, oh no, this is a very real threat, right? You have Zeri, Misfortune, and Zyra, who do a ton of damage and take almost none in return. However, 30 seconds until the dragon actually spawns. They do have Zyra there first, so now we'll see how well they can control the space around this upcoming dragon. Oh,
Chime flashes forward. He's looking for Shochi. Does get the flash out of Shochi. That's pretty good value right there. Take one of the carries, mobility tools away. Gonna make it rougher for a fight. Now FlyQuest still holding control of the mid wave. They have Crimson over in the back pocket for CCG, who's walking through the river right now. Full control coming in. FlyQuest have a lot of room to work to try and land this poke in. Look for those piercing arrows from Sajed. It's making CCG feel like they need to find engage, and they need to find it soon. Glacial Fissure goes out, but it lands onto nothing. Chain of Corruptions onto Crimson make this difficult. Bullet time. It's on to no one. Shaden's able to get out his ultimate, and he'll burn them down, baby. 2 go down, and FlyQuest are chasing the rest.
Oh, it's a heartbreak coming through. Shaden was so low, he should have burned to death, but the Triumph procs come through from Shaden, and they are what keep him alive. And now they're going to be moving over directly towards the Barrowmouth. They don't care about the dragon. They want to hit this one, and as they start this one up, Bradley going to be playing spoiler, trying to make sure that no one on CCG can get close. It's all on Shochi. They're not making the call to contest. Instead, they're already pinging towards the dragon. So this is going to be a Baron Nash, and the Rally Cry Baron buff getting picked up for FlyQuest Challengers.
I know we've seen Zeri moments happen in the past. Even this season, we've seen some pretty big ones. I'm not sure if it was Instinct or not. I think it might have been a turnaround on a 1v4 with Zeri. But Shochi, this is not the one. This is not the hill to die on. I think it's the better move for CCG to actually back off, take this dragon instead, and cut your losses.
They're in contest here. They're pinging towards it. They're already moving. The Ezreal, not been good. All right. They do end up picking it up, but this is a lot of lost tempo for CCG. They now have to either try and defend their structures without buying, or they have to buy and give up some structures. And that does mean that FlyQuest can press very aggressively for the next like 30 seconds to a minute, or until CCG actually have to back up. And that's why you see Jed pushing so aggressively.
This could be a pick out right now. Chime's by himself. CCG are playing this in a very careful way. Ultimate comes out. Shochi's able to burn his in return, but Surdy is here, and he's got Shochi locked down in the jaws. Teleport being channeled out. Crimson has arrived, but it's 4 on 5 as coming from an angle.
Watch this damage.
On 4, in fact. Now locking down Crimson. Crimson gets picked out. Piercing Arrow able to do its job. Trevor. Oh, there's no escaping this, Trevor. Shaden will grab the kill, and FlyQuest spread their wings.
And this is what happens, right? They have not spent their gold. They've been on the map for a while, and now FlyQuest Challengers in total control as they take down so much of the other team. Kryra and Rockboom will be able to defend the mid lane, but that means the bottom lane turret will get opened up. That's going to be a bunch of money going through towards FlyQuest Challengers, and the gold lead continuing to balloon, nearly 7,000 gold in the lead.
I can feel the Winthrop fans wiping the sweat off their brow. I mean, it was pretty high chance. FlyQuest are a very skilled team, and CCG have had a struggling season. But also keep in mind that Winthrop, 4 of the members are from St. Louis University, the same collegiate team that Surdy plays in. Surdy is literally roommates with one of the Winthrop members, so you know he's trying to win this in the name of some of his buddies there.
Yeah, he's trying to do his teammate a favor, you know, but still, or his roommate a favor. But now FlyQuest Challengers, they're pushing up, they're taking control of this top side, and Trevor can't walk there, buddy.
Nope, gets got out. Winner's Bike. Glacial Fissure follows it. Almost looked like that was the one that got a kill. It looked like a cool animation. Bradley still nets it up and goes 2-1-2.
Yeah, but the top side turret, right? There's pressure coming through from Sajed, and Kryra just dies. There's nothing he could do. He just took so much damage all out of nowhere, and now it's a top lane turret going down at the same time. FlyQuest Challengers, this Rally Cry Baron buff already plus 6,000 gold, and they're not done.
Put it in the books. It's over, man. This game is not going to last much longer. 28 minutes into this, we got a 9K lead, and inhibitor turrets are now falling one after the other. You got one more under attack over on the top side, while the rest of FlyQuest focus down onto this inhibitor. They'll rotate over. Rockboom, don't get too close, Rockboom, because that's your doom right there. A kill picked up by Sajed, who will hunt down the marksman of CCG. FlyQuest are looking for the close.
The But they have no Baron buff, and they don't have the supers in yet. It's going to take them a while to come through. So they're going to be backing away here. 10,000 gold in the lead at this point. Every single member on their team, like, let's take a look at this. Like, wow, that's a lot of money. Except for Shochi, he's got a decent amount of money too. But everyone else just taking total control. And we've been seeing that Shochi, over 300 CS at 29 minutes. Like, he's done a really good job making sure they can maximize his own money, but the rest of his team has not been able to find anything at all. It's just the Zeri scaling up, still looking for those Zeri moments.
They keep sending Shochi into the side lanes. That's why he's getting so much farm. It's why he's getting so wealthy. And it's pretty much putting everything you have into Shochi. Can you have that big Zeri moment, as you were just mentioning, Josh? Can Shochi pull it off? In the clutch, in the past, back when he was on Cincinnati Fear, we've seen Shochi do it before, but it's a 10K lead that you have to overcome this time. I don't know if he's going to have that anime arc.
Yeah, I mean, he's got himself 3 items, but so does everybody on FlyQuest. So it is a very tough position for this Zeri to try and get anything done. If he can dodge everything, like if Sajed uses the ultimate and Chime uses the ultimate and Shaden uses the ultimate and then Shochi can join the fight, there's opportunities for him to come back in. The game is very close to over, and now we're seeing that FlyQuest, they're moving out in force on the bottom side of the map. And Kryra can try and find something, but he's not going to throw it out. Instead, force back into his own base here. Can just get some poke out.
Super minions are past the halfway point over in the top lane. Still waiting to lead some in the mid lane. But as long as FlyQuest set up here, continue the siege, you can have a lot of pressure they're doing here, so that's why CCG go for the engage. Shochi's running low, but there's a Gator right there who goes on a rampage. Will put CCG in his jaws and death roll them piece by bloody piece. 4 kills picked up by FlyQuest as they look to close.
That'll be the end of the game. They got supers starting to pile into the base at the same time, and Chime, the only person being hit by that last bullet time. Shochi just going too far, too fast, and there's not a whole lot the rest of his team could do. And FlyQuest challengers find their way to the first win in this series. They just got to find one more. That'll get Winthrop into playoffs.
The ace picked up signifies the win for FlyQuest in game number 1. Overall, fantastic performance coming out for FlyQuest. Once they got that lead, it really started to exponentiate. They performed well on all cylinders. I think we have a numerous amount of players who did well, Sajed being one of them, but the big player of the game is going to be Shaden, Josh.
Shaden really just had control of the early game, making sure that Surdy was looking good up at the top side of the map, and then just running around the board and did a fantastic job controlling the rest of the game. So just making sure that there was nothing that it felt like CCG could ever do. And so Shaden, with that kind of control, easy player of the game here coming through, looking to see what else he can do and showcase that he is another player who could potentially earn himself the most valuable prospect.
All those walkaway burns. Hurts to see if you're the recipient of it, but for Shaden, you just put on the shades. You don't look at explosions, man. Cash in, and that's got to feel good for Shaden right now, being our player of the game. Overall, a great win coming out for FlyQuest. It was a very well organized game coming out from them. They showed what they wanted to do. I do think there was some good responses out of CCG. They were trying for engages. They were trying to get a win condition with Shochi in the side lanes, but it just wasn't enough to stop the juggernaut that was FlyQuest. So we're going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, FlyQuest versus CCG. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Have a seat. As you know, the NACL is recruiting superheroes for our League of Legends division. So, first questions first. What's your superpower?
With my super memory and ability to change other people's memories, I would just be able to walk through words and you'll just forget that I'm there. You'll always see me on the flank, but you will always wonder how I get there. You'll never know.
My superpower is teleport. I'll be able to instantly go to other places. As a support player, just being able to start a fight, be brave, throw yourself into the enemy team and just being a hero.
I would say I have a lot of superpowers, but my best superpower is just being able to gaslight people. Because, usually you get these support players and they don't know what they're doing and they're always doing the wrong thing. am kind of able to, like, you know, talk to them and coerce them into actually, you know, doing the right play. Not Zyko though. You know, he's perfect.
I'd say my superpower is just being able to learn fast and take criticism and being able to apply it like very easily. I'm here on the Rift because I'm selfless. I've just been trying to think of the big picture more often because my teammates are really hard on me when it comes to that.
My superpower is that I have super speed. You wanna see me run around the world and come back here? You wanna see me do it again? I keep the good vibes, so even if I'm 10 deaths, I'm still keeping it together mentally and for everyone on the team.
My superpower for my team is just being, you know, good vibes. There's gonna be some tense situations, but sometimes you just gotta play like it's a normal game, like an everyday game, even though it's like a lot on the line. In these situations, you just gotta have a good, funny guy. I think something that makes me a hero on the Rift is, you know, when my team needs me the most, I perform in the late game situations. In a team fight, I got the ice in my vein. I just love those moments where it's like everyone's dead on your team and they're watching you. They're all watching your last move and, you know, you get to clutch up for them.
Probably invincibility, just because it's cool. I get people tough, and because of that, my team will never have to worry about enemy top lane.
My superpower is that I'm the Avatar. I like to bend the elements. I'd like to think I save everyone when they're inting, you know, because that's what superheroes do, especially my jungler.
My superpower is adaptability. I'll adapt to my environment. Need me on a tank? I'm on a tank. Need me on the carry? I'm on a carry. I'll adapt to my environment. I said that the thing that makes me a hero on Drift is I'm always for the boys. Skip a camp to come to a fight, flip a random fight. Someone needs me to be there to protect the stacked wave. I'm for the boys.
Our people will get in touch with your people. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, our final week of the regular season. And FlyQuest are looking to close out their season with the 2-0 as they start off with absolute dominance, absolute authority, Josh. A very, very convincing win over CCG.
It never really felt like CCG had an angle back into that game, right? Once Shaden went towards the top side of the map, he found some kills. He got some more kills later on. They just took control of the game from there. Surdy did a fantastic job making sure that Crimson never really got to play, and unfortunately the rest of the team was never able to set themselves up for success by creating these zones where the Zyra and the Misfortune and the Leona could all work together. FlyQuest Challengers just had a better understanding of the game plan from top to bottom.
I didn't actually realize how much damage Bradley did throughout that game.
He's Ezreal. Those numbers are fake.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. If you poke and you don't kill, is it really damage?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, man. Like, Bradley, he did a good job on the Ezreal. He didn't really go down. He just had the one time where he got, like, soul read by Trevor. But other than that, it was just a very standard Ezreal game coming through. However, with FlyQuest winning this first game in a dominant fashion, we do have a 1-0 situation. CCG 1 game away from being knocked out of the playoffs and into the promotion tournament at the end.
Yeah. That's a rough road to fall into. I talked a little bit about Shochi, talked a little bit with Shochi on how he was feeling his season was going back in the midseason, and he was very disappointed. He was hoping for a bit of a bloom as we got later into this one, but fortunately it's not happening, and that's some place that Shochi might have to consider himself entering into. That promotion relegation, that's a really hard tournament to actually get through because you have to fight for your right to stay in the NACL in the first place. Avoiding that altogether would be beautiful. But right now, Winthrop, they're just watching with beautiful eyes set towards the screen saying, Surdy is my hero. I wish we had an Aaron Lee cam. Really wish we had an Aaron Lee cam. And if FlyQuest win this, we just go to that cam as he runs into Surdy's room. That would be so nice.
That would be awesome, actually. I know that Aaron, he's one of my favorite guys to do content with because he's just a goober. I know he's in Twitch chat, but like he will alternate between being like, super, like gangster hip hop kind of atmosphere, and then he'll just say like the most like random thing, and then he'll also say something that is just like super internet pilled all at the same time. He's watching this and just saying the most bizarre things you've ever heard anybody talk about. Anyway. He's not playing today. He doesn't have any more games left to play until we see what happens with CCG. But with that in mind, we do have CCG being pushed up against the wall, and now they're going to be losing some of the most important champions, especially for Kryra, who can no longer play the Zyra.
Yeah, and let's bring that up right now because, nice run, by the way. We do have our champions that were played on this game 1, which means they're not allowed on the Rift. Banned. Cannot cross this line, cannot pass go, cannot collect $200. This is taking away a lot of those marksmen. Once again, 4 were played into this game. And for CCG, normally any other team, it does spark a little bit of worry, but for CCG, you do know they have some creative picks. They're going to have to pull out their best pocket picks if they want to take this.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Kryra because Rockboom doesn't have pocket picks that I know of that just kind of go nuts, but Kryra has the Evelyn, and Kryra also has the Zac. They were really considering the Zac in that last game. We saw that they were bouncing back and forth between Zyra and Zac before settling on the Flowers, and it does mean that as we look at this next game, the Zac is still available, but Kryra really only has those 2 champions that I have seen him go absolutely nuts on in combines in the past, and that's only 2 champions, which means you can ban both of them.
And FlyQuest have already shown that they're not afraid to leave more powerful picks up to take away those comfort picks. Evelyn was banned away last time. We might see the same thing coming up into this draft as we get ready for game number 2. Again, as you said, it back against the wall for CCG.
One of the things I've heard over and over again from coaches and players is that the more you respect your opponents, the more meta your bans become, because you just say, we don't want you to play this style of League of Legends. However, when you start banning out a bunch of pocket picks, it says, yeah, we think we can play standard better than you can, and that's part of why we're seeing more pressure being put onto Rockboom and Kryra's champion pools, because FlyQuest should be feeling very comfortable. They do play standard League of Legends quite well.
It's kind of the old wildcard conundrum. When someone's really good at a pocket pick, do you ego and let it through, or do you just ban it and not have to deal with it?
Too many. That was the problem, right? They had so many pocket picks. There's like, well, we can prevent this one. We don't want to play that way. And they're like, okay, well, what if we turn the game on its head anyway? We see the Twisted Fate ban coming out up against Surdy, and now FlyQuest. I'm expecting this to be another Evelyn or a Zac ban. Probably Evelyn, just to make sure that you cut down on all the weird variables, because Evelyn is not good in competitive, but partly because people have to practice playing against it every now and then.
And we did see from the last series that sometimes not having that practice against certain champions can be very, very impactful. So with the Cho'Gath, we're not going to see the Evelyn, however, as CCG have opted to lock in the Nidalee for Kryra.
Yeah, I mean, I have heard murmurings that there is a AD Nidalee top lane build that is playable, but I don't really want to see it, especially in these kind of games. So Kryra not going to be going towards any of those pocket picks, and CCG opting to play a bit more of a standard League of Legends so far, and FlyQuest should be feeling very comfortable with that. And ooh, Surdy playing the Rumble. Now, the last time I think I actually saw Surdy play Rumble, it was not good. He had one of the worst games I think I've seen him play, and then it, later emerged that he was like dying, like he was super sick and he was actually trying to play that game. However, that does not change the fact that he went 0-11.
Here's something you can do, though. The Rumble is still flex picked, technically. So you can try and bait them out into thinking the Rumble's going to go on the top lane and then flex it into the jungle. We've seen another team do that in this season, in fact. But next pick coming out for FlyQuest will be the Corki. That was left on the table, not banned away this time. So you do have that long range coming out from the Corki, and of course the annoyance that is the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very strong scaling champion. It's very powerful at like levels 1 through 3, and then it's very powerful at levels like 13 plus. But now we also have the Nautilus coming through. With the Braum already taken off the table, the Nautilus does have its priority rise quite a bit. And now with the, oh my gosh, I mean, it would not be the first time that we've seen this champion played. I think Shoji and Onat have both played this champion as well. It is going to be coming out as the Corki counter pick almost definitely, though it is worth noting that Crimson's older brother Viper also loves playing this champion topside.
Oh, okay, so we do got a double flex then.
Yeah.
We've seen Shochi many times in the past. Yeah, definitely locked this one in before. Knowing that it does have that type of flexibility between players, it's some of the times where we've seen teams where Shochi's on him actually thrive the most, being able to bait out some of these picks and be like, Vigar's not going into the mid lane, it's going into the bot lane. You might do that with Action. It's not going mid, it's going top. We'll see soon enough. Next lock-in for FlyQuest is going to be that Vi point-and-click CC.
Yeah, you already have the magic damage coming in from the Rumble. You do not need more of it, and so Shaden going to be playing one of the champions that he has had a lot of success on in the past on this Vi, getting some guaranteed lockdown and making sure that you can do so much damage with the 2 solo laners that you've already picked up. Now, we got to start looking at what other marksmen are available to be played down in the bottom side of the map. The Alistar ban coming through, I would not be surprised if it was also a Rel ban to prevent any of these other counter-engaged champions coming out from Chime. But Sajed is a player who is so good at playing things like the Jinx, playing characters that evolve over the course of the team fight that relies so much on positioning, because he is a positioning savant when he starts moving around these team fights.
So I did want to update my stat real quick. It was Fierce Starforge who flexed it into the jungle, having Exi play the Rumble. So, yeah.
I mean, that makes sense from what we've seen from these guys. The Olaf ban going to be coming out, targeting Crimson, and it is going to be the Rel ban, taking it away from Chime. And now as we look towards the rest, we have to start picking the bottom side of the map. You already see the Nautilus picked up, so you have to try and decide how it is that you want to play around that. The Nautilus has the guaranteed lockdown, so you can either try and pick a very powerful AD carry, like the Kai'Sa here, which prevents the classic Kai'Sa Nautilus pairing, or you could have tried to go for a support, and this time they're just saying, hey, yeah, what if we just did a lot of damage?
And I really do like the ability to dive onto some of these backline picks, which is going to make CCG really careful about how they draft in these next couple of lock-ins. Because you don't want someone who's going to be there by themselves in their lonesome and just suddenly dived on. I'm not the biggest fan of Jhin in this context, because that is one of those champions that can get punished. Not just by the duo dive of having a Kai'Sa and a Vi, but also just where you place the equalizer. Just place it on top of him while he's doing the curtain call, and you can put that to a stop really quickly. I do like the draft more for FlyQuest currently. One more pick for CCG to try and even this out.
Yeah, I mean, the Jhin is something that I have seen Rockboom play quite a bit over the course of his career. He does have both the utility and a lot of scaling damage later on. It is going to be Crimson locking in the Ornn at the same time, so they have a very strong front line and someone that is going to be very resistant to the damage coming through from Bradley and Sajed. But we also still have the Rakan available. We have a very strong counter engage available to FlyQuest challengers, and I mean, whenever you have a Akshan on the team, the game becomes weird, right? Because you can't just play normal. Akshan kind of plays like the Evelyn. You need to know where he is at all times, or he's going to show up and do a lot of burst damage out of nowhere. And if you've gotten kills recently, you can cheat tempo very heavily. So Shochi, absolutely the kind of guy that I want to see on this total rat of a champion.
Yeah. And that's the way a lot of the tempo of the game can be turned around, as you said, cheating tempo. It's using that passive. You've gotten a lot of kills, he kills you, suddenly those teammates are back up. That is something that CCG are going to look to play towards. They do have a lot of fast-paced champions, more specifically the Nidalee more than anything. I'm curious as to how FlyQuest will start taking their 5v5s when they want to start pushing for those 5v5s, because again, I like their comp a lot. I like the reactions that they have. I like the engage that they have to put CCG down.
So much of what FlyQuest are going to be trying to do is going to be picking off individual members, and they have a lot of targets. Shochi, Rockboom, and Kryra are all champions that they can just jump on top of, delete almost instantly. And so Crimson and Trevor have their job cut out for them in order to try and prevent that from happening. But now, this is interesting. Shochi just pushing Bradley away so that the rest of his team can get into the brush unnoticed. Nice.
I'm seeing this a lot now. Flash comes through. It's a flash for flash trade. This time a little bit more effective from Trevor.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely, hey, what if we did what they did last time? Just copy the homework but change it enough so that nobody knows. Shaden is going to have to flash away from that one.
It's not the biggest loss. I mean, jungler losing a flash, it's a-okay.
Yeah.
Well, for this game, let us know in chat who you think got this one. Will it be CCG or FlyQuest? CCG, a reminder, they're fighting for their lives. If they win this series, they get into playoffs. If they do not, it is promotion relegation, and they're going to fight their way back into the NACL.
Yeah. Also, look at the lane swaps coming through from CCG. This isn't something we've been seeing a lot in Tier 2 for a while. I'm trying to make sure that Surdy is not comfortable up in the top side of the map, and Kryra is going to be starting at this red buff, courtesy of the fact that they really pushed out the opposing jungler so that they are on the bottom side. It forces a bit of a vertical, and now that they finally showcased their dueling up in the top side of the map, Surdy's like, oh man, now I have to like back up, I can't get any of this, and he's like, okay, well, time to go double check and see if any of these camps have already been done.
Yeah, that is the top laner mentality. The moment a lane swap happens, it's just like, I don't get to play the game anymore. I got like an 8-second wait timer before I'm actually able to do anything in this game. But you do see Surdy's trying to be play menace towards Kryra's invade right now. Can't stay in there too long. We'll have to just back off. And this is why you often see when you know a lane swap's coming, top laners just go with their duo lane.
Yeah. Ooh, Crimson showcasing himself on this ward does mean that Shaden has a lot of information, goes towards the Krugs immediately, knows that there's nobody there as Crimson does cross over the ward yet again. And Crimson is going to have to deal with Chime coming over in just a moment.
What's Crimson going to do? He's only got his Q. What does that do? Just put up a statue? Looks pretty? It doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything. He's just level 1. He almost gets the steal though. Okay. Almost ate my words for a second. But Crimson, he's trying to play menace, but he's really playing with fire right now as he falls to 200 health. No EXP for Crimson.
He's bought a lot of time as Kryra is here, and he sees Shaden on this ward. Watch the spear.
Ooh. Oh, almost a nice sidestep from Shaden, but kind of miscalculates right there. Now he's looking to outplay Kryra. Kryra still... Oh, he dodges the point blank spear instead. And now Kryra's the one flashing away. Now the spear comes out. Looking to land it. Goes off into the middle. Field goal going to be met. Just like that. A little bit of skirmish going out in the jungle, Josh.
Yeah, remember that Zed is getting more value from these plays from the top side of the map because ever since the change has happened, these top lane and mid lane turrets are so tanky, so that Rockboom is just now getting access to that first play up on the top side, whereas Zed has already picked up 2. So, FlyQuest Challengers, slight deficit, I think, or maybe it's they probably overall slightly ahead because the Jed gets so much more money off of these plates than Rockboom is actually getting. But now, as the lanes are resetting, we'll get to see how the rest of it will shake out. Surdy, very sad because he's just now getting his first CS.
Yeah, Crimson's level 2. Surdy hasn't even hit it yet, so he was kind of isolated from his lane for a while. It's the top lane treatment. What you get. You're a top laner? Ah, sorry. You get to farm. And now we finally go towards something a little bit more stable, something a little more normal, Josh.
Yeah. At the same time, Bradley with no interaction in this mid lane, also seeing Shochi moving out of the lane to try and affect the bottom half, is taking total control of the mid lane, and Chime is here as well, but Kryra right in the wings.
Suspect something's up. Chime's gonna show. Kryra knows, but FlyQuest don't know. Kryra's here, and now it's gonna land. Oh, did he not get the pounce over the wall?
Nah, he
I
missed.
think it might have failed. That's rough.
Yeah, total face plan. That does mean that Shochi consistently pushed out, losing these minions back and forth. But Trevor in the mid lane at the same time, trying to make sure that not is all lost. The game's still very tenuous, as in these kind of situations, small mistakes can compound very rapidly.
Trevor getting a bit of damage in the supportal combat going on in the river. We'll leave the marksmen by themselves. Trevor looks to return back towards his lane. Same thing with Chime over there, as Rockboom is just being isolated away. Time without your support means time without the wave. Still, though, Rockboom's been able to keep up with CS decently well.
Yeah, I mean, he had a small advantage based off of the lane swap originally, so Sajed is still the one who had to play catch-up for a while, but at the same time, I mean, look at what has happened on the far side of the map. This is part of why Crimson did not want to play these normal lanes, and the hook lands.
Hook lands, finds it onto Sajed. Sajed looks to retreat. Chime is only there to play bodyguard. And Rockboom and Trevor placing their aggression forward. There are some pings coming out from FlyQuest right now. They are tracking where Kryra is, so they realize that Kryra's headed over towards where Shaden is currently farming the Void Grubs.
Yeah. He does get the first one, is staying on the next as another hook goes out from Trevor. But just getting the one does mean that Shaden is going to have to back away and allow Kryra and Shochi to take even more of the top side of the map. So the game's still very even. FlyQuest have not yet found their angle into the game.
Once Shaden does hit level 6, that's where I expect to see things start to turn a little bit. How well that Cease and Desist is utilized really does impact those early kills and getting that early momentum, especially for bot lane, where looking to pick up this dragon. It has been up for a little bit now. Trevor has been willing to play aggressive on top of it, and you can see that happen once again as the dredge line's able to root down Sajed. He gets shielded up by Chime. Rockboom and Trevor really applying the pressure.
Yeah, also committing the barrier there, expecting a lot more damage to come out from Rockboom, who is out of mana. I believe had 3 shots still in the chamber, so maybe a bit too cautious coming through from Sajed, but we're seeing Trevor is really on one right now. He is landing so many of these hooks, and here comes a potential dive attempt as Shochi moves his way down.
Yeah, that's level 6 for Rockboom, looking for that 4th shot. Chime can't stand it, neither could Sajed. They're able to dash away, but the ultimate burned out by Shochi. Long distance, first blood picked up. It's a double CCG. They find success in the bot side.
Really good stuff from Trevor to pull those minions out of the way of that comeuppance, and Shochi finds that kill. Yes, Bradley will get a little bit. He'll get a play in the mid lane, but that's a gold lead coming through for CCG, keeping their hopes of making it to playoffs alive.
And that's where you're talking about keeping eyes on Shochi. Once he leaves the map, you got to expect him showing up to one of these lanes. Bradley and Shochi duke it out for just a second. Shochi's not going to stand it for much longer. Bradley, he lands that Q. Maybe he tries to dive, but Shochi too far away.
The Shaden also level 6. Serdy's going to have to teleport towards the top side here in just a moment. Looks like he's waiting for gold for the boots, and that is exactly what he does. But Sajed, I mean, going down there, they've been having a really tough time playing this because of how accurate Trevor has been with so many of these hooks. And also, make sure that Shochi can stay in the mid lane and farm. We did get to see last game that Shochi is a player who, when given the opportunity, will just farm multiple lanes while the rest of his team is doing something, right? This time, being down a little bit against Bradley, I mean, we've seen this before. Bradley loves making sure he gets every single one of these last hits, but he's not going to be getting the same allocation of resources from the rest of his team later in the game.
Now with this reset, Shochi's coming onto the map. Only able to get a BF sword, but still a lot of AD added to that. We're keeping track of these resets because Dragon is still on the table. Neither team has really gone for a Dragon stacking win condition. And now with our level 6s available, especially for Shaden, Cease and Desist, expect that to change rather soon.
Yeah, Rockboom looking for something with Trevor, but not going to find it at all. I'm kind of curious when Shaden is going to come alive in this game, right? We've seen that Kryra out farming him ever so slightly, but now that Vi is this level 6, has to be starting to look for some kind of play, and I feel like Crimson might be the natural target for them, even though he's on the far side of the dragon. He does have a bit of an unstoppable, but even when he's doing that, he roots himself in place, so you get so much equalizer value.
It seems to be the idea. I mean, Shaden is pathing towards that side. He's going to clear out his wolves first before he continues to find his next spot. The problem is going to be is that Kryra is also clearing out his top side camps at the very moment. Blue buff will be spawning right after that. You'll have Rift Herald, so Kryra's in the right place, right time to have his priority.
Yeah. I mean, I really like how Kryra has moved around the map. Like I said, he played a lot of control junglers when we were watching him at the Evil Geniuses Combine and other combines last year. Yeah, it was because it was before Worlds.
Oh, Rockboom might be caught out here. Rockboom looking to run away. He does have Flash available, but this is a long way you have to travel and not enough time to get there. Bradley will find the pick and FlyQuest start up the Drake.
There you go. I mean, Shaden and Bradley just working together, find out Rockboom, like you said, and it's going to be the first dragon going right on over. But you got to be careful because Kryra is going to be starting up the grubs on the top side of the map, and with Shochi protecting him, it's very difficult for FlyQuest to try and contest that at all. And Kryra's going to get at least 2, so the grubs will be going over to the other side.
Oh, Bradley's getting damaged on Shochi, so you don't have much backup in the mid lane. You got the equalizer coming from Surdy right now, who can show up and turn this on a dime. Now here comes Chime, doesn't get the charm onto Kryra. Instead, it's only going to be found on Trevor, who's giving up his life to protect the rest of his teammates. Shaden takes the kill.
That's still going to be 4 of the Void Grubs going through. Crimson not going to be throwing out the ultimate just quite yet. Shochi got to be looking for Bradley here. But that's going to be 5 grubs, looking like it's going to go over to CCG as FlyQuest back away.
FlyQuest, they don't have the same tools anymore. Equalizer's down, Season Assist is down. Means that Engage isn't as potent as it was before, so this is going to allow Kryra to stay with the Void Grubs and get the 5th one in the name of CCG.
And this is really helpful for Shochi in particular, who has showcased that he is willing to split push very aggressively, and that is something that Akshan does very well. However, the gold lead is going over towards the other side of the map, and in particular, we've been seeing that Bradley and Sajed doing a really good job making sure that their farm stays up, whereas Crimson still struggling up in the top side of the map, not really able to fight up against Surdy. We are seeing that, you know, when Surdy's not sick, the Rumble play actually comes through very effectively, and he's continuing to zone away this opposing top laner from farm.
No kidding, that's a lot of CS that Surdy has picked up in comparison to Crimson so far. You can see right now, Crimson forced to walk back into lane because he wants to save that teleport. The Ornn is very impactful for when it comes to these team fights, so having that teleport is going to be crucial to try and turn around some of these fights for CCG. But still, it's at the cost of Surdy just outright bodying you in lane.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that as long as Ornn is getting his experience, which he, you know, mostly is, it's going to be alright, because the Ornn does scale very well with levels, and his ability to give out items is based on levels, not on how much gold that he actually has. So, Crimson is going to be alright in this game as long as the game does not just evolve too quickly, and there's a lot of scaling available at FlyQuest. Ooh, Trevor?
Here we go, they're able to find Trevor. That's an easy pick. He does have Flash available, so should be able to Flash hook out of it. Doesn't even burn the Flash. Very patient with Trevor.
Yeah. Shaden actually gets caught out by the captive audience coming out from Rockboom, and that will lock them down. Now Surdy has Flash.
Surdy gets away from the Call of the Forge God with the Flash. Kryra was there to follow up if that engagement was successful.
Call of the Train God this time around, but either way. Chugga Chugga. Crimson still trying to find something, and Kryra backing away. I mean, happy to get the Flash, but not looking for a return play. FlyQuest still. I mean, I have a Corki on my team if I'm FlyQuest, so I don't really feel a need to do much. You know? Like, the Ornn is good scaling. The Jhin is good scaling, but Bradley just kind of kills everyone when he's on, like, 3-4 items.
Yeah. You can just allow this game to be in a passive state and come out ahead in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. There's a dragon. Like, this is a perfect team that likes scaling for the dragons. They already got the mountain. They're going to be playing for the cloud relatively soon, and they're also playing for the Rift Herald right now because nobody on CCG is here to play for it.
Yeah, they're seeming kind of lost right now. I mean, they're over on the Dragon side. Hey, it's a minute 30 before Dragon's up. So, not looking for the contest whatsoever on Rift Herald. They'll use it to get some deeper vision onto the blue side quadrant of FlyQuest, but ultimately Rift Herald does belong to FlyQuest.
What does CCG try and do? They get some deep vision down on the eastern quadrant of the map, but they're not looking for a dive. They're not looking to push Sajed and Chime off of the map. They're just relying on a very small lead in the bottom side to potentially be the difference maker, whereas I like the fact that FlyQuest still trying to make things happen. We have a minute left until the dragon actually spawns, and Shaden going to be clearing things out, has the Sundered Sky completed. We're waiting for Surdy to complete the Leandries up in the top side, but Bradley has a training force. Like, the damage is going to be there.
And it's all pretty textbook too, because FlyQuest, now that you have the Rift Herald, if it's spawning soon, you know, Rift Herald in the mid lane, get pressure going over there. It forces CCG in a bad position where FlyQuest can just easily grab the Drake. They're still fighting for priority over on this bottom side. You can see all the traps that have been placed to try and slow down Sajed and Chime from doing much. Well, they're set and they're now gone. Trevor into the mid lane. He's looking for Bradley. This could be a play for CCG, but just misses.
Yeah. A really nice try coming through from Trevor. He knows what it is that Bradley has to do and goes for the hook. Just pulls up a little bit short. The top side, Surdy does have the teleport and the Leandris complete, and his bot lane turret will be going over towards FlyQuest challengers. 16 minutes in, they do find themselves the first brick and a small gold lead, and now they're looking for Trevor as well, but with Flash, he's going to be alright, so it's going to be play all around this dragon.
CCG are going to look to utilize some of this poke. Italy Spears coming out all over the place. You still have the curtain call as well to try and clean up some of these kills. Apply that pressure from a long range. Trevor's still going to go for the hook, but he's by himself for a little bit before Shochi and Karaira are able to rejoin. Now Shochi doesn't want any piece of this. He gets a rocket as a parting gift, as well as a goodbye to his marksman. Rockboom gets decimated. Equalizer is perfect. Crimson has to walk through the flames of Surdy as they'll roast and toast Crimson. Sajed grabs the kill. Karaira tries to escape, but there's no escaping these hands. FlyQuest take a team fight win.
And everybody but Trevor ends up going down for that one, paying for the fact that Trevor thought he saw an angle, and the dragon is going to go over as well. The gold lead sitting at 1,000, but out of nowhere, a 3,500 gold lead already coming through for FlyQuest challengers, just waiting for that one mistake to happen. And Shaden taking total control of it, like a great equalizer. But Shaden was the one who gets so many of these kills, gets so much control of this fight.
You want to see another take at this, just the positioning coming out from CCG. I mean, they felt like they had it, but Trevor, even though he got that crowd control in, there's no one to follow it up in time.
Yeah. I mean, Shaden goes in, he just finds Rockboom, and then after that, he's just going for the long chase, finds his way onto Crimson and Karaira, and then the Q flash at the end makes sure that they find another kill onto the Nidalee. So really good stuff in his ability to target switch in all of these moments.
Long chase from FlyQuest paying off big. And what was a rather even game, Josh. Look at the gold now, 3.5k in the name of FlyQuest. They've started to blow this game up. A lot of that coming over from Shaden, who is currently 3 kills deep.
Yeah, and you can see that the game was so even for so long, and then it really just happens like one mistake turns the game on its head, and now Bradley and the rest of FlyQuest in control, and Shochi has to be very careful. He rushes this Infinity Edge in order to try and get the damage down. He does have a very strong, ability to go for burst damage into squishy targets, but Bradley can just turn and deliver. He can just stand and fight right on back as Chime has to be out.
Yeah, Chime, it's not your side of the map right now. Fortunately for him, it's just 2 tanks and a Jhin, so he'll slide out. Ain't no issue whatsoever. Looking at the timers right now, we got a minute 30 before Baron hits the map, 3 minutes 30 seconds before the next Drake. FlyQuest have been the better at dragon stacking, but this is a rather late 4th dragon that will be looking to come out later. Now Rockboom gets the lockdown on the Sajed. Jed will not take much damage. Chime able to deter away the bouncing grenades. Look at Bradley wailing away at this tower. No one's there to respond. You got Shaden, who's looking to interrupt any of these inside tracks. Shaden finds a pick onto Shochi. Even getting over the wall, it's not enough to survive. Karaira will see his mid laner, and they'll respawn, and it's 2 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Surdy has to be careful. Does have the flash.
Oh god, Call the Conductor God comes out, and Surdy's by himself. 3 members of CCG will collapse onto the top lane of FlyQuest.
It's still a 2-for-1, and FlyQuest are the ones who pick up the turret immediately after that. As the bottom lane structure falls, it's effectively a 4-for-1 in terms of kills across the map. And CCG, yes, they pick off Surdy, but it's still an overall win. And Shane continues to find all these fantastic ultimates down on every single player to take them down. As the Rift Herald must have been running out of time.
What are you doing there, buddy? Come on, Shelly. This is not your lane. Someone get in and direct Shelly to the mid lane. There's still tower there. Top lane, there's still tower there. Shelly's not being a team player.
Every time we look at Bradley, he's doing this.
Better job than Shelly. Better job than Shelly. Bradley should be in that pit.
That would be wild. Trevor now trying to find Bradley.
Yeah, this is the true Herald. Bradley, they're looking to lock him down. 3 members there. He should be dead to rights. There's no escape. There's no flash. Only one more route is found, but here comes the rest of FlyQuest. Shade able to start it out, comes in with the Vault Breaker. Trevor going the opposite way. Teleport going to be channeled out, but here comes Surdy with the Flamethrower, able to put the flames onto CCG. Sachet in the sidelines will start tearing them asunder. Rockboom cannot escape this. Sachet follows through with the Killer Instinct and will slaughter Kryra. It's an ace for FlyQuest.
Looks like Winthrop are going to be making it in after all, as FlyQuest just take total control of that situation. They lose Bradley, but it buys enough time for the rest of FlyQuest challengers to come top lane. They take down every single member, and now they're turning onto the Baron. Just 21 minutes into the game, there's no contest possible coming out from CCG. And FlyQuest, they can do all of this. They can get the Baron on all 5 members, and they can still be ready to go towards the Dragon in 30 seconds.
Defending champions looking to end the regular season in style with absolute dominance. They say, hey, you want Bradley? You know what? It's going to come at the greatest cost, all 5 of your lives.
Yeah, we see a teleport come through. Actually, Riftwell got a charge in the bottom lane. I don't know if you saw that. But Crimson teleports up towards the top side of the map. And that means that all 4 of these members here, they're just slowly taking down everybody, because Bradley did a lot of damage on his way out, and another fantastic equalizer just means that Sajed has his choice of targets. Every single player, one by one, charges down towards the next one. As we see in the picture-in-picture, the Rally Cry Baron buff being used to great effect already, taking down the mid lane turret.
9.4k in the lead, possibly a last stand for CCG. They get a knock up onto one, looking to collapse right on, and they will find that kill on Asajed. Down to Marksman is going to be FlyQuest. They still like those odds because they got a backup one. Bradley is here. The big man's on deck, but he has to bail away from Shochi, who can return that fire, who does have those resources. Curtain calls opened, finding one on the back line. Now FlyQuest in a bad way. Spear not going to land. Crimson still looking for the chase, but does not have the call of the Forge God. Here comes the equalizer. It's looking to burn. You got to go through the fire and the flames if you want to take down FlyQuest. Flamethrower goes through, but the damage is not found. Shochi's got some of his own and will chase away FlyQuest members. CCG get a team fight win back.
A fantastic play coming up from CCG. Know that the equalizer was not up yet. There are so many players out of position for that fight, and CCG make good on that opportunity. They just throw out the ultimate, Sajed a little bit too far forward, and Crimson buying a little bit more time as the Kinic Rookerin Orna item already comes through. But watch this, there's just no coordination coming through from FlyQuest challengers at all, and as soon as they jump onto Sajed, that should be the opportunity for everybody to say, maybe I don't like this one, because the equalizer is still not up. They don't have the damage. Bradley has to try and deal with Shochi because he came in at an off angle, cannot rely on the rest of his team to create some safety. And then Rockboom just starts taking pot shots on the back side of the fight. And as soon as everybody starts coming in, as soon as Kryra starts landing these spears, you can see that FlyQuest go in multiple different directions. They try and turn towards Kryra, then Shaden's like, what if I went towards Rockboom? And suddenly there's no damage and no crowd control on any target.
Yeah, Rockboom with the flank curtain call. Beat up, he's battered, he sets up and says, I gotta kill me some FlyQuest, man. They hired me for a reason. And now, CCG, what was a 9.4k lead, has been shrunk by about 3k now. It's still a massive hill that they have to climb if they want to win.
Yeah, I'm still looking at like Winthrop and Aaron in particular having an opportunity to pop off and Surdy's webcam after this game is over, but it is still an opportunity right now that CCG game is not over, job's not done. So FlyQuest, they're just creating more and more pressure, but they've already got 2 items completed onto Bradley. They've got 2 items completed onto Sajed as well, but still lagging a little bit behind where Rockboom is, because I'm going to take a look. We do have one hero coming through for CCG, and his name is Rockboom right now, and he needs all this gold. He has the opportunity to do a ton of damage to all these different members, because Jin is a character that scaled massively in this game with very few tanky playing this.
Hook comes out, doesn't land on the Sajed. Oh, the Conductor God comes out. They find Sajed once again. He's down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. You're underneath the tower, which means FlyQuest can group up and start chipping away at this big bad Ornn. 2 fall. It's 3 falling for 1. FlyQuest are able to trade up.
I mean, they're doing a great job of collecting the underpants, and the underpants is a Jed right now. The question is, where does the profit come from? The answer is it doesn't. You lose the mid lane turret, you're going to lose even more than that. And with a Baron still not up for 2 more minutes, it's just more control of the map falling here for the side of CCG. I love how much pressure they were putting onto Sajed. There was no winning play for Sajed to go for. The problem is, what do you do after that? You end up looking for these things that look like picks, but FlyQuest are making sure that they are never giving up a member all by themselves.
Josh, you talked about it. You said 3-item Corki can just start eating away at these fights. He's at 3 items, man. So Bradley, even though you take out Sajed, if he's left unchecked, if he's allowed to go up with his Gatling gun and bra-ta-ta-ta-ta, what happens next? CCG find themselves on the losing end of a fight. And it's FlyQuest with an 8.1k lead. They got a minute before this Baron comes up, and they see an engage tool that's left all by his lonesome, Josh.
I don't know if they know he's there. Oh, they definitely do now.
Yeah, they know. They know. Let's see if they go for the chase on the Bradley. I mean, no one's there to back him up. It's only Shochi who's going to arrive, so that's dead to rights right there. And keep in mind, Trevor is your engage. Guess what's up? 50 seconds. Baron, you don't have him.
I mean, he'll be up again. He's
that is
also
true.
Level. Yeah, so it's all right.
I forgot what time this was.
Going over to Bradley, so it is still going to be FlyQuest pushing in very aggressively, and we're going to see another shot of Bradley hitting a turret in just a moment. But Sajed, he knows, like, I have no friends, maybe I should back up, and that will give the top side even more time to hit this turret. So FlyQuest continue to expand their lead, nearly 10,000 gold ahead.
This is ultimate. He looks for Kyra, but Deadly Flourish will root down Chime. Leaves Crimson by himself. He has to flash over the wall to get to safety, but Shaden's looking for the extended chase here. Vaultbreaker does not get the knockback onto Crimson. The long chase onto Shochi almost sends him to the grave. Call the Forge God looking for the knockback onto Sajed. Sajed gets caught by the hook of Trevor, but here comes that equalizer once again. All the fury of the fire of Surdy. We'll find 1, we'll find 2, we'll find 3. Current calls opened up. Surdy doesn't care. He's gone gold, and he's looking like the trophy he's waiting to claim at the end of this season. And CCG lose 3.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Cease and desist. You're going to jail, Rockboom. You walk too far out in land that doesn't belong to you.
The lesson has to be learned by now. So Jed isn't worth it. They have the backup damage. Surdy and Bradley just completely free to do whatever. And as the AD carry, I gotta say, you have to know this one's like, yep, well, I guess I've just bait this game. And sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. The FlyQuest Challengers picking up the second Rally Cry Baron buff of the game. They are ready to go towards the next dragon as well. And FlyQuest Challengers looking to knock CCG out of contention. And I believe this also locks FlyQuest into 3rd.
I believe so too. Yeah, I was talking about a second, 3rd place earlier, but it's Supernova who had the chance of slipping behind to a second. FlyQuest are feeling pretty secure here. 3rd place seeding, and very dominant performance coming out in this series so far. They keep getting these massive leads coming through. A lot of that through the veteran experience that we've seen from this squad in members such as Shaden, such as Surdy, members who were supposed to be in the LCS through evil geniuses given the things that fell through over there. They're looking to fight their way back in, and this is one way to do it.
Yeah, FlyQuest Challengers doing a fantastic job. I know there are many players on this roster who have had opportunities to play at LCS, who are looking to play there again, who are looking to get another most valuable prospect. For now, they just need to close out this game, secure themselves a 6th win in this split, and again, get Surdy's roommate into playoffs.
Aaron Lee is watching, man. I'm telling you, we got to have that Aaron Lee cam production. This is the future. Next season, we're doing it. Now here comes the siege for FlyQuest Challengers. They're going to send Surdy over to the bottom lane. It's not the easiest siege to really pull off here. There is a lot of long-range wave clear that CCG can utilize to draw this game out a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, we do have official word that if FlyQuest win this game, then the only way they don't get third is if Supernova 2-0-8. Oh, okay, so they're probably getting fourth. Never mind. Oh, Shochi, what you up to, bud?
Right. Shochi, last stand, last attempt, last chance to make it work for CCG. Call the Forge God going to come out looking for Bradley. Oh, they don't even get it. Bradley's still in a world of hurt, though, looking to back out, uses the Valkyrie, can't get away from Trevor, but still grabs the kill! Shochi's dead! And FlyQuest are soaring! It wasn't the season that was promised. They had their struggles, Josh, but with playoffs in their sights, it's time for the defending champions to step up, and boy, are they ready! FlyQuest look to end their season 2-0.
I gotta say, I love the tenacity coming through from CCG. They look for a single player, they try and take them down. They were so close to beating up Bradley, but it was just not enough. And with the amount of coordination we're seeing from this team without a whole lot of time playing with this AD carry, you have some hope on how they'll play later on, but for now, FlyQuest challengers are taking themselves into the playoffs, knocking CCG out.
Knocking CCG into the promotion relegation tournament, the defending champions. They want to come and swing for the fences when it comes to playoffs, so you got to end it in style, man. FlyQuest take this 2-0.
I gotta say, Desrex, I'm a little bit disappointed because I still wish we had lived in the timeline where Rockboom comes in and beats FlyQuest in week 1 and then in week 9 on 2 different teams. Unfortunately, this is not that universe. It would have been my favorite piece of trivia ever. However, congratulations to FlyQuest locking in this last game, and look at the damage coming out from Bradley and Surd. You got to feel a little bit for Sajed because he was the biggest bait in that last game, but sometimes that's all you need to do, man.
I mean, at that point, just sell your items and go tank. You're just going to keep focusing it like that. I mean, Killer Instinct gives you a shield. Why not utilize it? All things being said, though, Bradley was in the right place, right time. He did pump in a lot of that damage, but I do want to put attention more towards that top and jungle duo from FlyQuest. Both Surdy and Shaden look fantastic in this game. Surdy getting the equalizer in the right spots for the earlier fight. Same thing with Shaden locking down a lot of these season assists, Josh.
Yeah, if I had to give a player of the game for this one, it would definitely be Shaden once again for so much setup earlier on in the game, making sure that Surdy was in a good spot, making sure that Bradley was in a good spot, finding some of these picks, and making sure that all of these chases got more than they maybe ought to have. And Shaden just showcasing that he really is the real deal.
And he cleared the reputation of his Rumble, brought it back, looked good. He's not sick this time. He just had sick freaking plays. And you know what? Speaking of the sick plays, I want to hear from him, Josh. Hearing word that we got an interview with Surdy. So we're going to take a moment to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll have Josh on the other side with Surdy for that interview.
Welcome back to the Rally Cry post-game interview. It's me, Joshi, and I'm joined here by the victorious top laner, Surdy, from FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. First off, congratulations, but I think congratulations are also due to your roommate who did just make it into playoffs. So I gotta ask, what kind of things was he asking about? What kind of encouragement was he giving you before this last series?
He really wants to play. I think Winthrop, I mean, I beat Maryville, Dragon still with them, even though they had like slightly different players when they were the second best team in NACL. So I think doing how they have done has been a letdown to everybody on that team, because going into that NACL split with me on the team, we would have been the best team in NACL.
Fair enough. I mean, you guys were looking very good in CELO, but now you have made your way into playoffs. You're still in 3rd and 4th place. So I'm kind of curious then, because it feels as though FlyQuest NZXT has had a lot of ups and downs throughout the course of this split. Could you speak a little bit to, you know, what has kind of happened and why you guys aren't the reigning kings of the split?
I think a really big issue with our team is, especially early on during the split, I was just messing around a lot, to be fair. Like, I was trying to push my limits as hard as I could, see what I can get away with in competitive, playing more of a solo queue style, and I think that definitely didn't help the team's development. But I've started to pull back on that more recently, and then we've just run into an issue where we're overplaying turns, and a lot of the time we're not on the same page. Like, our 3-core will be hitting an objective, and we'll be showing on 2 side lanes, and then the 3-core will get engaged on, and it's just bad, you know? We weren't playing as a team, and I think we've done a lot recently to try and get on the same page. Because individually we have the talent.
Is there anyone in particular who you feel has like really helped you guys gel? Is it a coach or one of you guys just calming better?
No, not in particular. I think everybody's trying to do their part.
Awesome. Well, that's lovely to hear. Now, the big thing that I'm kind of curious about, Surdy, is in spring, you were the first runner-up behind Yuji for the most valuable prospect. And as we are finishing up with the regular season, I'm curious what your thoughts are. As do you feel as though you've earned the award this time around? And if so, what do you think in particular speaks to that?
I don't think I have. I really was not taking this split all that seriously in regular season, unfortunately. This is the first match. I drank caffeine before my match, the entire split, when I have like a raging caffeine addiction, so I was basically a zombie for most of my games. I think the only thing that matters is us winning finals again, and we're going to do that, so like, that'll be all she wrote.
I mean, I know you guys have been looking very good. You guys were really able to figure it out last split. I have a lot of confidence that you guys will figure it out again going into this one. So before I let you go here, Surdy, first off, it sounds like you and Aaron are probably going to be doing some Cape barbecue soon. But are there any other shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out to all my teammates. They're all working their hardest, and it's been a rough split. I think it has been on everybody emotionally. But I do feel like we're getting on the same page now, and things are starting to turn around. And shout out to my girlfriend, Kimmy. Appreciate you a lot. And then, yeah, I mean, shout out to the fans. Thank you for watching, making NACL a thing.
Thank you so much to you as well, Surdy. Congratulations on this last win. Congratulations that you guys are going to be able to celebrate with your roommate. Have a great time. For the rest of us here at the show, we're going to bring back Destrux in just a moment so we can close everything out. Thank you so much, Surdy, and congratulations.
Nice interview there, Josh. I'm glad you asked the Korean barbecue question as well, because hearing from Aaron that his nickname is the Kimchi Man from how much he actually like consumes kimchi at Korean barbecue.
Kimchi is awesome. I just got quick tip on Korean barbecue. If you are already grilling the meat, if you take the kimchi and like put it in the juices on the grill, it is so good.
I gotta try that. I haven't been the biggest kimchi guy because I'm not a big fermented vegetable guy, but I gotta give it another try.
That's fair.
I gotta give it another try. Let's start closing out now because it has been quite the day, to say the least. Pulling up the standings right now. These standings are almost final, if I do remember correctly. I think Supernova is one of the ones that are still wiggling around in the standings. But when it comes to 8th place, that is now cut off. Winthrop have made it to playoffs.
Yeah. we only have a couple of matchups that really matter for seeding at this point. We have Disguise versus Blue Otter. That one will have some impact on where people will end up overall. And then Supernova versus AoE. If Supernova do 2-0 that, they can overtake FlyQuest and end themselves in third place going into the playoffs. But both Disguise and Blue Otter are already locked in playoffs, so they're just trying to get a better spot.
And speaking of playoffs, I think now is the time where we can start previewing just how playoffs is going to look, Josh. With Winthrop now securing their place, that puts them over on the lower side of the bracket. Dragonsteel securing that first place spot, puts them all the way in the top.
I really love that it's currently only populated with the 1st and 8th seeds, because that means that seeds 2 through 7 are completely open still. Now, it's worth noting that Winthrop University finds themselves in the bottom bracket already, because they are currently in 8th. That means they will only have one opportunity to win. They have to win straight through, and you can see, look at the number of best of 5s that it would take them to get there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best of 5s that anyone in the lower bracket would have to go through if they want to start there and end up as the overall winner.
Now, for those of you who don't know, full fearless still, even in the best of 5s. We're going to start taking away some of the bans once we get into Game 4 and Game 5. And when I say bans, I mean in-draft bans. The fearless bans are still going to stand. By the time we get to Game 5, there are no more in-draft bans, and you just have the, what was it, like 40 bans that you have from the game itself. That's
still a lot of champs.
That's a lot of champions off the Rift, man. But that kind of gives you a window of how crazy some of these best of 5s can get, Josh.
Yeah. Really looking forward to how this shakes out. Dragonsteel, very clearly a strong favorite, but I do feel as though pretty much everyone else, Fear, FlyQuest, Supernova, Disguise, and Team Liquid, all real contenders to try and take this whole thing. And Blue Otter, this big dark horse that we have consistently, seen opportunities to surprise us.
Blue Otter is one of the ones I'm definitely excited about. I'm excited about the whole bracket, though, because we got so many good storylines coming in. But in order to get to those storylines, we got to get to the next day, which means we are wrapping up here and now. My name has been Eric Desworks Patron. This has been Joshua Joshi Howard. I want to give a quick shout out to everyone who is out there viewing right now, whether it be on YouTube, whether it be on Twitch. Shout out to all the players, the coaches, the staff, everyone who makes this possible, even our production over on the back end. We are going to be rating Lorlo, so twitch.tv/Lorlo. Stick around. We will be heading to that channel next, so be sure to give him a hello from the NACL. But for the casting desk, I want to thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more NACL.